Chapter 1102. Bursts of heart-wrenching pain came. Yi Qinghan's two seas of souls once again became a battlefield for the power of light and the power of darkness. When great immortals fought, mortals suffered. With such fierce energy, and the soul being the weakest part of the human body, the power of light originally had the absolute advantage. After all, there were so many people and so much power of faith that had been continuously transmitted over the past 3 years. As for the power of darkness, most of it was purified by the lightning above Yi Qinghan's Sea of Souls. The white lines above the Sea of Souls surged violently. Each black line was entangled by several white lines, silently devouring and killing each other. It was a very bitter battle. But in the past few days, the bridge above the Sea of Souls had been shining brightly. This bridge, which was originally glowing with holy light, was derived from the black lines. At this moment, it suddenly accelerated and began to refine Obama's remnant demonic aura inside. At this moment, Obama and Yi Qinghan were on the verge of death. The white bridge shone brightly, and his demonic aura instantly began to be refined at 100 times the speed. The black lines were replenished with energy and began to counterattack. This was why Yi Qinghan felt more and more turbulent and more painful each time. At this moment, Obama's remaining origin aura had been completely refined after nearly 4 days of refinement. The energy of the black lines and the white lines had reached an equal ratio. The battle began to escalate. Yi Qinghan also knew that he definitely wouldn't be able to survive this round. Over the past 4 days, the massive loss of blood had almost completely drained Yi Qinghan's vitality. He felt unparalleled pain. His head felt like it was constantly being inflated like a balloon, about to explode at any moment. But he was powerless to jump up and smash into walls and stone tablets. The pain from his external injuries reduced the swelling feeling in his head. He was so weak that he didn't even have the strength to roll around. He held his head and lay on the ground, his body trembling like a cat that had been electrocuted. He was also like a wild boar that was on the verge of death, his limbs twitching from time to time. He tightly closed his eyes. Because of the pain, his eyebrows were almost knitted together, but he didn't have the strength to grimace. Instead, the muscles on his face twitched from time to time. In ancient times, when people were about to die, their words were also kind. Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, felt that when a person was about to die, everything would feel a little illusory. Her body was no longer in pain, and everything else seemed to be unimportant. Her soul began to tremble and was on the verge of collapse. It wasn't important. Whether or not Pandora would suffer the blasphemy of the archbishops was unimportant. It was not important whether the god realm would forever groan under Shintu Xiong's demonic claws. In the reincarnation mystic realm, would his wife be heartbroken? Would his children be mischievous? Would Xiao Hei's spiritual body, the slaughter god blade, the soul emperor pavilion, and the black stone in the god crystal? Whose hands would it end up in? Everything was no longer important. At this moment, Yi Qinghan understood why the rich people in his previous life would donate all their assets after they died. Why didn't the soul emperor leave the soul emperor pavilion to Xiao Hei? When a person was about to die, nothing really mattered anymore. There was not so much concern, so much worry, so much sadness. This was because once he closed his eyes, this world had nothing to do with him. Once he entered the yellow earth, he would turn into the yellow earth. Why would he be so conflicted and obsessed? He didn't think about how to save himself. Ever since his first soul mutation, he had started to look up information about this. He even secretly asked Mo Xiao about it. In the end, the battle emperor made the final decision. You can go now. Other than the God Emperor, no one can save you. He didn't even know if the God Emperor existed in this world. How could he save me? He started to let his imagination run wild again. It was as if the pain in his soul had nothing to do with him anymore. At this moment, it was as if his soul had left his body. What happened to the body below him was no longer important. He just wanted to think more before he left this world. If there was really an afterlife, he might be able to remember some of it. Then, he thought of Tsang City, Purple Island, Firework Tribe, Apotheosis Valley, Fire Dragon City, Supreme Island, and the beautiful Endless Void. Endless Void, sigh. If it wasn't for that *T black hole that sent me to this godforsaken place, I might be able to take a look at the reincarnation mystic realm before I die. If I could take another look, how great would it be? Black hole, black hole. Black hole? Black hole? Black hole. At the last moment, Yi Qinghan suddenly thought of the black hole that swallowed him. His mind shook violently. He seemed to have grasped something in his hazy state. Then, the power of light and the power of darkness collided, pulling Yi Qinghan back to his thoughts. But it made Yi Qinghan's soul shake again. Light? Darkness? Life? Death? He thought of the lightning that struck his sea of soul from time to time again. Lightning represented destruction. But when the spring thunder roared, all living things would come back to life. Destruction, from another perspective, represented rebirth? Thinking of this, Yi Qinghan's sea of soul trembled violently. However, he suddenly opened his eyes, and his entire face was flushed red like the last radiance of a setting sun. The corners of his mouth actually revealed an intoxicating smile at this moment. His eyes were no longer filled with bitterness and helplessness. Instead, they were filled with unparalleled passion and determination. Destruction? Rebirth? Black hole? Unbreakable and indestructible? Destruction before creation. Time to gamble. Sea of soul, explode, explode, explode. Boom. Yi Qinghan's sea of soul was already on the verge of collapse. However, Yi Qinghan used all his soul power to control the lightning above his sea of soul, turning it into a furious lightning that struck his soul. His soul, which was already on the verge of collapse due to the violent power of light and darkness, exploded under the tyrannical power of lightning. It was torn apart and turned into pieces of fragments. They whistled through the light shield in the sea of soul, as if they had turned into countless streams of broken sabers in the space. Yi Qinghan's body trembled violently. He slowly closed his eyes. His face was devoid of blood. His body was no longer trembling, and there was no breath. It was as if he had really bid farewell to this world forever. Boom! At the same time, the entire holy continent was suddenly struck by lightning. 7-colored auspicious clouds suddenly appeared in the sky. The auspicious clouds didn't gather slowly. Instead, they shrouded the entire holy continent and illuminated it. Terrifying purple lightning struck from the sky from time to time. However, all of them strangely landed on the same place, the holy city. All the people of the holy continent were frightened. All the devout believers prostrated on the ground, worshipping the miracle and the power of heaven. Even the heretics and dark creatures prostrated on the ground in fear under the terrifying power of heaven. If there were experts from the divinity existential plane or the god of light here, they would also be shocked. Because even if someone had broken through to level 9 and was recognized by the laws of heaven and earth, such a phenomenon wouldn't happen. The sky of the holy continent was filled with the colorful clouds. The purple lightning was thicker and more turbulent than the one before. In the space turbulence outside the holy plain, a white-haired old man suddenly appeared. The white-haired old man appeared without a sound. He was wearing a simple sackcloth and was barefooted. His looks were ordinary and he didn't have any aura of a powerful expert on him. That wasn't important. What was important was, he didn't have any power of origin. How dare he stand in the void? Swish, the space blade currents whizzed over from afar. Countless blade currents glittering with golden light were whizzing toward the old man. They were about to hit him. But something extremely strange happened. The old man didn't move. He didn't gather any power of origin. He didn't even look at them. But, the blade currents separated and flew past the old man. They didn't even cut a strand of his hair. This was the space blade currents that even level 9 supreme martial artists were afraid of. The old man didn't even look at the blade currents whizzing over and away. There was no emotion on his face. Standing in the void and looking at the holy plain, he seemed to be able to see through the power of origin and see what was going on inside the holy plain. Well, it's been hundreds of millions of eras. After a long time, the old man suddenly spoke. His voice was incomparably old, incomparably lonely, but with a trace of hope. He gazed at the holy plain again and said faintly, "The second person has finally appeared. I just don't know if he can make it to the end." The old man in sackcloth left an inexplicable sentence, then turned around and strode toward the hollow. Every step he took covered thousands of miles. The space vortex that even level 9 experts were afraid of was not noticed by the old man in sackcloth. In the blink of an eye, he took a few steps and disappeared in the endless hollow. Chapter 1103. Alice feels that something's not right. It's been 3 months. That green-haired, green-eyed, benevolent His Majesty Han Yi has never appeared again. Regarding this mysterious and powerful man, Alice actually reveres him more than she loves him. She has accompanied Pandora since she was a child. The 4 of them socialized with various great aristocrats, and also had ambiguous exchanges with some great aristocrats. After Pandora's father was killed, Pandora began to rise, and those aristocrats suddenly changed their faces. She swore that she would never trust any man again. Regarding Yi Qinghan, she has always held the mentality of using her body to please him, flatter him, and attach herself to him. As a result, she got what she wanted. She became the high priestess, and her strength was constantly improving. If Yi Qinghan had left in a few years, she would have probably become the first female pope in the Holy Continent. But that night, when she and Lasis knelt down and begged him, she saw the disappointment and indifference in his eyes. She knows that she was wrong. She didn't completely give her heart to this man, so she was destined to be farther and farther away from this man, and finally, leave his world. She just didn't expect that this day would come so soon. Yi Qinghan is missing. She recalled how the archbishops had looked at her and Pandora with hidden greed in their eyes. Looking at how the archbishops had started to move up and down in the past few days, waiting to confirm that Yi Qinghan had really gone missing before they started to fight for that position. She couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. She knows very well that if Yi Qinghan really doesn't come back, once someone sits in that position, the 4 of them and Pandora will be very miserable. Although this continent is big, there is no place for the 5 of them to hide. "Princess, you'd better go back to Mengzhong City. This holy city. I'm afraid it won't be long before there will be chaos." In Pandora's room, Alice once again advised Pandora, who was standing by the window. Although she knows that Pandora may not be safe even if she returns to Mengzhong City, at least there is Mike the Tortoise and the others to protect her. The arrival of the Archangel, coupled with the vision of heaven and earth a few days after Yi Qinghan's disappearance, made the Holy See's reputation reach its highest point in history. That terrifying heaven and earth anomaly, the bolts of purple lightning constantly struck down, but their target was the church in the Holy City. In the end, nothing happened to the church, and there were no casualties in the Holy City. Of course, the church would not give up such a good opportunity. They immediately began to describe this strange phenomenon as the manifestation of the God of Light. They even went so far as to say that the God of Light had met with Pope Han Yi and several archbishops at the highest level of the Holy See, and encouraged them and so on. At this moment, the church, with the might of the heavens and earth, had completely secured its position as the overlord of the continent. No one in the 3 great empires dared to fight against them, and no one dared to defy the church's decree. Countless powerhouses even betrayed the 3 great empires and joined the church. In this world, Pandora and the others really had nowhere to go. Pandora didn't look back. She looked through the window at the holy city, which was filled with people. She shook her head, and an extremely determined look flashed in her eyes. She stubbornly said, "He said he would protect me. He won't leave without saying anything. I will wait here for him to come back." Night gradually fell, but Pandora was still standing by the window. She began to imitate Yi Qinghan and looked up at the starry sky. Her eyes were filled with sorrow. In the War Emperor's palace, in the great hall filled with mysterious stone tablets, Yi Qinghan's body did not have the slightest aura. His face was pale as if he had been dead for a long time. Buzz. At this time, the space in the great hall suddenly fluctuated. Then, a phantom figure condensed in front of Yi Qinghan. The reason why it was called a phantom figure was because this figure was translucent. This was an old man in a black robe. He was tall and burly, and his expression was calm but dignified. He stared at Yi Qinghan, his brows slightly furrowed, and his face was full of confusion. His domineering voice resounded in the great hall, "Hey, this is really strange. It's been 3 months. This brat actually didn't die? And he even caused such a domineering phenomenon? This." The War Emperor had almost given up all hope. After Yi Qinghan died, the immortal realm would explode, and the black stone would also explode. Without Yi Qinghan's energy to replenish it, the remnant of the War Emperor's soul would also disappear from this world. This was nothing. The War Emperor was already a dead person. He did not have extravagant hopes of reviving. He only hoped to find a successor, someone who could help him fulfill his last wish. Unexpectedly, the moment Yi Qinghan's soul exploded, countless purple lightning bolts suddenly descended from the War Emperor's palace. This scared the War Emperor, who was secretly probing with his divine sense, so much so that he immediately retracted it. It was only when he realized that Yi Qinghan's divine crystal had not shattered that he dared to quietly probe it out. However, he discovered that the energy in his remnant soul had become much more abundant after the purple lightning bolts. He could actually form a phantom figure. And Yi Qinghan was actually still alive. After this brat's soul exploded, it turned into pieces of fragments. Why does it feel like the space-shattering blade current in the endless void? Why is it flying around in the soul space? The phantom figure of the War Emperor stood motionlessly beside Yi Qinghan. He began to pay attention to the changes in Yi Qinghan's soul space. He was extremely interested in Yi Qinghan. Not only because Yi Qinghan had obtained his inheritance, but also because he was the strangest genius in the divine world, or perhaps the whole world. His soul had exploded for 3 months, but he was still alive. The 2 soul seas in Yi Qinghan's soul had turned into fragments. The white line was gone, the black line was gone, the white bridge was gone, the source energy was gone, and the power of lightning was also gone. There were only countless black, white, and purple fragments. They were so many that they were uncountable. They were divided into thousands of fragments, and they were like the space-shattering blade current flying around in Yi Qinghan's soul space. It was incomparably strange. 2 months later, the War Emperor suddenly raised his eyebrows. The doubt in his eyes deepened, and he cried out in disbelief, "This soul fragment has actually started to spin? It has turned into a whirlpool? Why does this whirlpool feel like the space whirlpool in the void? Strange, strange. This kid is really the world's #1 freak." Inside Yi Qinghan's soul space, half of the soul fragments started to spin in a strange trajectory, forming a whirlpool. Occasionally, some soul fragments that flew past the whirlpool were sucked in. Eventually, the whirlpool became bigger and bigger, spinning faster and faster. 4 months later, something even stranger happened. The War Emperor was so shocked that he couldn't speak. When all the soul fragments were sucked into the whirlpool had become incomparably huge, occupying almost half of the soul space. At this time, in the center of the whirlpool, a black color started to appear. It was a black color that couldn't be seen at the bottom. When the War Emperor first saw this black color, he felt that it was somewhat familiar. When the countless white, black, and purple soul fragments were sucked into the black color also started to expand. The War Emperor finally came to his senses, and he cried out involuntarily, "Black hole! Spatial black hole, a spatial black hole that can devour everything. This kid actually has a black hole in his soul space? Did it absorb all of his soul fragments?" Big explosion, space-shattering blade current, space whirlpool, space black hole. The War Emperor seemed to see an endless void in Yi Qinghan's soul space. He didn't know why this change happened, and what would happen to Yi Qinghan after this change. However, he had a strong premonition that if this kid didn't die, his achievements would be incomparably high, so high that even the War Emperor could only look up to him. Chapter 1104. 1 year passed by quickly. In the Holy Continent, the Holy See's status continued to rise, but there were also undercurrents within the Holy See. Sieg was helpless. Although he was the second in command of the Holy See, his position wasn't stable yet, and he hadn't established his authority yet. His Majesty Han Yi had been missing for a year. A few months ago, the archbishops had been clamoring to choose a new pope, but they were forcefully suppressed by Sieg and Alice. But now, it had been a year, and this matter couldn't be suppressed any longer. The Holy See had decreed that a new pope must be chosen after a year of disappearance. Although he was very passionate about this position, he didn't dare to hope for it, because he knew how terrifying that man was. If he came back and saw him sitting in his position, "Sigh, Your Majesty, Sieg has no other choice. Instead of letting Taylor be the pope, I can only try my best to fight for it. At least I can help you protect your woman." Sieg straightened his robe, regained his solemn expression, and slowly walked out. Although he didn't want to sit in that position, it was too easy for him to do it now. The election of the Pope required the votes of the 12 cardinals of the Holy See and the leader of the nuns, High Priestess Alice. Sieg had always been preaching in the Malfa Empire, and there were also the archbishops of the Mali Empire who favored Yi Qinghan, as well as Alice. Sieg was 100% confident that he would get enough votes. When he walked to the highest floor of the church, the 6 archbishops of the Holy City were already seated, and the 6 archbishops of the 3 empires were also there. When Alice gave him a look of affirmation, Sieg became even more confident. The 13 higher-ups of the Holy See gathered together, and without any nonsense, they followed the rules of the Holy See. The previous pope had disappeared for a year, and they had to choose a new pope. In the end, there were 2 candidates. One was Sieg, and the other was Taylor. Taylor was originally a cardinal of the Mali Empire, and when Yi Qinghan became the pope, he was the first to support Yi Qinghan other than Sieg. But to Alice, he was also the most dangerous person. Because Taylor's strength was the highest among everyone present, and he was the one who was looking at her and Pandora, with the most fervent gaze. The first to vote were the 2 red-robed archbishops of the Malfa Empire, and they voted for Sigurd without a doubt. Alice immediately expressed her strong support for Sigurd. Then, a red-robed archbishop in the Holy City also expressed his support for Sieg. The voting had just begun. Aside from Sieg and Roland, there were 4 votes out of 11. However, Sigurd didn't relax at all. Instead, his expression turned serious. At the same time, Alice's expression began to change slightly. Because they saw a cold smile on Taylor's face, an incomparably savage cold smile. As expected, the voting was one-sided. The remaining 7 people all voted for Taylor. Sieg and Alice's faces turned ashen as they watched Taylor walk proudly towards the seat that Yi Qinghan used to sit on. Defeated. A crushing defeat. This was especially true for Alice. When she saw Taylor sit on the throne and casually cast a vicious look at her, her mind went blank. She thought of the nuns he had tortured to death all these years, and she felt her hair stand on end. She began to miss that green-haired, green-eyed man who liked to look up at the stars. Although she knew that this man would most likely never return. 3 days, just 3 days. Sieg once again became the red-robed archbishop of Mengzhong City, and the second chief judge was replaced by another archbishop. Every change had its own ministers. Taylor did things swiftly and decisively. With the absolute advantage and the support of the Malamachi Empire and the Malamachi Empire, the archbishop and Sieg who supported Sieg all lost their power. Surprisingly, High Priestess Alice did not change her position. Alice knew that Sieg would not let her off, nor would he let Pandora off. She also knew that on the first day Taylor became the pope, he had already sent people to monitor them. Alice knew that Taylor kept her and Pandora alive because he wanted to torture them to death. "Princess, don't be afraid. Even if the 4 of us die, we will not let that bastard violate you. Mike the Tortoise has already brought people here, and they are probably outside the Holy City now. They will enter the city tomorrow to protect you." In Pandora's room, Alice gritted her teeth. Although her face was pale, she was extremely determined. Similarly, Ramses and the other 2 did not leave Pandora for the past few days. That was because they all knew that Taylor had evil thoughts about Pandora when he first went to Mengjong City. Pandora's face was as calm as still water. Her hands were hidden in her sleeves, and there was a sharp sword hidden in them. That was a gift from her father on the day she became an adult. Shoo. Footsteps could be heard outside the door. Alice was elated. Mike the tortoise and the others actually came so quickly. However, when he saw the pair of burning eyes at the door, his face turned pale again. He immediately took out his weapon and stood beside Pandora to protect her. Are you waiting for Mike the tortoise? To tell you the truth, he was already here half a day ago, but now he has become a pile of minced meat. My dear High Priestess, put away your weapon. I think we can talk. There is nothing to talk about. Either you kill us, or we ask you to get out. Alice did not speak, but Pandora spoke faintly. Her tone was very calm as a pool of stagnant water. My dear princess, my goddess. As the princess of the Malfa Empire, don't you care about your people anymore? Taylor waved his hand and opened the magic array in the room. He then said with a sinister smile, 3 days later, the Mali Empire and the Maki Empire will send their troops to attack the Malfa Empire. Think about it. Millions of warriors from the two empires attacking your homeland. What will the consequences be? The Malfa Empire that has existed for 10,000 years will become history. Billions of Malfa people will be enslaved and killed at will. Beautiful and kind Princess Pandora, do you have the heart to do that? You, beast. Pandora, who had always been calm, had a change in expression. She had never cursed before, but now she could not help but curse. As the princess of the Malfa Empire, her family had always been the ruler of the Malfa Empire. The people of the Malfa Empire were her people, and their only weakness. My beautiful princess, as the pontiff of the Holy Continent, of course I can't bear to see the people of the Malfa Empire fall into dire straits. As long as you agree to a small request of mine, I will do my best to help the Malfa Empire survive this crisis. The sinister smile on Taylor's face became wider. He stretched out a finger, and said sincerely, Taylor's request is very simple. 1 year. I only need you to accompany me for 1 year. I will immediately ask them to retreat. If you insist on killing yourself with the dagger in your hand, I will not force you. I guarantee that half of the people of the Malfa Empire will die with you. Don't even think about it. Alice and the other 3 roared in anger, but a huge pressure descended on them. Taylor then swung his hand a few times, and the 4 of them were sent flying. Taylor was a high-level emperor god, and Alice and the others could not fight back at all. Taylor did not attack Pandora. He only smiled and looked at Pandora, who was holding the dagger and pointing it at her lower abdomen. You can stab it, and I promise not to stop you. However, Alice and the other 3 will die miserably. Your family will all die miserably. Your billions of Malfa Empire citizens will all die miserably. In fact, I will get people to dig out the corpses of your father and mother, and hang them together with your corpses at the entrance of Mengjong City. I swear in the name of the pontiff. Clang. A crisp sound could be heard, and the dagger fell to the ground with a trace of blood. Along with the dagger were 2 rows of silent tears. Chapter 1105. Alice is in despair, Ramses is in despair, and Pandora is also in despair. This Pope Taylor is definitely a devil's substitute. He's actually using the lives of billions of Malfa's people, the lives of the Pandora clan, and most importantly, using the corpses of Pandora's parents to threaten her. How is this the Pope? He's simply the devil's king of the Azura Sea. Yi Qinghan's method seems so childish in front of him. Pandora's dainty body starts to tremble. She tightly closes her eyes, and her curved eyelashes start to tremble. She doesn't dare to look at Taylor. She's afraid that she won't be able to control herself and do something impulsive. In the end, she'll implicate her parents, who love her the most, and they won't be able to rest in peace. Pandora is a pure and kind girl, and at the same time, an extremely filial child. So, she compromised. The smile on Taylor's face is very bright. He's waited for this day for too long. He looks at this absolutely beautiful and tender body that can move the hearts of all men in the world. He looks at this body that's emitting an increasingly alluring fragrance. His heart starts to surge. He looks out the window, and the corners of his mouth slightly rise. What a beautiful night it is tonight. Feeling Taylor's body start to slowly walk towards her, Pandora starts to slowly retreat. But she hasn't retreated 2 steps when she leans against the ice-cold wall. She shivers and turns her body. She doesn't look at Taylor, who's closing in on her step by step. Instead, she looks out the window at the stars that fill the sky. She starts to call out soundlessly, "Big brother Han Yi, where are you? Didn't you say that you'll protect Pandora?" Taylor sees Pandora turn around, leaving him with a perfect view of her back and buttocks. His eyes shine even more brightly. He slightly shakily stretches out his hands, and slowly covers those 2 round and perky buttocks, as if to caress the world's most precious treasure. Rip, there's an almost inaudible sound of something breaking through the air. Taylor's hands suddenly stop in the air, and his complexion instantly turns ashen. And the eyes of Alice and the other 3, who were originally in incomparable despair on the ground, suddenly emit a burst of light. Then, the pupils of their eyes instantly dilate, and become infinitely hot. An emotion called ecstasy surges on the 4 people's faces. A blade appears in the air. It was a long black saber with strange patterns on it. There were 2 large words on it, God Slayer. Pandora also seemed to feel something, but she didn't turn around. She just tried her best to control her trembling body, wiped away the tears in her eyes, and tidied up her messy hair. "Taylor, you've grown up? This pontiff robe fits me well." All he lacked was a scepter. "How about this young master give you the scepter as well? From the looks of it, you still want to play with my woman?" It was a familiar voice, a familiar tone, and a familiar dominance. It was him. It's him. He's back. Pandora's body, which was originally not trembling, trembled more and more violently at this moment. More and more tears flowed out of her gem-like eyes, and her hair became more and more messy. In the end, she didn't care about anything else. She turned around abruptly and searched for that familiar figure through Taylor's stiff body. A long black knife was placed on Taylor's neck. Behind him was a familiar head of green hair, a pair of demonic green eyes, and a familiar gentle smile on that delicate face. It was him. He didn't abandon her, he's been guarding by her side. At this moment, the tears in Pandora's eyes suddenly stopped flowing. An intoxicating smile appeared on her face, like a lily blooming under the sun, beautiful and warm. "Your Majesty, the great Emperor Han Yi, you're finally back." "That's great, that's." Taylor knelt on the ground with a plop. Facing His Majesty Han Yi, who dared to kill an archangel, he didn't even have the courage to fight. He knelt on the ground and slowly turned his head around. He looked at Yi Qinghan with a pleasantly surprised expression, his face full of flattery. But before he could finish speaking, before the smile on his face could fully bloom, the God Slayer suddenly turned, and the back of the blade ruthlessly smashed into his head, sending him flying several meters away. Fresh blood flowed out of his head. If Yi Qinghan hadn't used the back of the blade, half of his head would have been gone by now. "You want to play this game with me? I saw everything that happened just now. Watching you jumping around made me feel very happy. We're all here to make a living, so we shouldn't blame our families. You bastard, you can't even let a dead person off." Yi Qinghan's lips curled up into a cold smile as he slowly walked over with the blade in his hand. This time, the God Slayer didn't point its back at Taylor. Instead, it pointed the blade at Taylor. Without waiting for Taylor to explain himself, a white light flashed, and the God Slayer slashed across the sky and slid across Taylor's stomach. Instantly, blood spurted out, and a dense aura of light surged out from Taylor's stomach. Taylor's face instantly turned ashen. He looked at the green-haired Yi Qinghan viciously, and his face twisted as he looked at Yi Qinghan. He gritted his teeth and said, "You, crippled me? If you have the guts, kill me." "Hee hee, don't worry. I won't kill you. Killing a bastard like you will only dirty my blade. Yi Qinghan laughed coldly as he turned to look at Alice and the other three who were ecstatic. He laughed and said, Alice, I'll leave this person to the four of you. Don't let him die a quick death. Drag him out and don't scare Pandora. Sig is back. He has something to tell him. Also, tell the 7 red-robed archbishops to kneel at the gates of the holy city. If they don't kneel for 100 days and 100 nights, kill themselves. Thank you, Your Majesty. Alice and the others didn't say much, because they could feel Yi Qinghan's calm gaze towards them. The 4 of them smiled at Pandora, then dragged Taylor, whose strength had been crippled, out with faces full of excitement. Your Majesty Taylor, did you have a good time beating us up just now? I believe you were still thinking about how to toy with us to death, right? Lazith, get Sig to find 100 of the strongest men from the ascetics. We will let His Majesty Tiger have a good time. Holding Tiger, whose face was twisted, Alice let out a bone-chilling laugh. Yi Qinghan's gaze made her feel extremely remorseful. This anger was just right to be vented on Taylor. Taylor's body began to tremble. He did not curse angrily anymore. He was only filled with regret and despair. There was also a trace of doubt. Could it be that His Majesty Han Yi had been hiding all along, waiting for him to jump out? Yi Qinghan was not so leisurely. He did not even have the time to comfort Pandora. He directly brought Pandora into the War Imperial Palace. He had been dead for an entire year. The moment he woke up, he hurriedly checked his body. After confirming that his strength was still there, he did not care much and directly left the War Imperial Palace. Fortunately, he came in time. Otherwise, he would have broken his promise to Pandora. Now that he had just stabilized the situation, he immediately returned to the War Imperial Palace. He threw Pandora aside and began to look inside his soul, carefully examining it. As a result, he was shocked once again. His body was fine. His divine crystal was also fine. What had happened was, his soul. The 2 soul seas were gone. The power of origin was gone. The white bridge was gone. The black line, the white line, and the lightning were all gone. There was only a dark black hole. Chapter 1106. This, what's going on? I don't have a soul. Without a soul, how can I still be alive? Yi Qinghan was frightened. The soul was the source of a person. Without a soul, was he still a person? A martial artist would die if his divine crystal was shattered, and his soul would definitely scatter. But why was he still alive? That's not right. I can use my divine sense now. Since there is a divine sense, there should be a soul. Moreover, my divine power hasn't changed at all. I can still release the eternal space and use the power of space to easily defeat Taylor. What's going on? Yi Qinghan was immediately stunned. Originally, before his soul collapsed, he had thought of the idea of being indestructible and unbreakable, being reborn after destruction. He thought that after his soul exploded, he would be reborn and reassembled into a new soul. He didn't expect that his soul would explode and a black hole would appear. Why is my soul so strong? It's stronger than an explosion, at least 10 times stronger. Heavens, 10 times. Before the explosion, his soul was already as strong as a 7th grade war god. How much is 10 times stronger now? 8th grade? 9th grade? Upper 9th grade? 9th grade supreme being? All of a sudden, Yi Qinghan felt an incomparable shock. The strength of his soul. Ever since thunder and lightning appeared in the Sea of Soul, the Sea of Soul had been continuously refined by thunder and lightning. The Sea of Soul kept shrinking, but the strength of his soul kept increasing. At this moment it was a full 10 times stronger. After confirming that his feeling wasn't wrong, he immediately opened his eyes and asked Pandora, who was sitting quietly next to him, Pandora, did anything strange happen after I fell unconscious? Then Yi Qinghan laughed bitterly and patted his head. He thought that he was stupid. How could Pandora know that he was in the War Emperor Palace? Unconscious? Strange? Pandora is startled, but then her eyes suddenly brighten. Without waiting for Yi Qinghan to speak, she cheerfully says, Han Yi Dage, on the 4th day after you disappeared, a lot of rainbow-colored clouds appeared in the sky, and there were also purple lightning bolts. They unceasingly bombarded the church, and they bombarded it for no less than half an hour, but the church wasn't the slightest bit affected. You don't know, at that time, the whole continent was shocked. At that time, Pandora was scared out of her wits, thinking that the god of light was going to punish her and destroy the world. 7 colored clouds and purple lightning? It was a worldly phenomenon. And it lasted for an hour. Yi Qinghan didn't expect that his casual question would really lead to something important. The 4th day? Wasn't the 4th day the day his soul exploded? Could it have something to do with the heaven and earth anomaly? Could it be that his soul had become so strong after being struck by the purple lightning? That's not right. Wasn't the heavenly phenomenon supposed to deliver origin energy? He had been blasted twice and had been sent origin energy twice. Why wasn't there any origin energy this time? Instead, the strength of his soul had increased by so much. Origin energy. Yi Qinghan suddenly thought of a very serious problem. He did not have any origin energy at all. Wouldn't he be killed by the spatial blade stream as soon as he left the chaotic streams of space? It seemed that he could only be trapped in this holy continent until he died, or find a way to go to heaven. But thinking about it, it was already a great fortune to be able to keep his life. Pandora, wait here for a while. I need to cultivate for a while. It won't be long. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment and said to Pandora. He continued to look at his soul body and soul space again and again. But it was still the same. There was nothing but a black hole in his soul sea. His body was as good as before, and the divine crystal was also fine. Divine crystal. That's right, Battle Emperor. Thinking of divine crystal, Yi Qinghan thought of Battle Emperor. Before his soul exploded, he had sent a sound transmission to Battle Emperor. Battle Emperor was so powerful, so he should know something. Kid, you finally remembered this emperor? When Yi Qinghan locked his divine sense on the black stone in the divine crystal and called it, Battle Emperor sound transmission immediately came. Senior Battle Emperor, what happened to my body? Do you know? Yi Qinghan was overjoyed and immediately asked. The War Emperor didn't answer Yi Qinghan's question. Instead, he transmitted a very strange message to Yi Qinghan. Send your divine sense through the black hole and sense the other side. The other side of the black hole? Yi Qinghan was confused, but he didn't think too much about it. His spiritual consciousness started to lock onto the black hole. At first, he just casually swept his gaze over the black hole. But now, he completely locked onto the black hole with his divine sense. A moment later, he discovered that his divine sense was being swallowed by the black hole. Then, he felt darkness, like an endless void. It was pure black, so black that it made him panic. After a while, Yi Qinghan suddenly saw a glimmer of light. Slowly, his spiritual consciousness moved closer and closer to the light. Finally, his divine sense arrived at the location of the light. What is this? Why does it feel like origin energy? On the other side of the black hole was a white spherical object that emitted a gentle light. No matter how Yi Qinghan looked at it, it looked like the power of the origin, and there were familiar lightning bolts drilling around it. My divine sense can actually penetrate into this spherical object so easily? When Yi Qinghan's divine sense penetrated the white spherical object, he found that there was a whole new world inside. It was hollow inside, and there was a black and white soul ocean floating inside. Half of it was black, and the other half was white. It was like a floating continent in the void. Why does this look so similar to my soul ocean? But how did the two fuse into one? And where is the bridge? Wow! This soul ocean is so big, no wonder my soul strength is so much stronger. The origin energy outside continued to release lightning bolts from all directions, blasting on the floating soul ocean. It felt similar to the original soul space, except that this soul space was a few times bigger, and the whole soul space was surrounded by the origin energy. Is this origin energy or not? Let's control it with my mind and see if it can pass through the black hole and appear outside my body. In the end, with a thought from Yi Qinghan, a large mass of origin energy appeared outside the new soul space in an instant, and then entered Yi Qinghan's body, and finally appeared outside his body. This is really the origin energy. God damn it, I've struck it rich. How much more is this origin energy than before? 10 times? 15 times? Or 20 times? Yi Qinghan opened his eyes, looked at the origin energy outside his body, and touched his nose, feeling incredulous. Then he immediately released his divine sense again, probing into the black hole in the soul space, and found that the origin energy outside the new soul space had indeed decreased a little, becoming thinner. One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later on. Yi Qinghan suddenly thought of this sentence. In fact, if you can survive, it doesn't matter even if you don't have a bit of origin energy. But now, unexpectedly, the soul space changed once again. A black hole appeared, and on the other side of the black hole was a new soul space. Not only was the strength of the soul increased by 10 times, but the origin energy also increased by who knows how many times. This fortune seems to be a little too big. Chapter 1107. At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt like a millionaire suddenly went bankrupt. His company was shut down, his house was sold, his car was sold, and his wife ran away. He returned to the countryside in despair, but in the backyard of his hometown, he dug out a whole cart of gold bars. Happiness came too suddenly. Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes in disbelief. He checked the new soul space countless times, released the origin energy, and then took it back. After checking for 6 hours and hundreds of times, he finally confirmed it. Pandora looked at Yi Qinghan and opened her eyes. Her face was full of joy, and then she suddenly laughed. She was a little confused, but she didn't ask anything, nor did she say anything. She just quietly looked at the man, and a charming smile appeared on her face. She couldn't help but think how good it would be if she could look at him like this forever. Battle Emperor, what's going on? How did my soul become like this? After confirming it, Yi Qinghan remembered the Battle Emperor and hurriedly transmitted his voice to him. The Battle Emperor's transmission came quickly. I don't know either. But I'm sure it's a good thing, a great thing. You didn't die even after your soul exploded. Who else in this world can take you down? I know it's a good thing, but I didn't expect that after my soul exploded, a new soul space would appear, and the strength of my soul would increase by 10 times. The origin energy would increase by at least 10 times. Battle Emperor, do you think I've become a monster? Yi Qinghan curled his lips and transmitted his voice. Since the Battle Emperor had checked his soul space, there was nothing to hide. Of course you are the #1 monster in the world. Wait, what? The strength of your soul increased by 10 times? More than 10 times the origin energy? Kid, are you sure? To his surprise, the Battle Emperor's transmission was full of shock, astonishment, and urgency. Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes in confusion, and then closed them again. He transmitted his voice in doubt. Are you sure? What's wrong? Senior Battle Emperor, can't you check my soul space? I can only check that there is a white, spherical object inside the black hole. I can't see anything else. 10 times. Your original soul strength had reached the level of a 7th grade war god, right? 10 times, that was at least a rank 9 upper soul strength. Brat, you are the most powerful deity level expert in all of history. As for the origin energy, I'm afraid that even those venerables who focus on cultivating their minds don't have as much origin energy as you do. The Battle Emperor sighed. Ever since this brat comprehended that abnormal profound mystery in Sealed God Valley, the Battle Emperor knew that he was a freak. However, he didn't expect him to be so strange. Then, Yi Qinghan and the Battle Emperor chatted for a while. However, the Battle Emperor didn't know much about this matter. However, he instinctively felt that Yi Qinghan's future potential would definitely be huge. As long as Yi Qinghan didn't fall, Yi Qinghan would definitely reach a height that he could only look up to. Of course, Battle Emperor wouldn't tell Yi Qinghan about this to prevent him from becoming arrogant and complacent. Yi Qinghan also knew that he had great potential. Because his soul was too strong, he tried to comprehend the profound mystery of space shuttle, and realized that his comprehension speed was 10 times faster than before. Now that he didn't have the demonic Sala's help, his comprehension speed was much faster. After staying in the Battle Emperor Palace for 10 days and 10 nights, Yi Qinghan finally finished inspecting his body. There were no changes to his nomological laws and physical strength. However, his soul was 10 times stronger, and his origin energy was 15 times stronger. On the 11th day, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes and smiled at Pandora. Then, he picked up the slaughter god blade to sense Xiaohe. When he realized that Xiaohe was still in a deep sleep, he brought Pandora out of the Battle Emperor Palace. The Holy Continent was incomparably lively. Undercurrents were surging, and everyone was panicking. The ruler of the continent, His Majesty Han Yi, had disappeared for a year. After His Majesty Taylor ascended to the throne, this matter could no longer be hidden. However, not long after His Majesty Taylor ascended to the throne, someone actually hung him at the gates of the holy city. And the 7 high and mighty red-robed archbishops were all kneeling at the gates of the holy city. It had been 10 days and 10 nights. The millions of citizens of the holy city were all panicking. They didn't know what happened. Who did it? Who dared to kill His Majesty Taylor? Who dared to make the servant of the God of Light, the respected red-robed archbishops, kneel at the gates? When Yi Qinghan brought Pandora out of the church, accompanied by Sieg and countless red-robed archbishops, everyone knew. So it was His Majesty Han Yi. His Majesty Han Yi had returned. The citizens of the holy city loved and respected His Majesty Han Yi, who had green hair, green eyes, and a face full of benevolence, much more than Taylor and the 7 archbishops. If it wasn't for His Majesty Han Yi, the holy city would have been massacred by the werewolves and vampires. If it wasn't for him, would the werewolves, vampires, and other dark creatures submit to him? Yi Qinghan didn't say anything. He just made an announcement that Taylor had betrayed the God of Light, and the 7 archbishops' faith in the God of Light was shaken. Therefore, they were revoked of their archbishopric positions and had to repent for 100 days at the gates of the holy city. As a result, the entire holy city was in an uproar. If Sieg hadn't arrived with his men, the 7 archbishops would have been smashed to death by the devout believers with rotten eggs and cabbages. Yi Qinghan didn't pay attention to these trivial matters. He also used a cruel fact to tell Alice and the other 3 that in the face of absolute power, all conspiracies and schemes are fleeting clouds. Alice and the other 3 weren't as passionate about power as before. Instead, they concentrated on refining the divine crystal. Yi Qinghan once again entered the War Emperor Palace. This time, he went to the hall to see the Archangel who had almost gone crazy from being trapped. My respected Archangel, I've given you so much time. If you still tell me that there's no way, I can only play with you until you go crazy. There's no point in staying here, right? The Archangel had been tied up by Yi Qinghan with iron chains. As his strength had been crippled, he had almost gone crazy after staying in the War Emperor Palace for a few years. At this moment, when he saw Yi Qinghan, he quickly wriggled his body and crawled toward Yi Qinghan with a face full of ecstasy. He said loudly, "There's a way. As long as you let me out, you can throw me anywhere. I don't want to stay here anymore. I'll go crazy if I stay here any longer." In the past, the Archangel could stay here for tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years, let alone a few years. A seclusion would pass in the blink of an eye. But now, his divine crystal was broken, and he couldn't cultivate. In addition, he was constantly worried that Yi Qinghan would come in and drive him crazy. He was extremely nervous. With no one to talk to and no freedom, of course, the Archangel went crazy. "Oh. There's really a way. Are you sure you're not messing with me?" Yi Qinghan raised his brows. He was a little surprised. The Radiance World's management was extremely strict. Was there really a way to sneak in? The Archangel shook his head vigorously and said with absolute certainty, "There is. How would I dare to mess with Lord? Lord, I obtained an ancient divine ability in the past, but I only have the first half. I know where the second half is. Originally, I had decided to send someone to retrieve the second half secretly. With Lord's strength, you can definitely obtain it easily." A sharp light flickered in Yi Qinghan's eyes, and he asked with great interest, "Ancient divine ability? What kind of divine ability?" Chapter 1108. This divine ability is called Dark Night Spectre Transformation. Not only can it change one's appearance, but it can also change the attribute of one's power. Most importantly, it can change the aura of one's soul. My lord, if you learn this divine ability, you can change all the power in your body into the power of light. Your soul aura will also change completely, becoming exactly the same as that of the Holy Plane. The light god will definitely not be able to detect it. The Archangel said excitedly, like a dog wagging its tail, waiting for Yi Qinghan's praise. "Pa!" Yi Qinghan slapped the Archangel, sending him flying. He fiercely cursed, "F***ck your mother, you bastards still want to trick me? Even if this young master doesn't cultivate this divine ability and flies to heaven, the light god won't be able to detect that this young master is from another plane, right? Didn't you also not detect it at the beginning? But once I make a move and use the power of space, even if the light god is a pig, he will be able to detect it. This kid wants me to go to heaven to die? No, it's not like that, my lord. This is different." Seeing Yi Qinghan waving his hand and a black helmet appearing out of thin air, the Archangel was filled with endless fear. He hurriedly struggled to crawl over and explained, "My lord, it's not like that. I can't detect it, but the 12 light gods can definitely detect it. Because the power of light in your body is too little, and the aura of your soul is absolutely different from that of the martial artists of this plane. I didn't pay attention at the beginning, otherwise I would have definitely detected it." "Oh. So it's like that. Pa." Yi Qinghan muttered and swung out another slap, sending the Archangel that was crawling over flying once again. Only then did he coldly say, after thinking for a few years, "You only came up with this **T method?" The Archangel's face was sullen, like a resentful daughter-in-law. This lord from another plane was too unreasonable. To be able to think of such a method, the Archangel's brain was about to explode. Hand over the secret skill. Yi Qinghan waved his hand and removed the chains on the Archangel's body. The Archangel hurriedly took off his spatial ring. Without divine power, he couldn't even open it. Yi Qinghan took the spatial ring and scanned it with divine sense. Soon, he found the booklet. After reading it for a moment, his interest was piqued. According to the God World's terminology, this was called the art of disguise. But it seemed much more awesome. It could even change the aura of one's soul and become a completely different person. This was a good divine ability for escaping. How long can you not return to heaven before they become suspicious and send people down? Yi Qinghan put away the so-called Dark Night Ghost transformation and prepared to practice it to see if it was useful. Then, he would talk about the next volume. If the emissary doesn't return after 10,000 years, the heavens will definitely be suspicious and send someone down. Yi Qinghan nodded. A dagger appeared in his hand. His hand moved as fast as lightning, slashing the angel's face. He also shaved off the angel's golden hair. Yi Qinghan didn't use his soul ring. Instead, he used some ordinary medicine to stop the bleeding. He then said to the Archangel coldly, "I'll take you out now and give you good food and drinks, but you can only live the life of an ordinary person. If you dare to reveal your identity, I'll definitely play you until you go crazy." The Archangel nodded furiously, ignoring the pain on his face. To him, being able to see the sunlight outside and live a normal life was already an extravagant hope. If he continued to stay here, he would definitely go crazy. Yi Qinghan carried the great angel out of the War Emperor Palace. He then summoned Alice and asked her to call a few trusted subordinates to find an ordinary courtyard in the holy city to watch over him. He couldn't kill this archangel, nor could he turn him into a soul slave. He also couldn't drive him crazy for the time being. He could only resort to this plan. His soul had just mutated, and he wasn't sure if this soul would mutate again. Therefore, he decided to stay in the Holy Continent for a while and observe this new soul while he was at it. After His Majesty Han Yi returned, the Holy Continent completely stabilized. The three empires didn't dare to be disorderly anymore. There was no second voice inside or outside the Holy See. Sieg continued to be the second in command of the Holy See. Alice and the other three's strength gradually increased. Pandora didn't go there. She accompanied Yi Qinghan on the rooftop to practice. Yi Qinghan basically stayed on the rooftop of the Holy See. Except for Sieg and Alice, he didn't see anyone else. He started to comprehend the mysteries of space travel while practicing the Dark Knight ghost transformation. Of course, the most important thing was to see if his soul would continue to mutate. If the new soul space didn't mutate and his soul was completely safe, Yi Qinghan would start to find his way home. Time passed quickly. 50 years had passed. Alice and the other three had all become high-level emperor gods. Their strength could look down on the entire Holy Continent. It should be noted that Yi Qinghan gave them the highest grade divine crystal, which was at the peak of 7th grade. After refining it, although they only had the strength of 5th grade or 6th grade, Sieg, who was the strongest except for the dead tailor, only had the strength of a 5th grade war god. The Holy See was still like the sun at high noon in the Holy Continent. The three empires completely submitted to the Holy See. However, the great His Majesty Han Yi showed up less and less. The last time he showed up was 40 years ago. The strength of his soul is really abnormal. It's only been 50 years, and he has already achieved the small success in space travel. If this goes on, he might not even need 100 years to achieve the large success. The integration of space travel will reach the large success. Young Master's Law will reach the realm of 7th grade war god. 7th grade war god. On the rooftop of the Holy See, Yi Qinghan sat cross-legged. His eyes became more and more profound. He had been in seclusion for 40 years. He didn't come out until he had achieved the small success in space travel. He scanned the entire holy plane with his divine sense. There was no change from before he went into seclusion, so he relaxed. Before he went into seclusion, he used 10 years to solidify the Holy Continent. As long as he sat on the rooftop, no one would dare to be presumptuous. Then he glanced at Pandora, who was sitting on the other side of the rooftop and cultivating. He smiled. 50 years had passed. This pure girl was still as beautiful as before. Her strength had already reached the realm of divine general. He guessed that she was refining the divine crystal of a divine king. After making sure that Pandora and the others were safe, Yi Qinghan began to look into the new soul space. Nothing had changed in the past 10 years. That was why he went into seclusion. Now that 40 years had passed, if it was still the same, he would be completely relieved. His divine sense passed through the black hole and entered the new soul space. After a casual scan, he was extremely astonished. The new soul space didn't seem to have changed much, except that it seemed to be a little bigger. The origin energy outside seemed to have increased and expanded. The space inside seemed to have expanded. The soul sea floating in the soul space also became bigger. The strength of the soul also increased, although it was only a little. This. Yi Qinghan checked countless times and even asked the Battle Emperor to do the same. In the end, he confirmed that the new soul space was actually growing. Although the origin energy didn't increase by much, only a few tenths, the soul sea also increased by a few hundredths. But now, it was only 40 years. What if it was 10,000 years later? What if it was 100,000 years later? Yi Qinghan didn't dare to imagine how much the origin energy would grow and how strong his soul would be. However, in the next second, the slaughter god blades suddenly shone with a black light. Yi Qinghan didn't have time to think. He picked up the slaughter god blade at lightning speed and used his divine sense to check. After that, he shouted in joy, "Xiao Hei, you are finally awake." Chapter 1109. Qi. A gust of wind blew out from the slaughter god blade, and a cute small beast quickly condensed. A familiar face of a soul-devouring beast appeared in front of Yi Qinghan. A familiar voice called out, "Boss." Xiao He. When Yi Qinghan heard this voice, he shouted and reached out to hug Xiao He. However, his hand passed through Xiao He's condensed body. He had forgotten that Xiao He was just a spirit body. Hee, boss, I haven't seen you for so long. Your brain seems to have become dull. Xiao He's face was filled with a happy smile. Other than being a spirit body, he was no different from his original soul-devouring beast body. A pair of mischievous eyes kept darting around, sweeping around randomly. Boss, there is a beauty peeking at you. Wow, she is so beautiful. Boss is indeed boss. Why is he so valiant? I have a sister-in-law now. All of a sudden, Little Black transmitted his voice in a mysterious manner. His eyes were full of wretchedness. Yi Qinghan followed Xiao He's gaze and saw Pandora looking at him and Xiao He curiously. It seemed like his shout just now had awakened her. Yi Qinghan smiled at Pandora and turned to look at Xiao He. His face was filled with hope and nervousness. Xiao He, how is it? Have you evolved? How do you feel in this spirit body? Do you still need to absorb the aura of the devil to exist forever? He didn't even know where this plane was in the void. If Xiao He still needed to devour evil creatures, it would be really troublesome. Xiao He blinked and muttered to himself, "Boss, I am sure that I have evolved. Also, the speed of energy loss is very slow. It is only 1/10,000th of what it used to be. This is still outside. If I am inside the slaughter god blade, the speed of energy loss will be even slower. I can sense the qi of heaven and earth. As for how to absorb it, I still need to figure it out. Also, if there are any special abilities after the evolution, I still need to test it out." Hearing this, Yi Qinghan's heart that was hanging in the air relaxed a little. Since he could feel the heaven-earth yuan qi, then he would definitely be able to absorb it. He nodded and said, "Then feel around. If you need boss to do anything, tell me. Even if you want to experiment on living people, I will help you find a group of prisoners on death row for you to experiment on." Hee. Xiao He suddenly smiled. He turned into a gust of wind and floated into the sky from the rooftop. In an instant, he traveled thousands of miles. In the blink of an eye, he had actually circled around the holy continent. Not long after, he condensed his body again. Pandora's gem-like eyes were so shocked that they almost popped out. "Boss, what is this place? Why does it feel different from the divine world? And this existential plane is much bigger than the fire dragon continent." Xiao He swayed back and forth on the rooftop, extremely happy. Yi Qinghan also became joyful. With Xiao He around, it was always easy to be happy. He looked at the sky and muttered to himself. His eyes revealed a trace of longing, but he continued to be full of fighting spirit. He let out a breath and said, "I also don't know where this place is. But it doesn't matter where this place is. My soul has temporarily stabilized, and your situation has probably stabilized as well. From tomorrow onwards, boss will officially start to find the way home." Find the way home? Pandora, who was in the corner of the rooftop, heard this, and her eyes dimmed. The way home. It seemed this man was going to leave her, and leave her world. Xiao He didn't care. As long as he was with Yi Qinghan, he could go anywhere. He immediately turned into a gust of wind and floated around in the sky of the continent. He began to play and see how different the evolved soul body was. Yi Qinghan only transmitted his voice to him, telling him not to kill anyone. He didn't care about anything else. Xiao He was a soul body, and the Azura King couldn't do anything to him. Presumably, there was no one in this sacred plane who could harm him. "Big brother Han Yi, are you leaving?" Yi Qinghan stood on the rooftop and sensed Xiao He in a daze. He was floating around in the air, looking incredibly happy. The corners of his mouth curled up into a doting arc. Pandora slowly stood up. She looked at his back for a long time, and then she mustered up the courage to say. Yi Qinghan didn't need to turn his head to feel a pair of sad eyes. He sighed slightly and said, Pandora, all good things must come to an end. My home, my relatives, my wife, and my child are on the other side of the void. I must find a way to go back. Don't worry, I'll arrange things here. I won't let you come to any harm. Pandora shook her head vigorously. Then she walked over and hugged Yi Qinghan from behind. She stuck her face to Yi Qinghan's back and cried loudly. She choked with sobs and said, I don't want your arrangements, I just want to go with you. You said that you'll protect me for a lifetime. Big brother Han Yi, take Pandora with you and go, okay? If you're not here, Pandora will die. Feeling the hot and soft tender body behind him, listening to her emotional voice, Yi Qinghan's body trembled. He almost wanted to open his mouth and agree, but his expression fluctuated for a while. He shook his head and said, Pandora, my home is very far away from here. At present. I don't know how to go back. But this road will definitely be incomparably difficult. It's very likely that I'll die, and if you follow me, you'll also die. You're simple-minded, it's better to find a good man on this continent, marry him, and live the rest of your life in peace and stability. Pandora shook her head vigorously, tears streaming down her face. She resolutely said, I don't know if I'll die in the future. Pandora only knows that if you leave, I'll definitely die. Big brother Han Yi, that year when you disappeared, Pandora had thoughts of suicide several times. If it weren't for the possibility that you might come back, I'd already be dead at this moment. Yi Qinghan sighed heavily. The more simple-minded a woman was, the more simple she'd think of things. Once she reached a dead end, even 10 oxen wouldn't be able to pull her back. He turned around and put his hands on Pandora's shoulders. He seriously said, I won't leave so soon. You should think about it carefully during this time. If you're still so persistent when I want to leave, I'll take you with me. Really? Pandora's entire face glowed in an instant, like a blooming flower, beautiful beyond compare. Although there are still traces of tears hanging from the corners of her eyes, she's smiling happily. Even Yi Qinghan, who's used to seeing beautiful women, stares blankly. Yi Qinghan gently caresses Pandora's blue curls, smiling faintly, when have I ever lied to you? All right, you should go rest first or go cultivate. I still have some matters to attend to. Pandora obediently nodded, and walked towards the outside of the rooftop. As she walked, her footsteps were incomparably cheerful, like a cheerful rabbit. When she reached the exit, she even turned around and smiled, bewitchingly charming. Xiao. Not long after, Xiao He floated back. Before he even solidified, he shouted at Yi Qinghan, Big brother, this is incredible. I can actually devour the life force of all living creatures. Big brother, I've turned into a monster. What? Yi Qinghan stared blankly. He suspiciously looked at Xiao He and said, Don't tell me you can directly devour a living person? If it's just a living person, then it wouldn't be strange. Big brother, come with me. Xiao He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and didn't explain. He directly turned into a gust of wind and floated towards the sky. Yi Qinghan promptly followed after Xiao He, shooting off into the distance. Chapter 11:10. Xiao He flew to a forest in the southern part of the Holy Continent. He then turned into a gust of wind and swept downwards. What made Yi Qinghan dumbfounded was that the place where Xiao He's gust of wind blew was actually barren. Not even a blade of grass could grow. Wherever Xiao He's gust of wind passed, not only were the demonic beasts instantly turned into dust and swallowed, even the flowers and trees instantly withered and finally disappeared. After Xiao He's gust of wind swept through, all that was left was a barren muddy land. Seeing Xiao He condense his body again, Yi Qinghan felt a cold wind blow behind him. It was obvious that Xiao He's gust of wind was something he could control. If he used this devouring ability with all his strength and turned into a huge gust of wind that floated across the holy continent, perhaps everyone on this continent would be devoured by Xiao He, pervert. This devouring ability was too perverse. Before Xiao He evolved, Yi Qinghan had made Xiao He try to devour many things. In the end, apart from demonic aura, he could not devour anything else. Now, this kid could devour anything with life force. This was too perverse. However, thinking that he could not die even if his soul exploded, Yi Qinghan laughed heartily. He himself was a big pervert, so it was not strange that Xiao He was a little pervert. Xiao He said gloomily, "Boss, I just killed a person." He was probably a divine general. He assassinated a group of adventurers in the forest over there. He didn't even let the women off. I rushed down in a fit of anger. I didn't expect that not only would I easily devour him, but I also discovered this perverse ability. Boss, have I become a monster? Yi Qinghan laughed heartily again and expanded his god domain. Huh, Xiao He, what are you afraid of? Your boss is also a pervert. You don't know this, but when you were asleep, we were targeted by 3 demon monarchs. In the end, we came here. A few decades ago, my ghost soul mutated. The situation at that time was extremely dangerous. In the end, it became like this. So you don't have to worry. Compared to me, you can only be considered a little pervert. Yi Qinghan told Xiao He everything that had happened all these years in detail. He had no secrets to Xiao He. Xiao He also knew that his soul had been split into 2. Xiao He listened quietly. One moment, he was worried for Yi Qinghan, the next moment, he was happy, and the next moment, he was afraid. In the end, he laughed along with Yi Qinghan. In that case, you're the big pervert, and I, Lord Xiao He, am the little pervert. When the 2 of us perverts work together, we're invincible. Even the damned heavens couldn't take our lives. This means that we brothers are destined to reach the pinnacle and look down on all heroes. In the end, we'll definitely be able to pierce through the damned heavens, haha. Yi Qinghan nodded his head heavily and laughed happily. Yes, brothers, together, we can cut through gold. If we work hard together, we'll definitely be able to pierce through the heavens. Haha. Then, Xiao He continued to try to evolve the divine abilities of his evolved soul. He was also sure of one thing. As long as there was life force in Xiao He's soul, there would never be a lack of energy. Now, Xiao He's energy dissipated very slowly. The energy that had been lost in the past few years could be replenished by devouring a forest. Xiao He's evolution was extremely successful. The second step had been completed. Now, he only needed to work hard to return to the immortal world and obtain the secret skill of possession from the star monarch Xianxia. Then, he could be completely resurrected. However, Xiao He was very satisfied with this. As long as he could live forever, accompany Yi Qinghan, watch over his wife and children, he would be satisfied. Even if he could not return to the immortal world in the end, it did not matter to him. The only pity was that the powerhouses in this dimension were too weak. He could not be sure how strong Xiao He's devouring ability was. Yi Qinghan calculated that if the immortal world venerable did not use the origin energy to protect their bodies, Xiao He's sneak attack should be able to kill them instantly. However, if he could sneak attack a rank 9 powerhouse and devour them to death, then that would be super crazy. Xiao He's matter was temporarily stabilized. In Yi Qinghan's new soul space, other than the slow growth, he did not notice any other abnormalities. Yi Qinghan's heart started to fly. He felt that he could not stay still at this moment. He could not wait to go back. He began to think of ways to go home. Go home, but what was going on? If he wanted to return to the secret land of reincarnation, he had to go back to the immortal world or somewhere near it. Now, he did not know where this heaven plane was in the void, how far it was from the immortal world, and which direction the immortal world was in the heaven plane. Yi Qinghan had no idea at all. He stood on the barren yellow ground and pondered for a long time. Finally, his eyes lit up. He thought of a person. A very powerful person, who might even understand this plane. War Emperor. At the moment when Yi Qinghan's soul exploded, War Emperor's remnant soul energy was greatly replenished by the countless purple thunderbolts. With energy, he was not afraid that this remnant soul energy would be exhausted and dissipated in a short period of time. Most importantly, he was full of expectations for Yi Qinghan. Therefore, when Yi Qinghan called out to him, he immediately transmitted his voice. After learning of Yi Qinghan's predicament, he exclaimed, "What, you are not in the immortal world? You entered a spatial black hole and were transported to a completely foreign plane?" Because War Emperor was afraid of exhausting his energy, he did not dare to use his divine sense to investigate what was happening outside. The only time he came out was in the War Emperor Palace. Of course, he did not know that Yi Qinghan was not near the immortal world. After Yi Qinghan told him everything, War Emperor was silent for a long time. Then, he said, "Kid, it is almost impossible for you to return to the immortal world." What? Yi Qinghan's expression changed drastically. His face turned pale and his whole body became weak. If he could not return, what was the point of his efforts? War Emperor's transmission continued, "Kid, do you know how many planes there are in this world? Thousands, and I'm not talking about these small planes, I'm talking about the big planes in the immortal world. No one knows how big this world is except for the Supreme God Emperors. I'm sure you also know that the demonic plane and the immortal world are neighbors. If a grade 9 supreme martial artist wants to fly over, it will take at least 10 years. How fast is a grade 9 supreme martial artist? That is 100 times faster than your current speed. Besides, except for the Supreme God Emperors, no one knows where each plane is in the void. So, if you want to fly back to the immortal world from the void, even if you have an inexhaustible source of energy, you will not be able to fly back." Yi Qinghan nodded bitterly. Although he had thought about this problem before, he did not think about it so deeply. After War Emperor's analysis, he knew that this path was completely impossible. Other than flying back, if you want to go back, there is another way. But that way is more difficult. War Emperor's transmission in the next second shocked Yi Qinghan. He immediately asked, "Senior, please tell me." The Dimensional War. War Emperor's transmission was slightly heavy. There are thousands of planes in this world. Every once in a while, there will be a dimensional war. The dimensional war gods are randomly selected. Sometimes, there will be experts from dozens of planes fighting in the dimensional war. Sometimes, there will be hundreds of them. You must participate in the dimensional war. If you can win in the end, the plane that wins the dimensional war will be qualified to attack another plane and enter that plane directly from the dimensional war battlefield. So, if you want to go back, you can only go to the heaven plane. And you must win in the heaven plane. If you choose to attack the immortal world, you can take the opportunity to sneak back to the immortal world. This is the first time I've heard of the heaven plane. It means that it is definitely not next to the immortal world. Usually, the plane that wins will choose to attack and conquer the nearby planes. So, think about it, what is the probability of you returning to the immortal world? Chapter 11:11. After the battle emperor finished speaking, Yi Qinghan fell silent and started to think about the probability. Yi Qinghan had heard about the dimensional war from Lord Devour, but it was not as detailed as the battle emperor. After thinking about it, he felt that the probability of the second method was extremely low. The dimensional war was random. It might not be Heaven Plane's turn even after tens of millions of years. Even if it was Heaven Plane's turn, they might not necessarily win. Also, the battle emperor said that the winning plane would usually choose to attack the nearest plane, just like how the three great devils attacked the divine world in the past. Furthermore, he did not know if he could sneak into Heaven Plane. According to the Archangel, the God of Light could easily detect that he came from another plane. How could he sneak into Heaven Plane's dimensional war warriors? That's right. Yi Qinghan suddenly thought of the ability that the Archangel gave him, the Dark Knight Netherworld transformation. His pupils shrank, and his expression changed. He frowned and lowered his head, deep in thought. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, Yi Qinghan's brows relaxed, and his whole body trembled slightly. He was obviously very excited. He hurriedly sent a voice transmission to the Battle Emperor. Senior, if I go to the Dimensional War, can I think of a way to sneak into the Divine World? The Battle Emperor replied, it will be very difficult. The Dimensional War is very big, dozens of times bigger than the Divine World. There are countless experts from other planes there. It is impossible for you to leave the group and sneak into the Divine World. Martial artists who are alone will usually be killed instantly. It will be difficult even if you become a 9th grade Supreme Martial Artist. A 9th grade Supreme Martial Artist who is alone will definitely attract the pursuit of countless 9th grade Supreme Martial Artists. Furthermore, even if you reach the entrance of the Divine World, can you sneak into the Divine World? The entrance of the Divine World is the nefarious abyss. Have you forgotten whose territory that is? Shintu Xiong. Yi Qinghan's eyes revealed a look of hatred, but a moment later, he laughed sinisterly. He told the Battle Emperor that he would think about it and that he would ask him if there was anything. After that, he asked Xiao He to return to the Slaughter God Saber as he flew towards the Saint City. After returning to the Holy City, Yi Qinghan immediately went to find Alice. Under her lead, he came to a small, remote courtyard. There were a few of Alice's trusted subordinates guarding the place. There was a crippled man living there, Archangel Lyric. Get out. Yi Qinghan waved his hand at the few cultivators who were bowing respectfully to him. Their eyes were filled with worship and faith, and he dismissed Alice. Then, he released his celestial domain and smiled at the Archangel. How have you been recently? My respected Archangel. The moment the Archangel saw Yi Qinghan enter, a hint of hatred flashed in his eyes. Then, his face was filled with respect and fear. He immediately said, Sir, Lyric is doing very well. He is very satisfied. That's good. Yi Qinghan nodded and said with a straight face, I want to know when the next planar war will happen in the Heaven Plane. Planar war? The Archangel thought about it doubtfully, and finally came to a realization. Oh. Sir, you're talking about the Holy War, right? More than 300 years ago, I heard that heaven received a decree for the Holy War. It seems that in about 3,000 years, the next Holy War will start. Right, at that time, the God of Light also summoned us and told us to work hard on our cultivation. That's right. As soon as the Archangel finished speaking, Yi Qinghan involuntarily released a powerful aura. He stared at the Archangel and said, Are you sure the Holy War you're talking about is a planar war? It's a planar war where countless experts from other planes fight on the planar battlefield, which is the Hell Plane. If you win, you can get the right to attack another plane. The Archangel's cultivation had been crippled. Under Yi Qinghan's aura, his whole body began to tremble, let alone speak. He could only nod desperately. When Yi Qinghan realized that he had lost his composure, he retracted his aura and took a deep breath. That's right, sir. The Heaven Plane has been very unlucky these years. In the last planar war, they were also chosen. Although they won, they lost 6 gods of light. This is something that the entire Heaven Plane knows very well. 3,000 years, haha. 3,000 years. Yi Qinghan suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. His entire person was in high spirits as he paced back and forth in the room. After a long time, he suddenly stopped. His whole body suddenly changed. His green hair turned golden, and his thin body became strong. His delicate face slowly squirmed, and finally became incomparably handsome. In just an instant, Yi Qinghan had turned into a completely different person. His face was filled with an elegant smile as he looked at Archangel Lakri. Even his voice had changed as he said, Esteemed Archangel, look at my current appearance. Doesn't it resemble your original appearance? Yes, you look exactly the same. The Archangel's disfigured face smiled bitterly. Hatred flashed in his eyes again, but he shook his head. Sir, you've successfully comprehended the first half of the Night Spectre transformation. It's just that, you only look like me. If it were someone familiar with me, they would be able to easily detect it. Also, the aura of your soul hasn't changed. Yi Qinghan could easily feel the hatred in Lakri's eyes, but he didn't care. If this person didn't have any hatred at all, he would be worried. He nodded, very satisfied. It was enough that the appearance was similar. As for the aura, he could slowly imitate it. He asked again, "Where is the second half of the Night Spectre transformation?" The Archangel said honestly, "In a lower realm." "Why, sir, do you want to go and get it now?" Hearing this, Yi Qinghan heaved a sigh of relief. "A material plane? Tell me about that lower realm." "That lower realm is the largest one. The ruler there also has the strength of an archangel. Also, that B*TCH is the archangel's woman. Otherwise, would have gone and gotten the second half a long time ago. Of course, sir, with your powerful strength, you could just sneak attack her, kill her, take it and leave. There shouldn't be any problems." "Archangel? What strength?" "Lakri, don't lie. I'll know the moment your soul fluctuates. You know the consequences." The Archangel immediately said fearfully, "The Archangel is the strongest person under the God of Light. I can't say for sure how strong he is, but I feel that if you use that strange power, he definitely won't be your match. Also, he might not just happen to be in that lower realm." "All right then. After some time, you'll follow me to that material plane. As long as you get the second half, I'll guarantee that you'll live a luxurious life in this plane." When Laclay said this, Yi Qinghan locked onto his soul and discovered that there were indeed no abnormal fluctuations. Yi Qinghan was relieved and asked Alice to settle him down properly before flying towards the church. After Yi Qinghan left, the respect and fear on the Archangel's face disappeared. His eyes instantly turned cold and the corners of his mouth were full of coldness and mockery. He faintly muttered, "Evil creature from another plane, this Archangel indeed didn't lie, but I can always hide some things. Humph, even the God of Light is extremely afraid of that B*TCH. When the time comes, you'll suffer, boss, you're smiling so happily. Could it be that you found a way to go back?" On the roof of the church, Yi Qinghan let Xiao He out. When Xiao He saw the smile on Yi Qinghan's face, he immediately sensed something and asked expectantly. Although he didn't care where he was with Yi Qinghan, he still wanted to go back. Actually, in his heart, he still wanted to go back and see Li Shuier, see his child. Yi Qinghan nodded solemnly and said, "Yes, Xiao He, as long as I get the second half of the netherworld transformation and confirm that the aura of my soul can be changed, I'm 80% sure that I can return to the entrance of the divine realm through the plane battlefield and enter the nefarious abyss. Then, I'll directly tear space apart and enter the spatial turbulence before flying back to the secret realm of reincarnation." Chapter 11-12. Then what are we waiting for? Boss, let's go get that secret skill right away. By the way, where is this secret skill? Xiao He suddenly became excited, his body swaying in the air, extremely happy. His soul body had evolved, so he no longer had to worry about running out of energy and dying. Now that he had a chance to go back, how could he not be happy? Yi Qinghan looked at Xiao He and smiled bitterly. Perhaps Xiao He would still be like this after 1,000,000 years. He explained, "This. Xiao He, don't worry. It will take me about 100 years to comprehend this law to the advanced level. The law of space travel that I have integrated now is actually teleportation. When I reach the advanced level, I will be able to teleport. At that time, with the escape form and War Imperial Palace, if I want to escape, even a level 9 expert will not be able to lock onto me. Moreover, if we want to go back from the dimensional battlefield, it will take at least 3,000 years. The dimensional war has just begun. Even if we get that secret skill, we will still have to wait for 3,000 years. Oh. Xiao He was a little disappointed. Although he did not understand a lot, he did not want to ask. He had always listened to Yi Qinghan. Since boss had said so, he would wait. He curled his lips and sighed, 3,000 years. Sigh, if only my body was still there, I would be able to have fun with beauties. Shuei is not here, and I can't do anything about it. Yi Qinghan looked at the slightly lonely Xiao He, his heart ached, and his face darkened. Xiao He had always been active, always unable to calm down, and liked to play around. Now he had to live like this for 3,000 years, and Yi Qinghan might have to go into closed-door training frequently. It was really hard on him. After a moment of silence, Yi Qinghan said firmly, "Xiao He, don't worry. Boss will find a way to help you reconstruct your real body even if I have to sacrifice my life." Xiao He felt Yi Qinghan's heavy heart and quickly smiled. He said happily, "Boss, don't worry about me. It's already good enough to be able to do this. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, really." Yi Qinghan didn't say anything. Some things didn't need to be said, they just needed to be done. Since he had decided to go into seclusion, Yi Qinghan began to show his face in the holy city, accompanied by the archbishop of the church. This was to let the people of the mainland know that he was there, and also to shock the ambitious people. Of course, Alice and the other three had already refined the divine crystal. Their combined strength was enough to look down on the entire holy continent. Moreover, Yi Qinghan also gave them some god crystals to nurture some forces. No matter what, they were friends with benefits. When he left in the future, he didn't want to end up in a miserable state. When Pandora heard that Yi Qinghan was going to go into seclusion again, she didn't say much. She was a simple girl. Although she had lived for decades, she didn't understand the matters between men and women. Moreover, with the protection of Alice and the other three, she didn't have the opportunity to come into contact with the dark things of society. She only felt incomparably safe and blessed to be able to accompany this man. Yi Qinghan returned to the rooftop and wiped the slaughter god blade on the rooftop so that Xiao He could come and go at any time. Pandora also sat at the side and prepared to continue refining the divine crystal. Although she didn't desire to become stronger, her lifespan would be longer. She would also be able to stay young forever. Moreover, she didn't know what to do, so she followed Yi Qinghan to cultivate. Senior Battle Emperor. Yi Qinghan sat cross-legged. He didn't start comprehending immediately. Instead, he started to explain his plan to the Battle Emperor. "You are saying that you can obtain a secret skill that allows you to change your appearance and even your soul aura? At that time, you will be able to sneak into the heaven plane and the planar battlefield. Then, you will be able to change your appearance and enter the divine world. You will be able to teleport to the sin abyss, tear open space, and go to a nearby small plane?" After listening to Yi Qinghan's detailed plan, the Battle Emperor fell silent. After a while, he transmitted a message. A secret skill that can change one's appearance is easy. However, this is the first time this emperor has heard of a secret skill that can change one's soul aura and divine power attribute. If you can really obtain such a secret skill, there is a chance that you can bluff your way through. However, it is still very dangerous. This emperor advises you not to take risks before you reach the strength of a 9th grade supremacy. The planar battlefield is extremely dangerous. Basically, every plane has a few 9th grade supremacies and 9th grade supremacies. If you are discovered, you definitely won't have a chance to escape with your current strength. 9th grade supremacy, Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly. Comprehending the laws of heaven and earth was something that no one could say for sure. Yi Qinghan was talented, but there were many talented people in the divine world. After so many years, he hadn't seen any 9th grade supremacies. As for 9th grade supremacies, there was only the star sovereign, Shintu Xiong. Moreover, even if his luck was heaven-defying and he could break through to 9th grade supremacy, how many years would it take? 1,000,000 years? 5,000,000 years? 10,000,000 years? It was already heaven-defying for an ordinary god emperor to have a lifespan of 1 or 2 million years. People like Yi Qingyu and Yi Qinggu, who had refined divinity crystals, could at most have a lifespan of 1,000,000 years. Even if he succeeded after 10 million years, he might only see a few graves when he returned. Then what was the point of returning? Yi Qinghan shook his head and transmitted his voice. "I have to take the risk. Elder Battle Emperor doesn't need to advise me on this." "Oh right, you said that every plane has 2 or 3 9th grade supremacies. The divine world seems to only have Shintu Xiong, right?" Is the divine world not considered a plane? The Battle Emperor had been very polite to him recently, answering all his questions. Yi Qinghan could use this chance to probe some secrets of the divine world. As expected, the Battle Emperor was silent for a while, then said, "Originally, this emperor wouldn't tell you these things unless your laws of heaven and earth have reached 9th grade. But since you've asked, this emperor will tell you casually." "Elder, please speak." Yi Qinghan perked up. The Battle Emperor transmitted his voice proudly. "Of course the divine world is a plane, and it was once a super plane of this world. Have you heard of the 10 ancient gods? Let me tell you, at that time, the divine world was at its peak. Planar wars swept across the land, and they ruled over dozens of planes nearby. The demonic plane was once a subsidiary plane of the divine world. And the 10 ancient gods were all 9th grade supremacies. And there were definitely more than 10 9th grade supremacies." "What? All 9th grade supremacies? The demonic plane was once a subsidiary plane of the divine world?" Yi Qinghan was shocked. Of course, he had heard of the legends of the 10 ancient gods. He was a descendant of the beast god, and Fireworks was also a descendant of the thunder god. He didn't expect that they were both 9th grade supremacies. That was the true pinnacle. Except for the legendary god emperor supremacies, they were absolutely invincible. The demonic plane was amazing, but it only produced 3 ancestor devils and 3 supremacies. Although there were 12 gods of light in the heavenly plane, there were definitely not many 9th grade supremacies. The divine world actually had more than 10 9th grade supremacies. Dozens of large planes and countless material planes. Yi Qinghan could imagine the power of the divine world at that time. It was definitely the overlord of this world. After digesting the shock in his heart, Yi Qinghan asked doubtfully, "Then why did the 10 ancient gods all fall? Who else could kill them? Could it really be the legendary god emperor supremacies?" "Oh yes, Senior Battle Emperor, do god emperors really exist? I will tell you this when your nomological laws reach 9th grade. You don't need to know now." At this moment, the Battle Emperor became stingy again. He whetted Yi Qinghan's appetite for a while before throwing out a heavy bomb. "What I can tell you is that after the ancient era came the primordial era. After the primordial era, it was my generation. And in these tens of millions of years, there were 3 9th grade supremacies, and I was the strongest one. The founder of the God of War Pavilion, the chief pavilion master of the God of War Pavilion. As for Shintu Xiong, he was actually my unfilial disciple." Chapter 11:13. "You are the founder of the God of War Pavilion? Shintu Xiong is your disciple?" Yi Qinghan was shocked. Although he knew that the Battle Emperor was very powerful, he didn't expect him to be this powerful. Shintu Xiong was actually his unfilial disciple. Wasn't this a big joke? Didn't Shintu Xiong say that he was the chief pavilion master of the God of War Pavilion? Yi Qinghan recalled the projection he saw in the God of War Pavilion. The 3 pavilion masters of the God of War Pavilion were fighting against the 3 ancestral demons of the demon realm. Could one of them be the Battle Emperor? That couldn't be. Didn't the people of the God of War Pavilion say that the strongest one was Shintu Xiong? Was there something fishy going on? Why don't you believe me? The Battle Emperor smiled faintly. His voice was filled with boundless arrogance and dominance. "Do you remember the eternal palace that Shintu Xiong suppressed? That was refined by this emperor. The protective shield of the Supreme Island was also refined by me. I was also the one who suppressed the 3 demon supremes with a powerful restriction in the end. Otherwise, the divine realm would have fallen long ago and become another demon realm." Ah. Yi Qinghan was a little convinced now. This was because he had heard of the legend of the Battle Emperor from the Star Monarch. In addition, the Battle Emperor had said that he was the best in the divine realm in terms of restriction. The Soul Emperor became a weapon refiner because he obtained a scroll of the Battle Emperors. But what was going on with Shintu Xiong? Who was the chief pavilion master of the God of War Pavilion? The Battle Emperor seemed to have sensed Yi Qinghan's doubts and replied, "Back then, this emperor was immersed in the research of restrictions, so I didn't participate in that planar war. In the end, the divine world was defeated, and the demon world started to invade the divine world. In the end, this emperor led 2 ninth-grade supreme martial artists to fight fiercely. In the end, those 2 ninth-grade supreme martial artists died in battle, and this emperor was also heavily injured. However, I successfully used the restrictions to suppress 3 demon supremes. But I successfully suppressed the 3 demon supremes with restriction. Yi Qinghan's heart surged as he listened. He could imagine how intense the battle was at that time. He impatiently asked, and then? And then, he. Then. The battle emperor's tone became furious, and he said through clenched teeth, then, Shintu Xiong quietly appeared. At that time, he was this emperor's most trusted disciple, but I didn't expect him to be so rebellious. He went against the flow and actually launched a sneak attack on me. This emperor was already heavily injured, and coupled with the fact that I wasn't prepared, my physical body was shattered by him. However, due to the powerful restrictions of the Eternal Palace, I managed to preserve a strand of my remnant soul and used the Eternal Palace to trap him. In the end, I used the restrictions of the Eternal Palace to send this remnant soul into the Battle Emperor Palace and opened the Sealed God Valley to gather the energy of heaven and earth. That's how I managed to survive until now. So that was how it was. All the questions that had been bothering Yi Qinghan for a long time were solved at this moment. As for why the projection in the Battle God Pavilion said that the Battle Emperor was Shintu Xiong, this was even easier to explain. Isn't history always rewritten by the victors? Senior Battle Emperor, why did Shintu Xiong attack you? Yi Qinghan still had one last doubt. Shintu Xiong was only at the lower 9th grade, and even if he killed the Battle Emperor, he wouldn't be able to unify the godly world. He even lost a backer. At that time, the Ice Queen and Lord Qingshan should have already reached the upper 9th grade, right? And now, Shintu Xiong suddenly became a 9th grade supreme martial artist. Could it be related to the death of the Battle Emperor? You don't know? The Battle Emperor asked and explained, the 9th grade supreme martial artist is the pinnacle of a martial artist, reaching the great perfection realm. God crystals will turn into chaos god crystals, which possess the purest and strongest energy in the world. As long as one refines this chaos god crystal, his strength will increase greatly. If not, how could Shintu Xiong, who was at the lower 9th grade, become a 9th grade supreme martial artist in just 1,000,000 years? Chaos God Crystal. Yi Qinghan suddenly opened his eyes and smacked his head, causing Xiao He, who was sunbathing on the rooftop, to be confused. He laughed bitterly, thinking that he couldn't wrap his head around this. Since Shintu Xiong killed the Battle Emperor, he definitely had something to gain from it. The Chaos God Crystal was his motive for killing the Battle Emperor. He refined the Chaos God Crystal in the Eternal Palace and reached the 9th grade Supreme Martial Artist. The treasure on the 9th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion seems to be a Chaos God Crystal. The other one should have been refined by Lord Devour. He understood everything. 3 Pavilion Masters of the Battle God Pavilion, 3 9th grade Supreme Martial Artists, and 3 Chaos God Crystals. Shintu Xiong refined the Chaos God Crystal of the Battle Emperor at the lower 9th grade and became a 9th grade Supreme Martial Artist. The Soul Emperor and Lord Devour accidentally snuck into the Nifa's abyss and found 2 Chaos God Crystals. At that time, Shintu Xiong was trapped in the Eternal Palace by the Battle Emperor. In the end, he used the soul-devouring transformation to pluck a tooth from a tiger's mouth and obtained the other 2 Chaos God Crystals. One was refined by Lord Devour, who was at the peak of the 7th grade. Within 100 years, his strength soared to the upper 9th grade. The other was placed on the 9th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Lord Devour prepared it for him to refine. Obviously, this Chaos God Crystal could greatly increase anyone's strength. However, if he refined it now, he would only be as strong as Lord Devour, or even stronger than Ice Queen Qingshan. Still, he would not be Shintu Xiong's match. Therefore, Lord Devour wanted him to reach the 9th grade in order to control a portion of the power of space. After refining the Chaos God Crystal, he would be able to control the power of space more than Shintu Xiong. Then, he would have a chance to kill Shintu Xiong. Senior Battle Emperor, you said that I have reached the 9th grade in order to tell me a big secret. This is it. As Yi Qinghan transmitted his voice, he thought to himself that this was indeed a big secret. If this secret were to spread to the divine world, perhaps all the battle gods would mutiny, right? When the Battle God Pavilion was founded by the Battle Emperor, its purpose was to fight against the devils and protect the divine world. In Shen Xiong's hands, it became a tool to unify the divine world. No. The Battle Emperor's reply startled Yi Qinghan. This was not a big secret. Could there be an even bigger secret? The Battle Emperor obviously did not want to talk about it anymore. He transmitted his voice indifferently, cultivate hard. When your laws reach the 9th grade, I will tell you everything I know. Including the fall of the Divine Emperor's supremacy and the 10 ancient gods, and some other things. The fall of the Divine Emperor's supremacy and the 10 ancient gods. Yi Qinghan sighed. From the Battle Emperor's tone, the Divine Emperor's supremacy must exist. If the 9th grade supremacy was so strong, how strong would the Divine Emperor's supremacy be? And the fall of the 10 ancient gods, 10 9th grade supremacies. There must be a big secret here. Yi Qinghan forced a smile, shaking his head. It seemed that Lord Devour and the Battle Emperor were right to keep some things from him. With his current competence, these things were too far away for him. If he knew them, he would be pressured, and it would create a mental barrier. Yi Qinghan exhaled, forcing himself not to think about these things. At the moment, he had to cultivate hard and find a way to get back first. If he couldn't get back, or if he died on the way, everything else was just empty talk. The Battle Emperor transmitted a final message before falling completely silent. You should first comprehend this high-grade profound mystery to the large success stage. Since you want to risk it all and return, I won't try to persuade you otherwise. Once you've comprehended this profound, call out to this emperor. At that time, this emperor will give you some pointers on how to use the force of space. Of course, this emperor will only point you in the right direction. As for the specific control method, you'll have to comprehend it yourself. Yi Qinghan nodded, then entered the 3rd level of the soul quietness state to comprehend the space shuttle mystery. Chapter 11:14. In the endless void, there were countless planes. Usually, a large plane was surrounded by countless small planes and material planes. Of course, there were also some barren areas between the large planes, where the heaven and earth essence chi was thin and no life was born. In the barren area between the immortal realm and the demon realm, a 9-story pagoda was flying rapidly in the void. However, its flight path was a little curved, so the pagoda was always circling the barren area. In the endless void, not to mention the black hole that could swallow everything, or the space vortex that even a 9th grade supreme martial artist couldn't get out of, just the terrifying space-shattering saber current was enough to make a 9th grade supreme martial artist pale. Therefore, traveling in the void was a very difficult thing, but this pagoda had been flying in this barren area for more than 150 years. This pagoda had a powerful spirit-gathering array that could automatically absorb the heaven and earth essence chi to form a powerful restriction that could resist the space-shattering saber current. This was the masterpiece of the Soul Emperor, the Soul Emperor Pavilion. In the 9th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, it was quiet. In the largest hall sat a woman with unparalleled charm. As long as any man in the world looked at her, they would be instantly aroused. She was holding a book, reading it carefully. From time to time, she closed her eyes to comprehend it, and sometimes she would imitate it. She was very entranced. After a long time, she put down the book, and her beautiful eyes regained their clarity. She looked at the table on the left. When she was sure that the blue jade on the table was intact, she breathed a sigh of relief. However, she didn't pick up the book to read. Instead, she looked at the endless void through the wall of the hall, lost in thought. Phew, it's been 150 years. Little Han, have you been well in the other plane? Can you still come back? The enchantress frowned slightly, which made people's hearts ache. It had been 150 years, and Yi Qinghan's soul jade was still intact. This meant that Yi Qinghan was still alive. Since he was still alive, he must have entered a plane. Otherwise, he would have been torn to pieces by the space-shattering saber current. She, Lord Devour, and Kid all knew that Yi Qinghan would have a hard time coming back. However, the three of them didn't give up. Lord Devour said to wait here for 100,000 years, so they would wait for 100,000 years. It gave Yi Qinghan hope, and it also gave them hope. Of course, there was another reason. They didn't have the face to go back and see Li Shuai, and Yu Qingcheng. Yi Qinghan hadn't returned yet, so they could only wander around. It was a different scene in the secret realm of reincarnation. Mo Xiaoxiao had come out of the secret realm of reincarnation. However, she was helpless against the anxious Yu Qingcheng and the others. It was true that she was very strong, and it was also true that she was the first person in the god world who relied on her soul to reach the Paragon realm. However, let alone her, even Lord Devour didn't dare to travel in the void alone. Even if she knew that Yi Qinghan and Xiao He were in trouble, she couldn't do anything. More than 100 years had passed, and they had been worried for 150 years. Although no one could see it on the surface, the faint sorrow in the depths of their eyes could not be concealed. After that incident, the demon devourer and Yi Qinghan's 6 children stopped being naughty and started to cultivate wholeheartedly. Their innate talents weren't bad, especially the demon devourer, who had inherited Xiao Hei's and Li Shuai, supernatural abilities. Moreover, his cultivation speed was extremely fast, reaching the 2nd level of the God General realm in 150 years. Except for Yi Qinggu and Yi Qingyu, who had refined divine crystals, it was difficult for them to improve their strength. The others were all cultivating diligently. Only by becoming strong enough would they have the chance to search for Yi Qinghan. Or perhaps they would have the chance to fulfill Yi Qinghan's dying wish of slaughtering their way back to the god world. Yu Qingxing's cultivation speed was the fastest, and she had reached the god the arch realm. Her special divine sound law and her strength were strange. Although she had just reached the god the arch realm, her overall strength was already at the 6th grade war god level. Although everyone had an ominous premonition, they had an inexplicable feeling in their hearts that their man, or their father, would not die so easily, because he was a man full of miracles. He would definitely come back. Haha. This young master's law has finally reached the 7th grade realm. On the holy plain, on the rooftop of the holy city's church, a carefree laughter suddenly rang out. Then, under the astonished gazes of the entire city, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. He had a head of green hair, a pair of demonic green eyes, and a face full of benevolent smile. Who else could it be but the great His Majesty Han Yi? However, when the crowd was about to sincerely kneel and worship His Majesty Han Yi, His Majesty Han Ye's figure suddenly disappeared in the sky. It was silent, and the tens of millions of people were extremely astonished. Then, they knelt down even more devoutly and prostrated themselves in worship. Did His Majesty Han Yi become a true god? He actually appeared in an instant, and then disappeared in an instant? Teleportation is really cool. Yi Qinghan teleported back and forth in the holy plain, feeling very good. The holy plain was more than 10 times larger than the Flame Dragon continent, and the space was incomparably stable. Yi Qinghan could casually teleport in an ordinary material plane, but it was still somewhat difficult for him to teleport in this holy plain. At this moment, he teleported across the entire plain. Then, he flew up into the sky, directly passing through the weak point of the space. The power of origin revolved around his body, and he appeared in the endless void. Then, he used the mystery of space shuttle to teleport out. Whoosh! Yi Qinghan's figure disappeared in the sky, and then in the next second, he appeared several tens of thousands of miles away. Damn, I actually teleported so far away. Tui, if it was several tens of thousands of miles away, this young master would have fallen into a spatial vortex. Yi Qinghan looked at the spatial vortex several tens of thousands of miles away, and couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. He had long since detected this spatial vortex, but a venerable who could casually teleport 100,000 miles away was already very impressive. One must know that when Mo Xiaoxiao teleported him in the Sea of Stars, it was only several tens of thousands of miles away. Although the space in the Sea of Stars was unstable, Mo Xiaoxiao could still teleport even further. However, one mustn't forget that this was the boundless void, and space was the most stable place. Yi Qinghan believed that if he was in the divine realm, the distance he could teleport would definitely be comparable to Kid. Evasive form, instant shift. Yi Qinghan teleported in the sky, and in the next moment, he entered the War Imperial Palace. He made his figure seem like a specter, faintly discernible. One moment, he appeared, and the next moment, he completely disappeared. After playing around for a full hour, he finally entered the Holy Continent through the weak point of the space. After returning to the rooftop, Yi Qinghan smiled at Xiao He and the awakened Pandora. Then, he immediately started to look inside his body and soul. 100 years had passed, and the power of light in his body had increased. Countless people were endlessly offering the power of light to him day and night. How could it not be a lot? The power of light was similar to the power of God. They were both transformed from heaven and earth essence energy, and they had already started to fuse with each other. However, Yi Qinghan didn't care about this. After all, the cultivation of the laws was the key. If he wanted the power of God, he could enter the War Imperial Palace, open the restrictions, and casually cultivate for a while. Yi Qinghan's focus was on the soul, and the new soul space. As expected, the new soul space was a little bigger, and it was a few tenths bigger than before. There was also a little more origin energy, and the soul sea inside had also expanded. Other than that, there was nothing strange. The strength of my soul has increased a little, and the origin energy has now wrapped around my body 4 or 5 times. Looks like I have to properly practice my soul skills. If I have a strong soul, it would be a pity not to use it. After carefully examining a few times, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes. He looked at the hopeful Xiao He and said, "It's done. Prepare for a few days. Boss Xiao He will bring you guys out to play. Let's go grab some good stuff." When Xiao He heard that, he immediately jumped around in the sky happily and shouted, "All right, it's been 100 years. This Lord Xiao He is about to be bored to death." Chapter 11:15. You guys. Pandora's eyes lit up when she heard this word. Yi Qinghan wanted her to think about it, but she didn't think about it at all. She just followed Yi Qinghan wherever he went. She was a simple-minded person. After Yi Qinghan avenged her parents, she didn't know what to do anymore. She didn't have a goal in life anymore. If it wasn't for Yi Qinghan giving her divine crystals to cultivate, she didn't know how to live her life. 100 years had passed, and Pandora was beginning to refine the last divine crystal. After refining it, she would become a 5th-grade war god. However, she did not have any foundation in martial arts, so she would only be able to deal with divine king realm experts. Yi Qinghan stayed in the holy city for a few days. He perfected his instant movement, evasion technique, and War Imperial Palace. The 3 of them worked together seamlessly and left a path of retreat so that he could escape if he met a strong enemy. He had so much origin energy now that he could even travel in the space turbulence for a period of time without a problem. Alice and the other 3 relied on the divine crystals that Yi Qinghan had given them to cultivate a group of confidants. Coupled with his good relationship with Sieg, Yi Qinghan was completely at ease. He threw Archangel Lacri and Pandora into the War Imperial Palace, took the Slaughter God Blade, and told everyone that he was going to cultivate in seclusion. Actually, he quietly emerged from the space turbulence and started to fly at high speed in a certain direction. Lacri said that the second half of the Netherworld transformation was also in a dimension nearby. If he flew, he should be able to reach it in 10 days to half a month. Of course, this was based on Yi Qinghan's flying speed. If it was someone else, they would definitely be able to reach it in a few months. Yi Qinghan wasn't afraid that he would be tricked because he had an inexhaustible amount of origin energy. It wouldn't be a problem for him to fly in the void for 3 to 5 years. One had to know that he had fainted in the void for more than 40 days, and his origin energy hadn't been completely digested. Yi Qinghan did not dare to teleport. After all, there were too many spatial vortexes in the void. Moreover, it would not be easy to detect the small-scale spatial blades shattering current. A figure moved with lightning speed through the endless outer space like a flickering shadow. Origin energy revolved around him, and he shot through the air like a comet, arriving 10,000 kilometers away in the next second. As Yi Qinghan flew at high speed, he released his divine sense in all directions, probing the surrounding situation and sensing the ancient aura in the void. If there was a small-scale space-shattering blade current, he would just teleport to avoid it. If he encountered the overwhelming blade-shattering current, he would have no choice but to rely on his origin energy to resist it. Half a month later, Yi Qinghan's figure suddenly stopped in the air. He didn't feel abrupt at all. Instead, it felt as if he had been standing there all along. He sensed the situation around him, then teleported Archangel Lacri out. He pointed to the glowing dimension in front of him and said, "Lacri, this is the dimension you were talking about." The Archangel was shocked when he saw the situation nearby. He then shook his head and said, "Yes, sir. I don't know. I've never been to the space turbulence before. I only heard the God of Light mention that the Phoenix Empress dimension is next to the Holy Dimension. I can't tell from the outside at all." Yi Qinghan frowned, but he understood after thinking about it. With Venerable Lacri's strength, why would he dare to come to the space turbulence? He pondered for a moment and said, "What's the situation in the Phoenix Empress dimension? Are there any distinguishing features?" Lacri saw that Yi Qinghan was a little angry, and his heart trembled. He quickly said, "The Phoenix Empress dimension. The great commander is called the Phoenix Empress. That dimension is about the same size as the Holy Dimension, but most of the people there are women. Women's rights are first there, and men are lowly creatures who can only reproduce." That's right. The Phoenix Empress lives in the Phoenix Empress Mountain. It's very high, right in the middle of the continent. There's a very big palace there, and it should be very easy to recognize. Yi Qinghan remembered Lacri's words and threw him into the War Emperor Palace. After that, she took the Slaughter God saber and flew forward rapidly. Sweeping out with her divine senses, she found a weak spot in the spatial zone and instantly entered it. The first thing she did was to conceal herself as she secretly used her divine senses to investigate. This place is indeed a place where women's rights are first. There's also a tall mountain in the middle of the continent, and there's also a palace. There's a woman living in there? It seems like this is the Phoenix Empress dimension. Yi Qinghan easily probed and immediately confirmed that this dimension was the Phoenix Empress dimension that Lacri had mentioned. However, in the next second, he raised his eyebrows. He actually sensed that the woman in the palace was actually looking at the sky warily. Furthermore, she was looking at his position. "I've been discovered? This woman doesn't seem to be very strong. At most, she has the strength of a high-grade venerable. How could she sense that I've entered?" Yi Qinghan quietly flew downwards. However, his divine senses were combined with the power of space, and he continued to investigate the woman. The ruler of a material dimension should not have the strength of a rank 9. Moreover, even if she was a rank 9, since Yi Qinghan was already here, he did not intend to leave just like that. As expected, when Yi Qinghan sensed the woman, he frowned. He used his divine senses to investigate the surroundings, but he could not lock onto his position. It seemed like it was a false alarm. Perhaps this woman suddenly became alert at that moment and just happened to see his position. After quietly investigating the continent, Yi Qinghan relaxed. There were not many strong martial artists in this dimension. There were only 10 who had reached the venerable level and whose aura was slightly weaker than the woman. He should be able to deal with them easily. This place was indeed ruled by women. Their appearances were very strange. Their faces were all sharp, oval-shaped faces, pointed ears, and there were wings on their backs. They felt similar to the elves of the Holy Continent, but they did not have the pure aura of the elves of the Holy Continent. They felt slightly evil. Yi Qinghan investigated that the men on this continent looked similar, but their lives were very miserable. This place was just like the matriarchal clan in his previous life. The men here were all enslaved and humiliated. After investigating clearly, Yi Qinghan did not hesitate and directly went toward the mountain in the middle of the dimension. He quietly entered the palace. Seeing that the Phoenix Queen did not lock onto his body, he was finally completely relieved. Buzz. After entering an exquisite bedroom in the backyard of the palace, Yi Qinghan directly released the power of space and froze the entire space in the bedroom. Only then did he reveal his body. Looking at the beautiful woman lying on the side of the palace's large bed, he faintly smiled and said, "Your Majesty, I have no intention of offending you. I just want to ask for something from you." The woman was wearing a green robe and had an elegant figure. She wore a crown on her head and had an arrogant expression on her face. She did not show any anger and had a pair of beautiful wings on her back. When Yi Qinghan released the power of space, her phoenix eyes lit up, but she did not move. At this moment, she coldly looked at Yi Qinghan and said, "Who are you?" No wonder this queen felt a trace of special aura just now. "So it was you." Yi Qinghan felt this woman's tyrannical aura. In such a situation, she was actually able to remain calm. As expected of an overlord. He smiled and said, "Who I am is not important. I just want to ask for something. The second half of the Dark Knight's soul-devouring transformation. Leave it to me, and I will leave immediately." Hee hee. The woman's gaze became even more fervent as she calmly smiled and said, "Is the first half in your hands?" Yi Qinghan looked at this woman's calm expression and felt a surge of anger. He could not be bothered to talk nonsense and raised the slaughter god saber. His killing intent surged as he said, "Are you going to hand it over? If not, I will take it myself." In the face of Yi Qinghan's killing intent, the woman's expression did not change. Instead, she smiled and said, "I can't even move. How can I take it? Why don't you withdraw your aura? I will take it to you." Yi Qinghan felt a wave of caution in his heart. There were many methods in this alternate dimension, and he did not want to fail miserably. He said in a low voice, "Where is the second half? I will take it myself." The woman's beautiful phoenix eyes blinked and revealed a trace of shyness. Her face also turned red, and she looked extremely charming. She said, "The second half is in this queen's undergarments." "My lord, you won't take the opportunity to violate me, right?" Obama's demonic aura had been completely refined, and the evil thoughts in Yi Qinghan's soul had also weakened. However, when he saw this woman's ambiguous expression, his heart still wavered slightly. However, it was still lacking compared to the demoness. Hence, he immediately calmed down. When he found that there was indeed a book in the woman's undergarments, he immediately walked over with large strides. He stretched out his hand and touched the inside of the woman's robe. Unexpectedly, when his hand touched inside, he felt a soft and perky object. Yi Qinghan instantly felt a surge of energy silently entering his body through the woman's skin. It even rushed towards the soul-spirit space in his sea of consciousness. In an instant, it passed through the black hole and entered a new soul-spirit space. What a powerful charm technique. Or is it a drug? It can actually make me fall in love in an instant? Not good, this woman can resist the suppression of my spatial ability. Yi Qinghan was stunned. He felt his body heating up as though he had eaten 10 Viagra. His lower body was hard, and at the same time, a strong sense of danger came from his sea of consciousness. This woman actually moved under the suppression of his spatial ability. Her 10 fingers turned into sharp claws and grabbed at his god crystal with lightning speed. Chapter 11:16. "Humph, you do have some ability." Yi Qinghan snorted coldly and teleported away. He was surprised that this woman called the Phoenix Empress could launch a sneak attack under the pressure of his space. However, it was clear that she wasn't completely immune to the pressure of the space. She was fast, but compared to Yi Qinghan's reaction speed, she was too slow. He could easily dodge it. The power of lightning in his soul space swept through and pierced through the strange energy. If it was the previous Yi Qinghan, he might have fallen for this attack, or if he hadn't finished refining Obama's evil aura, which would have affected him greatly. But now, Yi Qinghan's soul strength had reached the upper 9th grade. This level of soul attack didn't affect him at all. Yi Qinghan controlled the power of space to suppress the Phoenix Empress. At the same time, his divine sense and power of space began to sense this strange woman. It was really dangerous just now. If he had been affected by her strange energy and his soul wasn't clear, her divine crystal would have been broken by her claws. The woman on the bed could no longer remain calm. Her face was pale. Her sure-kill move had been easily broken by Yi Qinghan. She felt despair. Soul extermination. A strange golden light flashed in Yi Qinghan's eyes. This woman's magic was too strange. He didn't dare to be careless anymore. He immediately used his soul skill, soul extermination, to attack her soul. His powerful divine sense turned into billions of golden soul threads. They penetrated the Phoenix Empress' head and began to attack her soul ocean. The Phoenix Empress' soul wasn't very strong. As soon as Yi Qinghan used soul extermination, she immediately closed her eyes. Her face became even paler, and her delicate body began to tremble. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Yi Qinghan smiled coldly. He sensed that the golden soul threads easily broke through and began to attack her soul ocean. As for the Phoenix Empress, she focused all her attention on controlling her soul power to resist the attacks of the golden soul threads. At this moment, even if Yi Qinghan were to kill her with a single slash, she wouldn't be able to move. To be on the safe side, Yi Qinghan still circled his body with the power of origin. Then, he strode over and punched the Phoenix Empress' soft abdomen. The divine power in his hand carried the power of origin and surged into her divine crystal, forcefully sealing it. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Withdrawing his divine sense attack, Yi Qinghan looked at the despairing Phoenix Empress. With the divine crystal sealed, the Phoenix Empress was a cripple. Without divine power, she couldn't even open her space ring, much less activate her origin energy. He opened the restrictions of the War Emperor Palace and forcefully pulled the Phoenix Empress in. Then, Yi Qinghan scanned the continent with his divine sense. After confirming that there was nothing out of the ordinary, he quietly left. After making his way out of the spatial turbulence, Yi Qinghan didn't stop and quickly flew into the distance. After flying for 3 days, he finally stopped and entered the War Emperor Palace. However, he saw a very interesting scene. Lachri and the Phoenix Empress stared at each other with complicated expressions. He strode over and sealed the Phoenix Empress' divine crystal again. Then, Yi Qinghan turned to look at Lachri and said, "Other than the Phoenix Empress dimension, are there any other small dimensions nearby?" "The smaller, the better." Lachri looked at Yi Qinghan with a bitter expression. He knew the Phoenix Empress methods. Back then, when he wanted to toy with her, he had suffered at her hands. He didn't expect that he would be captured so easily by Yi Qinghan. At this moment, he completely gave up on taking revenge on Yi Qinghan. He thought for a moment and said, "There are a few small dimensions near the holy dimension. You can find them easily." "My lord, why are you going to the small dimensions?" The Phoenix Empress' eyes were filled with coldness as she stared at Yi Qinghan with a burning gaze. She shouted, "You are from the holy dimension? Why did you attack me? Do you know that this is a capital offense? If the Radiant God and the Archangel find out about this, you will not be able to escape death. Furthermore, the holy dimension will have to pay the price for your foolish actions." Swish! Yi Qinghan didn't even look at her. He directly teleported her to the small room where the secret manuals were stored. Then, he took the Slaughter God blade and left the War Emperor Palace with Xiao He. Although they were in the spatial turbulence and the spatial zone didn't fluctuate, Yi Qinghan didn't see anyone in the War Emperor Palace being forced out by the spatial turbulence. However, in this spatial turbulence where danger lurked everywhere, Yi Qinghan still didn't feel safe. He didn't dare to enter the War Emperor Palace for too long. If he was forced out by the spatial turbulence, it would be troublesome. Therefore, he spent half a month to find a small dimension and easily entered it. He found out that the strongest person in this small dimension was a god arch. Only then did he feel at ease and enter the War Emperor Palace. He didn't look for the Phoenix Empress. Instead, he went to look for Lac Lei. "Xiao He. Let me show you how boss turns a living person into a lunatic." Yi Qinghan let Xiao He out of the Slaughter God blade. Then, with a wave of his hand, a black helmet, some chains, and a dagger appeared. Drive a living person into a lunatic? Fun, fun. Boss, are you going to turn this ugly freak into a lunatic? Xiao Hei's eyes lit up when he heard that. He stared at Laclay with goosebumps all over his body. Laclay knew that Yi Qinghan must have discovered something. When he saw Yi Qinghan walking over eerily, he hurriedly knelt down and wailed, "Lord, I was wrong. I shouldn't have hidden some things about the Phoenix Empress. However, Lord, you didn't ask me. Furthermore, you are so strong. I thought you would be able to take him down easily." Yi Qinghan thought to himself that this was indeed the case. He had been tricked by Laclay. Luckily, his soul spirit was strong. Otherwise, he would have been tricked to death. The Phoenix Empress' strange energy combined with her strange methods would definitely be able to trap an ordinary grade 9 martial artist. Xiao Chen raised his hand and smashed the metal helmet on Laclay's head. He said angrily, "Humph. Tell me everything about the Phoenix Empress. If I'm not satisfied, you know the consequences." Laclay could not care less about the blood on his head. He immediately crawled up and said, "The Phoenix Empress was one of the stronger archangels in the heavenly plane back then. This Phantom of the Dark Night transformation was actually found by many of us when we went treasure hunting in the ancient ruins. I got the first half, and she got the second half. Moreover, she also obtained another ancient secret skill. However, because she killed an archangel later on, the God of Light found out about it. She was almost sentenced to death at that time, but the archangel interceded on her behalf. That was why she was sent to the Phoenix Empress plane, ancient secret skill." Yi Qinghan's eyes narrowed. It seemed like there was an unexpected gain this time. With the strength of a venerable, he could still move his body under the pressure of his space power. This ancient secret skill was really awesome. If he could learn it, even if he encountered a stronger rank 9 powerhouse in the future and was oppressed by them, if he could still move, forget about sneak attacks, at least he would have another divine ability to save his life. "Let's go, Xiao Hei." He nodded at Xiao Hei, and Xiao Hei entered the slaughter god saber. Yi Qinghan controlled the restrictions and appeared in the small room where the secret skill was stored. He saw the Phoenix Empress sitting cross-legged. It seemed like she wanted to break the seal in the divine crystal. Yi Qinghan smiled leisurely and said, "Phoenix Empress, right? In this combat Emperor Palace, even if you break the seal, can you escape? Why don't I undo your seal and let you try escaping?" Chapter 11:17. Who are you? You're definitely not from the Holy Plane. Your power is different from the people of heaven and the subsidiary planes. Are you a creature from another plane? Although the Phoenix Empress knew that Yi Qinghan was speaking the truth, she didn't show much emotion other than her pupils constricting slightly. Yi Qinghan laughed mockingly, "Is there any meaning? Is it important who I am? Are you still unclear of your situation?" Unexpectedly, the woman also laughed mockingly, "Is there any meaning to it? Even if this Empress cooperates with you in everything, even giving my body to you, will you let me go?" When Yi Qinghan thought about it, it was true. At the very least, the Phoenix Empress could not be released for now. He obviously couldn't be soft-hearted in this kind of matter. At most, he would let her live. After a moment of silence, Yi Qinghan said indifferently, "I have a skill called Soul Search. You know that my soul is extremely powerful, right? I can easily flip through your memories. Of course, after Soul Search, your soul will be annihilated. So, you'd better cooperate and hand over the item obediently, and I'll spare your life." Swish. Swish. The Phoenix Empress stretched out a hand and dug into her inner garments, tossing out 2 booklets. She looked at Yi Qinghan and said in an extremely straightforward manner, "I hope you remember your words today and keep your promise. Don't let a woman despise you." Yi Qinghan was startled once again. This woman was worthy of being an overlord, turning a large plane into a place where women's rights were supreme. She did things in a straightforward manner without any hesitation. She didn't discuss any conditions and directly handed it over to His Highness. In the end, she even goaded him. Originally, he was looking for a small plane and wanted to use some tricks on this woman before she would obediently hand it over. If he had known earlier, he would have directly returned to the Holy Plain. Since he was already here, Yi Qinghan planned to stay here for a while. He directly teleported away and went to the great hall full of mysterious stone tablets. Pandora was sitting there in a daze. Seeing that Yi Qinghan had returned, she hurriedly stood up in joy and called out, "Big brother Han Yi, is it done?" "Yes. We can go back in a few days." Yi Qinghan nodded. Then, he eagerly flipped open the two ancient booklets and read them carefully. This scroll was indeed the second half of the specter transformation. Yi Qinghan was immediately engrossed in it as he carefully comprehended it. The more he looked, the brighter his eyes became. After looking at it for an hour, he went into seclusion. Off to the side, Pandora watched as Yi Qinghan stared intently at the scroll, then went into secluded meditation. Smiling, she stared at it for a long time, then closed her eyes and began to practice cultivation. 5 days later, Yi Qinghan's eyes suddenly opened. Under Pandora's dumbfounded gaze, the muscles on his face and the bones in his body began to squirm slowly. Finally, he completely transformed into the appearance of the Archangel Lakri. "Don't worry, Pandora, this is a type of divine ability," Yi Qinghan explained to Pandora with a smile. Then, he called the Battle Emperor and said, "Battle Emperor, check my appearance and soul aura." "Huh?" The War Emperor's divine sense immediately probed out, and then, he sent a sound transmission in surprise. "There really is such a strange divine ability? Your soul aura, body, and the divine power in your body have completely changed. If you don't use the power of space, or the laws of space, no one will be able to discover you. Even a 9th grade supreme being would find it difficult." "Really? Haha. That's enough. With this netherworld transformation, I can easily sneak into the heavens, then into the planar battlefield, and finally into the god realm." After receiving the War Emperor's confirmation, Yi Qinghan was completely at ease. With the strength of a 9th grade War Emperor, the number one person in the god realm back then, what kind of foresight did he have? If he didn't use the power of space, then it would be easy. He would go to heaven and pretend to be a grandson. He wouldn't fight back, he wouldn't scold back, and he wouldn't start a war with others. After changing back to his original body, Yi Qinghan let out a long sigh. He felt relaxed and explained to Pandora before turning his gaze to the other booklet. "This is the secret skill that the Phoenix Empress used to break my spatial suppression." "Spatial chaos?" Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. He became excited when he saw the word space. He trained in the spatial laws, and now he had coincidentally obtained an ancient secret skill related to space. Yi Qinghan was like a pervert who had seen a lonely beauty. His eyes were burning hot, scaring Pandora who was beside him. She didn't care about anything else and focused all her attention on watching. "So that's how it is, so that's how it is. To cause chaos in space, to cause chaos in all the nearby elements, to create a vacuum. No wonder this Phoenix Empress can ignore my spatial pressure. Sneak attack me. Good stuff, good stuff. This thing, even if Shinta Xiong uses the power of space to suppress me in the future, I can still teleport. My chances of escaping are even greater." Originally, Yi Qinghan had decided to rush back to the Holy Continent after he cultivated the ghost transformation. However, at this moment, he had forgotten everything and started to wholeheartedly ponder over this spatial chaos secret skill. However, this spatial chaos seemed to be very complicated and cumbersome. Yi Qinghan had been in seclusion for an entire month and still had not come out. His current soul spirit was ridiculously strong, and the speed at which he comprehended these secret skills was very fast. This spatial chaos secret skill was extremely profound, and he had not succeeded in comprehending it even after a month. It's already been 3 months. Why hasn't boss come out of seclusion? Sigh. Time passes so slowly, and each day feels like a year. It's so boring. Xiao He was a little depressed as he floated around the hall. In the end, he was about to return to the slaughter god Saber to sleep when he saw that Yi Qinghan had finally woken up. Boss, you succeeded in cultivating it? How is it? Is it powerful? Xiao He immediately floated over and asked. Yi Qinghan smiled, and the divine power in his body shook. After that, the various elements in the space around him became chaotic. He then nodded his head in satisfaction and smiled. It's almost done. I still need to familiarize myself with it for a period of time. Let's return to the Holy Continent first. After entering the Holy Continent from the spatial chaos and returning to the Holy City, Alice sensed Yi Qinghan's aura. She immediately flew to the rooftop and shouted at Yi Qinghan in fear, Your Majesty, something has happened. Something has happened? Yi Qinghan looked at Alice, who had a face full of fear, and waved his hand to set up a god's domain. He told Alice not to panic and to explain the situation clearly. Alice did not say anything and just handed over a jade talisman. Yi Qinghan took it and checked it curiously. The jade talisman shone brightly, and a message entered his mind. Lacri, return to the divine world immediately. A month ago, the altar shone brightly. I immediately came to investigate and found that this jade talisman was built from the sky. Your Majesty, this, Alice started to explain, but before she could finish, Yi Qinghan disappeared. Lacri, what is this? Looking at the jade talisman that Yi Qinghan threw over, Lacri's body trembled, and he said subconsciously, Heaven's summoning order. This is the Archangel's jade talisman that the God of Light summoned us from outside. We must return to heaven 3 months after seeing the jade talisman. Yi Qinghan's face darkened, and his eyes flickered. Could it be that the Archangel was suspicious because of the Phoenix Queen's disappearance? Suspected that Lacri was the culprit? But now that Lacri's divine crystal had been destroyed, how could he return to heaven? If he did not return, the higher-ups would definitely send someone down to investigate. It might even alarm the God of Light. This was troublesome. Yi Qinghan pondered for a long time. Finally, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. There were still 2 months. If there was really no good way, he would bring forward the plan and pretend to be Lacri to heaven. Chapter 11:18. In the end, Yi Qinghan thought for a long time and even asked War Emperor and Xiao He, but he still couldn't come up with a solution. Either he escaped from the holy dimension and found a small dimension to hide in. Or there was only one way, which was to use the spectral transformation to change into Lacri's appearance and go to heaven in his place. War Emperor was leaning towards the first method, which was to let Yi Qinghan cultivate properly. When he became stronger, he would think of a way to sneak back to the immortal realm during the next dimensional war. The next dimensional war? However, Yi Qinghan decisively gave up on this path. The dimensional war was random. Only when the laws of heaven and earth sent down a divine decree would they decide to participate. If a dimension was unlucky, it might participate in 2-dimensional wars in a row within 10,000 years. If it was lucky, it might not participate even once for tens or millions of years. This dimensional war would only start after 3,000 years. Even Yi Qinghan felt that it was too long. Who knew how long it would be before the next dimensional war reached the heaven dimension? Hundreds of thousands of years? Millions of years? Yi Qinghan decided to take a gamble. Although it was a little rushed, since he had the spectral transformation, and War Emperor said that as long as he didn't use the power of space or the law of space, he wouldn't be able to see through it. Then, he would take the gamble. In the following period of time, Yi Qinghan began to wholeheartedly study Lacri's way of speaking, actions, and expressions. He also studied Lacri's information day and night. Lacri was tormented by Yi Qinghan to the point where he hovered between life and death. He even told Yi Qinghan about how he peeked at his cousin bathing when he was young. All the important things in his life were written down. How many women he had, who he had relationships with in the heaven dimension. Who he had enmity with, they were all recorded. Yi Qinghan memorized them all by rote. With the help of his powerful soul, Yi Qinghan had memorized everything that had happened to Laclay since he was young in just 2 months' time. His expression was so simulated that Laclay felt as if he was looking at another version of himself. The only thing that reassured Yi Qinghan was that Lacri's strength was not high. He kept a low profile in the heaven plane and did not have any grudges. It was just that this fellow was lustful, and he had an ambiguous relationship with a few archangel women of status. The Phoenix Empress could not be brought along, so Yi Qinghan could only cripple her divine crystal like Lockery. He threw it to Alice and locked her up with Lockery. The last day of the 3 months. What? Your Majesty, are you going to ascend to heaven? Alice's group of 4 stood in the hall with Pandora. When she heard Yi Qinghan say that he would ascend to heaven tomorrow, Alice's face was full of astonishment, but her eyes were filled with joy. All these years, Yi Qinghan had been cultivating her power. Once Yi Qinghan left, the position of Pope would definitely fall on her head. I'll leave tomorrow. Pandora, I'll ask you one last time. Are you sure you want to go with me? Yi Qinghan did not look at Alice. Instead, he looked at Pandora. Pandora did not say anything and only nodded heavily. Yi Qinghan waved his hand, and 2 figures walked out from the shadows of the hall. They were the head of the Blood Clan and the elder of the werewolves. Yi Qinghan pointed at Alice and said, "From now on, she will be your master. If you don't die in 1,000 years, I will only release your soul fire and return your freedom. Alice, tomorrow, I will announce you as the next pope." Your Majesty, Princess. Alice's face was full of surprise, but she looked at Pandora with some reluctance. Finally, she sighed worriedly and said, "Your Majesty, although my strength is not bad at the moment, if I were to become pope, many people would definitely not agree. It will be fine if you are here, but if you are not, there will be people who will secretly take action. That's simple. Hand over a list of names, and I will help you get rid of them tonight." Yi Qinghan said indifferently. Moreover, he cautiously instructed, "The 2 people I asked you to watch over, you must watch them to death. If they escape, not only will I die, but Pandora will also be in danger. Understand?" That night, the Holy Continent once again flowed with rivers of blood. Countless experts were assassinated. The entire continent and the 3 empires, at least more than half of the God Emperor experts died. And just when the people of the Holy Continent were in a state of panic, the next day, the Holy City issued a shocking news. His Majesty Han Yi was summoned by the God of Light to ascend to heaven. High Priestess Alice became the next Her Majesty the Pope. Although the Holy Continent had never had a female Her Majesty the Pope, no one dared to oppose it. Because this was personally conferred by His Majesty Han Yi. Moreover, those who dared to oppose, died last night. On the 3rd day of the 3rd month of the Holy Continent 100086, His Majesty Han Yi, the greatest in the history of the continent, was summoned by the God of Light to ascend to heaven. On that day, billions of devout subjects knelt for an entire day and night, to send off their most beloved His Majesty Han Yi. Only, many people might not know for their entire lives that the true identity of the greatest in history, His Majesty Han Yi, was actually a false believer, a heretic, and a creature from another plane. This transmission array is quite powerful. It took such a long time to teleport. It seems that the plane of heaven is very far from here. As soon as Yi Qinghan was enveloped by the light of the transmission array, he had already turned into Lackery's appearance. The light of the transmission array flashed for more than a minute. This time was enough to teleport back and forth from the north and south of the misty continent 3 or 4 times. When the white light stopped shining, Yi Qinghan felt a pure aura of light hit him in the face. The scene in front of him was bright, not dazzling, but incomparably pure and holy. "Greetings, Archangel." Several respectful voices rang out. Yi Qinghan hurriedly nodded, but quietly began to investigate the situation nearby. The situation nearby was not very different from what Lackery had described. This was a city. According to heaven, this was called the City of Athens, one of the 12 main cities of heaven. It was also a city affiliated with the God of Light in the Holy Plain. Lackery also lived here. In this city, there were at least 500 archangels like Lackery. Yi Qinghan nodded, not saying anything. Lackery's strength was at the bottom among the archangels in the city, so he had always kept a low profile. Yi Qinghan scanned the surrounding terrain, not daring to use his divine sense to investigate wantonly. Then, he walked straight towards the mansion that Lacri had mentioned belonged to him. Lacri's mansion was neither big nor small. There were only 12 servants inside, all of whom were maids. Their strength was not high, barely reaching the level of a god-emperor. "My lord, you're back. Avril missed you so much. My lord, you're back. Gudra also missed you so much. My lord, the archangel wants you to go to his mansion immediately after you return." As soon as he entered the mansion, the 12 maids immediately walked up and surrounded him, chattering non-stop. They were not bad-looking, but they were not stunning like Pandora, whose faces were all charming and seductive. Yi Qinghan was not surprised at all, and his movements were also very natural, allowing them to grope him. This was because Lacri had said that these 12 maids were all his women, and they often had open sex together in the mansion. "Be quiet." Did the archangel say anything? Yi Qinghan's expression darkened, and he shouted. However, he was extremely careful, imitating Lacri's habits with his expressions and movements. This was his first time in the heaven plane, so he had to be careful. These 12 women had all had intimate relations with Lacri. The women by his side were the most familiar with him, so he could not let them see any flaws. So, the moment he arrived, his expression darkened, and he talked about business. When the 12 maids saw Yi Qinghan's gloomy face, they thought that Lacri had encountered something unpleasant outside and was in a bad mood, so they did not dare to pester him. A purple-haired maid wearing a snow-white robe hurriedly said, "The messenger that the archangel sent didn't say anything, but I heard the maids in the archangel's house say that a woman that the archangel values very much has gone missing. The archangel has been in a bad mood recently." There's another piece of news, and it seems to be related to the dimensional war. A woman that he values? The dimensional war? Yi Qinghan frowned, and his heart tightened as he thought of the Phoenix Empress. This matter had indeed been discovered. Chapter 11:19. Greetings, Archangel. In a mansion that was 100 times more luxurious than Lacri's, Yi Qinghan met Archangel Dick, the #1 expert under the God of Light, Daoist, in a small living room of the mansion. Dick was a little short and had a very ordinary appearance. He looked like a middle-aged man with blonde hair. His aura was extremely powerful. He had been in a high position for a long time, and just a glance at him gave off a mountain-like aura. Yi Qinghan bowed as he carefully sensed Dick's strength. Based on his aura, Yi Qinghan estimated that Dick's strength was about the same as Kid's Elysian supremacies. A pinnacle supremacy. "Lacri, have you been to the Phoenix Empress dimension recently?" Dick sat on a jewel-studded throne, his eyes cold as he looked at Yi Qinghan. It seemed like he was in a bad mood. "No, sir. I've been staying in the holy dimension ever since I descended." "What's wrong?" Yi Qinghan frowned, his face full of doubt. His acting was very convincing. Nothing. Dick waved his hand in annoyance. After a moment of silence, he said, "The dimensional war this time has been decided. The archangels of the 6 southern cities will participate. The chief god has already given the order. Don't go down to the lower realm for now. Cultivate in the cities and prepare to participate in the dimensional war. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you when you die." "Sir, why is it our turn again?" Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly, but he was ecstatic on the inside. According to Lacri, Athens had gone to the last dimensional war, and half of the archangels had died. Even the god of light, Daoist, had almost died and was now in seclusion. Originally, Yi Qinghan thought that it would not be Athens' turn this time. He was still thinking about how to sneak into the dimensional war. He did not expect to encounter such a good thing the moment he arrived in heaven. Dick waved his hand impatiently and said angrily, "This was decided by the 12 chief gods. Why are you asking so many questions, you piece of trash? Stay in the city and still dare to go down to the lower realm. Don't blame me for being merciless. Get out." Yi Qinghan was furious in his heart, but he could only pretend to be terrified on the surface, and quickly retreated. Lacri's strength was considered the weakest among the great angels. In addition, he did not know how to bootlick and had no backing. He was also the most lustful and often fooled around in the lower realm. Dick and a group of powerful great angels looked down on him. Although Yi Qinghan was scolded by Dick and was a little unhappy, he was happy when he returned to the mansion. This Larkley had failed as a person and was looked down upon by others. This was a good opportunity for him to keep a low profile and cultivate. When the planar war began, he would immediately run away. Originally, he thought that coming to heaven would be very troublesome, and he would have to worry about this and that. Who would have thought that things would go so smoothly? All he had to do was stay in his mansion and train for 2,000 years, waiting for the planar war to begin. What troubled Yi Qinghan was that these 12 maids kept coming in one after another. It was extremely ambiguous. It was obvious that they wanted to use their bodies to fight for Yi Qinghan's favor. After chasing the 3 maids away, Yi Qinghan was also annoyed. He directly told them that he wanted to participate in the planar war, and that he needed to cultivate in seclusion. Otherwise, he would not even know how he died. He also ordered them not to disturb him unless he came out of seclusion or if there was nothing important. The 12 maids were extremely puzzled. Why did Lacree suddenly change? In the past, he used to seek pleasure every night and often rolled in the sheets with the 13 of them. However, when Yi Qinghan used the planar war as an excuse, the 12 of them did not dare to fool around. After all, their strength was low, and their looks were not top-notch. Without Lacree, their lives in heaven would definitely be difficult. Yi Qinghan activated the protective shield in the room and immediately transmitted his voice to the Battle Emperor, telling him everything about heaven. Finally, he transmitted his voice. "Senior, I am comprehending the law of space here. Will I be discovered by the powerhouses in heaven?" The Battle Emperor immediately transmitted his voice. "Don't move first. According to the information you gave me, there should be at least one 9th grade supreme martial artist in heaven. Also, this plane is full of pure light power. If there is a sudden flow of foreign elements, it is very likely that the powerhouses will find out." Yi Qinghan thought about it. This possibility was really possible. He was in someone else's territory, and he was extremely unfamiliar with this plane. He did not know much about their methods. If someone found out that he came from another plane and was a fake, then he would only be dead. He smiled bitterly and transmitted his voice. "Then what should I do? Senior Battle Emperor, there are still 2,708 years left before I can cultivate. I am not willing to just sit here and wait like a fool, right? That will suffocate me to death." "Wait." The Battle Emperor suddenly fell silent. After a full hour, he said, "Go find some materials. If there are enough materials, I can guide you to set up a simple restriction to isolate the spatial fluctuations in this room. Even if a 9th grade supreme martial artist wants to investigate, I will be able to discover it. You can cultivate without worry." Yi Qinghan's bitter face immediately turned into a smile. The Battle Emperor was the #1 person in the immortal realm in terms of restrictions. He was a fierce person who used restrictions to suppress 3 demon supremes. If he said that even a 9th grade supreme martial artist couldn't detect it, then he really couldn't. Taking the materials that the Battle Emperor gave, Yi Qinghan searched in the Battle Emperor Palace. However, he found that a few types were missing. He called a maid over and took out a large amount of light coins that he took from Lacree and asked her to go to the city to exchange for materials. Fortunately, the list of materials that the Battle Emperor gave were all ordinary things. The maid quickly bought them back. Under the guidance of the Battle Emperor, Yi Qinghan started to get busy in the room. After working for half a month and scrapping half of the materials, he finally finished it. "You little brat, this emperor left you 3 restriction books. As long as you work hard to understand them, with your talent, you can easily set up such a restriction even if you don't reach the level of this emperor." The Battle Emperor transmitted his voice helplessly. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly. He was an active person. It was fine for him to cultivate, but he was very interested in the law of space. However, this restriction was boring. If he was asked to study it for hundreds of thousands of years, he would go crazy. "Well, Senior Battle Emperor, this restriction is activated now, but it doesn't feel like it has been activated. Yi Qinghan finally finished setting up the restriction according to the Battle Emperor's guidance. However, he didn't feel any energy fluctuations, so he couldn't help but ask curiously. If even you can detect it, can this restriction isolate the detection of a 9th-grade supreme martial artist? Lock your divine sense on that black blood stone and you will know. The Battle Emperor snorted coldly and said proudly. Although he was a 9th-grade supreme martial artist when he was alive, he was most proud of restrictions. Yi Qinghan hurriedly used his divine sense to lock onto a black stone with blood patterns in the corner of the room. However, he immediately felt that something was different. There was a layer of faintly discernible transparent shield attached to the magical formation in the room. It was very magical. I didn't expect it to be so smooth. There are still more than 2,000 years left. I think I can successfully understand the last space combination law. At that time, I will understand the so-called heavenly way and reach the venerable level of the law. Finally, I will start to understand the ultimate mystery. If I can reach the venerable level in these 2,000 years, I will definitely give Lord Devour and the Enchantress Kid a fright when I return. Hee. Yi Qinghan smiled slightly. Just as he was about to start his long seclusion for more than 1,000 years, a maid's call came from outside. Yi Qinghan's face darkened. He had instructed these maids not to disturb him unless it was something serious. Did something happen? Chapter 11:20. What's the matter? Yi Qinghan coldly opened the room's shield with an unfriendly expression. Although Lacri was lustful, he did not have a good temper. He often beat and scolded these maidservants, which Yi Qinghan imitated. Sir, Madame Annie requests your presence. The maidservant saw Yi Qinghan's unfriendly expression and shuddered. In the past, if Lacri was in a bad mood, he would find ways to toy with them. She said this through gritted teeth. Madame Annie? Yi Qinghan's eyes turned and began to search for this person's information in his mind. In the end, when he thought of Lacri's introduction, he instantly felt bitter in his heart. Annie was one of the women who had an ambiguous relationship with Lacri, but this was not important. What was important was that Annie was powerful, only below Archangel Dick. This woman was extremely lascivious and had toyed with countless men. Lacri was handsome, but of course, he could not escape from Annie's demonic claws. He had been summoned 3 times in the past. This person was a famous female overlord in the city of Athens. Should I go? Yi Qinghan pondered. This demoness was famous in the city of Athens. She liked to play with gigolos. She had toyed with all the good-looking men in the city. Lacri had been summoned 3 times by her, and he had gone all 3 times. Lacri's strength was low. If he did not go, Annie would definitely have doubts. This woman was very domineering in the city. She did not even care about Archangel Dick. If he did not go, she would definitely come looking for trouble. I can only deal with it casually. Sigh, I thought everything was going well in heaven. I didn't expect trouble to come so soon. Retribution. Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly. He could only wave at the maidservant and walk out of the mansion, flying towards Annie's mansion in his memory. It was said that Annie had an affair with the Lord of Athens, god of light dice. Her mansion in the city was extremely luxurious, second only to Archangel Dick's mansion. There were 2 guards outside the mansion. Surprisingly, both of them had level 7 strength and were beautiful women. The 2 women obviously recognized Lacri's body and did not stop him. Instead, they smiled ambiguously at Yi Qinghan. Under the guidance of the 2 guards, Yi Qinghan arrived at a large house in the backyard of the mansion. There were 2 rooms in the house, separated by a curtain in the middle. The interior of the room was magnificent and the decorations were incomparably luxurious. Yi Qinghan walked out of the room, looked around, and bowed respectfully. Laclay pays his respects to Lady Annie. Hee. Lachlan, I heard that you've been fooling around in the lower bound again? Could it be that you don't like the women in the city of Athens, but you like the women in the lower realm? A lazy voice rang out from behind the curtain that was made up of strings of gems. It was a little frivolous, a little playful, and a little condescending. Yi Qinghan had already seen the woman inside. Although there was a small shield behind the curtain, Yi Qinghan's powerful soul could easily and stealthily inspect it. It was a beautiful woman with snow-white skin. Her clothes were very strange. She was actually wearing a fox fur coat. The soft, snow-white fox fur made her look very sexy. She was lying on a bed made of snow-white fur, and her eyes were actually green. Her seductive appearance reminded Yi Qinghan of a character from his previous life, Daoji. Lady Annie, you must be joking. How can the women in the lower bound compare to you? The last time I was with you, my lord, I miss it very much. My lord, did you summon me here to pamper me? Yi Qinghan had an anxious expression on his face. His eyes were filled with passion as he looked at Annie, who was inside. His divine sense even broke through the shield on the curtain without restraint. He looked like he was in a hurry to have a big fight with Annie. Yi Qinghan knew that the more overbearing and arrogant a woman was, the more unbearable he was. She would look down on Yi Qinghan and feel annoyed. Yi Qinghan was probably disgusted by him, so he took the opportunity to escape and focus on his cultivation. Hee, Lacry, I haven't seen you in a few years. When did you become so horny? If you perform a beautiful erotic dance for me like the last time, I'll allow you to come in and serve me for a night. How about that? What surprised Yi Qinghan was that Annie did not show any annoyance. Instead, she was extremely interested. Erotic dance? In his heart, Yi Qinghan cursed Lacry's 18 generations of female ancestors dozens of times. This Lacry was a man, but he had actually performed an erotic dance for this woman? Thinking of Lacry stripping naked and twisting here and there, Yi Qinghan could not help but feel his stomach churning. Yi Qinghan was stunned. Annie, who was inside, was a little unhappy. Her voice became much colder. Why? You don't want to dance? You don't want to give me face? Yi Qinghan was shocked. He quickly turned his head and said with a crying face, Sir, I was appointed by the Archangel to participate in the dimensional war. I might not be able to return this time. You know my strength. How would I be in the mood to perform some erotic dance now? Annie snorted coldly. Just follow me when the time comes. I'll make sure you'll be fine. Dance, let me be happy. Dance your sister. Yi Qinghan was confused. He was dumbfounded. He did not know what to do. This woman was very domineering. If he angered her, she might attack him. If she attacked him and he did not resist, how could Yi Qinghan tolerate a woman standing on his head and shitting on him? If he resisted and attacked, it would be even more troublesome. Lacry, you're very abnormal. Could it be that your wings have hardened? You dare to disobey me? Yi Qinghan was stunned on the spot. Annie clearly saw the shift in his eyes. She could not help but become even more furious. Usually, even those who were stronger than Lacry and had backing would not dare to act like this in front of her, let alone someone like Lacry. Sir, please forgive me. Lacry has been in a bad mood recently. This erotic dance. I really can't do it. Yi Qinghan could only beg for mercy with a bitter expression. His mind, however, was thinking quickly. What if Annie attacked him? Should he tolerate it? What if she bullied him too much and he could not tolerate it? What should he do? Should he kill her or not? How should he kill her? What should he do afterward? In just 1 or 2 seconds, countless thoughts flashed through Yi Qinghan's mind. However, he realized that none of them were good ideas. His heart was burning. His smooth journey to heaven was about to be broken by this woman. At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt like tearing this slut into 100 pieces. Annie flew into a rage and stood up with a plop. With a wave of her hand, she opened the barrier of the inner room and walked out with large strides. A cold glint flickered in her pair of green phoenix eyes as she stared coldly at Yi Qinghan and said, This lady's mood today isn't good either. I'll ask you one last time, are you jumping or not? It did not matter whether Yi Qinghan danced or not. However, his repeated rejections made Annie really angry. Yi Qinghan sensed the light force circulating in her body. It was obvious that she was going to attack him. Over the years, many ordinary warriors had died in the hands of this woman. Yi Qinghan knew that if he did not answer well, he would be in deep trouble. This crazy woman. F***ck your grandpa. Yi Qinghan cursed under his breath. His eyes shone with a cold glint. Erotic dance? He would not dance even if he was beaten to death. If he was forced into a corner, he would just kill her. Therefore, Yi Qinghan no longer had any scruples. His stubborn temper flared up and he shouted angrily, "I'm not in a good mood. Sir, if you're not happy, just kill Lacri." The atmosphere in the room became awkward. The two of them stared at each other. It was like a lion meeting a tiger on a narrow path. Chapter 11:21. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Upon hearing Yi Qinghan's roar, Annie was clearly enraged. Her aura surged, and her beautiful face was like an iceberg. Cold air enveloped Yi Qinghan in an instant. The power of light and origin energy revolved around her hands, and she was about to make a move. I've had enough of you. Make your move. I wouldn't be considered a hero if I blinked. Yi Qinghan stood tall and straight. His expression was cold as he looked down at Annie. His handsome face, coupled with his tough expression and determined gaze, gave him a heroic aura. Swoosh. This crazy woman indeed made her move. The power of light and origin energy revolved around her hands, dazzling and eye-catching. She raised her hand high and slammed it down on Yi Qinghan's head. If Yi Qinghan didn't dodge or use his origin energy to block, he would definitely be smashed by her palm. Yi Qinghan's mind worked at lightning speed, but his expression didn't change. He stared at Annie with a burning gaze and watched as Annie's palm slammed down on him. Surprisingly, he didn't move. Instead, his aura surged, and a fierce pressure flashed in his eyes. He didn't use his origin energy, but his soul skill, coercion. How much power could his soul skill coercion produce if his soul skill was as strong as a 9th grade soul? Annie gave the answer. Her hand slowed down and stopped in midair. A strange light flashed in her eyes. Yi Qinghan stood there quietly. He didn't use the power of light or origin energy. He just glared at her with a heroic aura that was unafraid of death. Laclay was extremely handsome. His blonde hair fluttered in the wind, and his body was tall and strong. He was a famous handsome man in the city of Athens. Otherwise, Annie wouldn't have asked him to come over. At this moment, his body exuded an incomparably masculine and manly aura that was incomparably attractive, especially to women. The soul skill coercion made Annie feel that Yi Qinghan was like a god that had descended. His brilliance was unparalleled. Unknowingly, the killing intent in his heart was greatly reduced. Yi Qinghan secretly thought that it was a close shave. He had made the right bet this time. Usually, the more powerful a woman is, the more she appreciates a powerful man. Soul skill suppression. It wasn't a special soul skill, but it could increase one's aura and cause the enemy to inadvertently feel a sense of fear. This was the only skill that Yi Qinghan felt wouldn't make Annie suspicious. Yi Qinghan's expression didn't change. His eyes were still cold, and the corners of his mouth curled upwards, revealing a mocking expression. He coldly said, "What? Annie doesn't dare to do it anymore? I, Lachlan, have been pretending to be a coward my whole life. Today, I finally became a man. But your heart softened? You're just a slut. B***tch. Annie's anger, which had just subsided, flared up again. However, she saw that Yi Qinghan was staring at her with an even more scorching gaze. His passionate gaze made her a little flustered, and she didn't know how to reply. She admired Yi Qinghan's attitude, but his tone and words infuriated her, and her expression became gloomy. You're just a slut who deserves a beating. Aren't you just a little stronger? Do you have an affair with a god? Do you really think that all the men in the city of Athens will crawl under your crotch and kiss your butt and toes the moment you summon them? What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll beat you to death. You can't accept it? Just kill me and be done with it. I'm going all out today. I've had enough. Isn't it just death? Yi Qinghan continued to stare at her. He puffed out his chest and walked towards her step by step. He continued to release the pressure from his soul skill. He was prepared to make her completely flustered, attack her heart, and mess up her mind. He knew very well how lethal Lachlan's looks, coupled with her insufferably arrogant aura, were to women. Today, he could either conquer this slut, or he could only kill her. And the latter was what Yi Qinghan wanted the most. Once he killed her, Yi Qinghan could only run for his life. His way home would be completely cut off. Under Yi Qinghan's pressure and his star-like gaze, Annie started to retreat slowly. Her face was both embarrassed and angry. She tried to release energy from her hands a few times, but she suppressed it every time. Her heart was in a mess again. What about you? Hiss. Yi Qinghan shouted angrily. He reached out his hand domineeringly and tore the snow-white fox fur on Annie's back at lightning speed, revealing her voluptuous buttocks. Then, he raised his large hand and slapped her beautiful buttocks, leaving 5 bright red palm prints. He said fiercely, "You slut who needs to be F***ked? Turn around and lie on the table. If you continue to be so long-winded, believe it or not, I'll beat you to death." Yi Qinghan's voice became even colder and more arrogant. He kept saying, "I," and was extremely domineering. It was as if he had become the master, and the woman in front of him, who was only inferior to the archangel and had a good relationship with the god of light, the tyrant of Athens, Annie, had become his maid. Their positions seemed to have flipped. Lie on the table? Annie blinked. Her eyes were dazed and she couldn't believe it. Yi Qinghan's domineering aura was like that of the god of light, and she didn't dare to resist. She widened her eyes in disbelief. The man in front of her was still the same Lachlan who danced like a monkey in front of her and liked to kiss her below. Slap. 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 You slut, whore, you're asking for it. See how I'll F***ck you to death. 3 loud and clear slaps rang out. Annie's snow-white and voluptuous buttocks were left with a few deep red marks. Yi Qinghan tyrannically tore off the fox fur on her and pressed it on the table, causing her buttocks to stand up high. Then, he forcefully entered her by lifting the robe even more domineeringly. He actually dares to force himself on me? Annie was completely dumbfounded. She had played with many men over the years. She had used leather whips, candles, chains, cages, and so on. Other than the god of light, which man would dare to do this to her? However, the humiliation and anger in her mind were instantly replaced by the pleasure produced by Yi Qinghan's forceful and even wild thrusts. Annie's heart was filled with a sense of excitement that she had never felt before. She had wanted to curse out loud, but when it reached her mouth, it turned into a helpless moan. The atmosphere in the room changed from the original awkwardness to an ambiguous and gentle one. Accompanied by Yi Qinghan's curses and slaps, Annie's anger had completely dissipated. Occasionally, she would turn her head to look at Yi Qinghan, but her gaze was filled with infatuation and love. Motherf***, I was almost killed by this crazy woman. Luckily, I was quick-witted. The Yi family's marksmanship was also sharp enough. Otherwise, this matter would have been troublesome. Yi Qinghan tidied up his clothes in high spirits and swaggered out of Annie's mansion, heading towards Lachlan's mansion. Annie, who was sprawled on the table, heaved a sigh of relief when she recalled how she had turned into a puddle of water, only breathing in and out. However, her back was drenched in cold sweat. This matter was extremely dangerous. If this crazy woman were to cause a ruckus, it would be extremely dangerous regardless of whether she made a move or not. If she were not careful and alarmed the god of light, she might not even be able to keep her life, much less return home through the dimensional war. Phew. I can finally cultivate in peace. Back in the mansion, Yi Qinghan let out a long sigh and shook off the cold sweat on his back. He immediately went into seclusion, preparing to comprehend the last high-level occult mystery, spatial combination. At the same time, under the guidance of the War Emperor, he began to ponder on how to control the power of space to attack. After they were done, he had already fiercely told Annie that he wanted to cultivate, and that if she dared to disturb him, she would never step into this place again. When he came out of seclusion, he would naturally look for her. He did not expect Annie to nod her head obediently and even give him a secret manual. Her eyes were filled with love and admiration. Chapter 11:22. In the divine world, as long as you comprehend the ultimate mystery, the laws of heaven and earth will recognize you. They will grant you willpower and control a portion of the power of space. The devil world grants you the power of darkness. This heavenly hall obviously grants you the power of light. I participated in a dimensional war and met a few experts from other planes. Some of them granted me the power of fire, and some of them granted me the power of earth. Martial artists from each plane will only be granted one type of power. I don't know how other planes control the power bestowed by heaven and earth, but I have studied the power of space. However, my method is not suitable for you. My method of using the power of space is used in conjunction with restrictive spells. So, you have to create it yourself. Yi Qinghan sat cross-legged in the master bedroom of the Lacri residence. The master bedroom had 2 rooms. Yi Qinghan sat cross-legged on the outside with the slaughter god saber at the side. The inside was given to Pandora. Pandora was very obedient and did not disturb Yi Qinghan. She went into seclusion to refine the divine crystals. Yi Qinghan began to ask the Battle Emperor about the power of space. Create it myself? How do I create it myself? Hearing that the Battle Emperor wanted him to create it himself, Yi Qinghan felt a headache coming on. This was much more difficult than comprehending the laws. Create it himself? He could not understand it at all. The Battle Emperor paused for a moment and said, if it was someone else, I would definitely teach them a method and give them some pointers. But you can't. This is because you comprehend the laws of space. Your understanding of the power of space is much stronger than martial artists who comprehend the laws of other elements. Actually, the divine world's laws of space are the strongest laws. This is because the divine world bestows the power of space. So, you have to create it yourself and comprehend how to use the power of space on your own. Only then will you be able to achieve the strongest power. The laws of space are the strongest? Yi Qinghan was shocked. He had never thought about this before. However, after thinking about it, the laws of the divine world bestowed the power of space. People who comprehend the laws of space are indeed more familiar with the power of space. You comprehended the eternal space and became a pseudo-grade 9 martial artist. However, your familiarity with the power of space is definitely higher than anyone in the divine world, including me. That's because we are forcefully bestowed by the laws of heaven and earth, which is how to control the power of space. You, on the other hand, have comprehended it yourself. For example, we refined divine crystals, but you became a god by yourself. That's why you have to create your own method of controlling spatial energy. Only then will you be able to maximize its power. If you succeed in creating it yourself, you might be able to fight against 2 times the power of space with 1 time the power of space. Do you understand, kid? The Battle Emperor transmitted his voice once more, and Yi Qinghan felt enlightened. Indeed, the laws of heaven and earth bestowed upon one was like refining a divine crystal and comprehending the laws within it, but one had to comprehend it by themselves. No wonder Lord Devour and Kid didn't want to teach him how to use space power. Yi Qinghan instantly became 100 times more confident. He had always used the force of space as his method of comprehending the laws, and towards the end, he had almost wholeheartedly focused on comprehending the laws of space. If he could really create a method to control space power, using 1 time to fight against Shinta Xiong's 2 times, perhaps he would be able to kill him when he reached the 9th level. The Battle Emperor continued, there are 3 ways to attack using space power. First, it's the same primitive way as you, which is to smash and crush the enemy with great strength. Actually, this method is also feasible, but you don't have the technique. Second, the power of space is invisible to the naked eye, so many people like to control the invisible power of space to ambush. This method, if controlled to the extreme, can easily kill the enemy. The third way is to materialize the power of space and use it to attack the enemy. It's the overbearing way. Simply put, the first way focuses on strength, the second way focuses on yin, and the third way focuses on technique. As the Battle Emperor gave him a clear path, Yi Qinghan's mind became clear. Not mentioning the first way, Kid seemed to be walking on the second way. However, it was obvious that Kid hadn't studied it to the extreme. Lord Devour and Shintu Xiong were walking on the third way. Lord Devour's billions of flying swords and Shintu Xiong's golden sword had materialized the power of space, which was incomparably overbearing and pure technique. Senior Battle Emperor, is there any technique in the first way? Isn't it the same as using the greatest force? Yi Qinghan was a little skeptical. The Battle Emperor patiently explained, the first way is what my second brother used to walk on. He divided the space power into 9 layers. Each layer is stronger than the previous one, and each layer is faster than the previous one. It's continuous. If the enemy gets hit, they won't have time to react and will be crushed to death. If he uses all of his space power to smash, it's like using a palm to slap. However, he turns his palm into a fist and punches continuously. Tell me, which one is more powerful? This way of using space power is really magical. Yi Qinghan exclaimed. It seemed like he had great power, but he only knew how to use the most ordinary moves, which were direct smashes. After the Battle Emperor's analysis, Yi Qinghan felt that the path in front of him was much wider. Previously, he didn't have a clue, but now he could slowly explore it. Think about it first. Think about it and see which path is suitable for you. If you are sure, I will analyze it with you in detail. As for the specifics, I won't teach you. What you comprehend yourself is better than what others teach you. Even if it's not as powerful, at least it's easier to use. After the Battle Emperor transmitted his voice again, he became completely silent. Yi Qinghan also went into seclusion. First, he studied the 2 ancient secret techniques that he got from the Phoenix Queen, the Ghost Transformation and the Space Chaos several times. The Ghost Transformation was very successful, and he had turned into Lacri's appearance. Not to mention that Slut Annie and Great Archangel Dick, even the 12 maids that had been close to him for God knows how many years were fooled. This meant that the Ghost Transformation was very successful. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't dare to mess around with them, and he didn't like them either. These 12 maids had followed Lacri for so many years. If he messed around, it would be easy for him to expose himself. Of course, Yi Qinghan wasn't sure if anything would happen when he met the Light God. Disfortunately, the Light God was in seclusion. Furthermore, Lacri's strength was low, and he kept a low profile. He probably didn't have many chances to meet the Light God. The Space Chaos secret technique that the Phoenix Queen gave him. Yi Qinghan succeeded in comprehending it, but he didn't have the chance to practice it. There was no one around him who was a 9th grade. The Battle Emperor was a 9th grade Battle Emperor, but he only had a trace of remnant soul and no energy. He could only return to the divine world and let Jida cooperate with the experiment. It will take a while. Comprehending the space combination mystery won't be that fast. Furthermore, if I enter the Battle Emperor Palace now, it will be troublesome if that crazy woman Annie suddenly barges in and discovers that I'm not here. I should first study the method of using the Space Force. Yi Qinghan muttered to himself. He decided to go into seclusion in this room for 100 years first. When the situation in heaven was completely settled, he would enter the Battle Emperor Palace to observe the space combination mystery diagram and comprehend the laws. Chapter 1123. Space Power? What was space power? Yi Qinghan stood by the window, looking at the sky of the heavenly plane. He didn't move an inch, and there was a thin layer of dust on his head and body. Xiao He was sleeping soundly on the table in the room. Pandora cultivated in seclusion for a while, then woke up and walked out of the room. She sat next to Yi Qinghan, drinking tea and reading books. Occasionally, she would look at Yi Qinghan, who was standing by the window and looking at the sky like a statue. She would smile sweetly. Days like this were really boring. They were ordinary and even a little bit depressing. However, to Pandora, who had a pure mind, such days were peaceful and warm. The books Yi Qinghan had asked the maids to find for her. There were all kinds of books. Some were about cultivation, some were short stories, and many were miscellaneous books. During these 2,000 years, Yi Qinghan didn't want to go out. Of course, he didn't want Pandora to go out alone. Xiao He was so bored that she slept. In the heavenly plane, Yi Qinghan couldn't let them go out. He didn't dare to let them go out. Yi Qinghan had become a statue for almost 100 years. He had been studying space power. At first, he recalled Jida's countless silent dragons, Lord Devour's tens of thousands of giant swords, and Shintu Xiong's domineering slash. Then, he started to organize the space law, the 5 basic mysteries, the basic mystery of space, the absolute space domain, and the advanced mystery of space that he had comprehended in recent years. Eventually, he remembered the eternal space and how he had the method to control space power. He remembered when God Lord Butcher had released his will, the space power that had covered the entire place. Eventually, he was bewildered. He didn't know what space power was anymore. Thus, he gave up his seclusion and stood up. He started to look at the vast sky through the window. He had been watching for almost 100 years. He understood that if he wanted to control something, he had to be familiar with it. He had to understand it, get close to it, and make it accept him. This world is the biggest space. Each plane has so many small spaces, and there are so many small parallel spaces. Without space, there is no world. The power of space existed everywhere, so what was the highest realm of controlling the power of space? How to use the power of space to form the most powerful attack? A strength-based attack style? Too direct, too fierce, not good. Like Kid's murderous type? Not good either. When one reached the 9th level, sneak attacks were never the way to go. Lord Devour's type? Transforming the power of space into thousands of flying swords? That wasn't good either. If they were too scattered, their attack power would definitely not be great. Shintu Xiong turned into a sharp arrow or a sharp sword. Although it's incomparably domineering, it's too singular. Yes. He had decided to choose the third method, which was to combine Lord Devour's and Shintu Xiong's control methods, turning the space power into 9 long spears. This way, they had more power, but they weren't just one spear. Moreover, they were easier to control, and they could be used with the formation. It's decided, that's it. After spending close to 100 years, Yi Qinghan finally figured out what kind of method he would choose. Exhaling a long breath, his eyes regained their clarity. Noticing the dust on his hair, he smiled and shook his god power, making his body clean. He turned around and moved his almost rusty body. Big brother Han Yi, have you finished cultivating? Pandora stood up in joy. Almost 100 years was a long time. Before, he had Alice and the others to accompany him and talk. But now, he could only cultivate, read, and drink tea by himself. Yi Qinghan had finally finished cultivating. Pandora was like a bird that had just been released from a cage, extremely happy. Pandora, you've suffered all these years. Yi Qinghan looked at the little girl who was still as beautiful as before, his heart softening. He pulled her hand, stroked her golden hair, and gently embraced her. Pandora's body trembled, and she squirmed uneasily. Although she wholeheartedly supported Yi Qinghan, and had followed Yi Qinghan for many years, Yi Qinghan had never done such an intimate action. For a moment, she was somewhat unaccustomed, like a little deer scurrying in disorder. Yi Qinghan patted her smooth, jade-like shoulder with one hand, and caressed her golden hair with the other. His movements were as gentle as water, making Pandora's heart gradually settle down. Pandora raised her head and looked at Yi Qinghan's burning gaze. She became a little flustered, and casually opened her mouth to say, Han Yi big brother, after cultivating for 100 years, has your strength made great progress again? No. Hee hee, I've been thinking about a problem for nearly 100 years, and today, I've finally figured it out. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly, looking at Pandora. Unconsciously, this woman had already occupied a certain position in his heart. To be able to silently accompany him for so many years in such a lonely and boring way, even to the point of being dull and boring, this woman is worthy of his attention. Ah. Han Yi, big brother, for nearly 100 years, you've been thinking about a problem? Pandora's small cherry mouth opened wide, her face incredulous. She had refined the divine crystal, plus she had read so many miscellaneous books for so many years. She also had a little understanding of Yi Qinghan's realm and the top powerhouses. At Yi Qinghan's level, it was normal for him to casually go into seclusion for tens of millions of years. But to use nearly 100 years to think about a problem, her simple little brain still couldn't figure it out. Amen. For me, this problem is extremely crucial. I don't regret spending nearly 100 years. Yi Qinghan nodded. For him, 100 years or something like that was just a blink of an eye, but he had determined a path and figured out a lot of key points. This was more important than anything else. Oh. Pandora didn't understand, and she didn't want to ask too much. She just obediently responded. Yi Qinghan looked at her cute appearance and chuckled. Then he suddenly grabbed her waist and hugged her, walking towards the seat next to him. Ah, big brother Han Yi. Yi Qinghan's sudden attack made Pandora jump in fright. Her beautiful face that could be compared to fireworks instantly flushed red. She thought that Yi Qinghan was going to punish her. She was scared, expectant, and shy. Who knew that Yi Qinghan would walk to the tea table in the corner, sit down, and put her petite body on his lap. Then he picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. He gently caressed her beautiful hair and said with a smile, Pandora, do you regret following me? Isn't this kind of life very boring and hard? A little bit. Pandora said honestly. Then she smiled faintly and said, but Pandora doesn't regret it. A trace of guilt flashed through Yi Qinghan's eyes. His hand gently caressed Pandora's face, and before Pandora could react, he tenderly kissed her. This time, Pandora's body only stiffened, but she didn't squirm. She allowed Yi Qinghan to demand, and slowly, she clumsily began to respond. After a series of 10 minutes of wet kisses, Pandora's whole body softened. Yi Qinghan didn't further violate her. Instead, he pulled her hand and stood up, saying with a smile, let's go, Pandora. I'll take you out for a stroll. I'll accompany you to play for half a year. This, big brother Yi, will something happen? Pandora said a little uneasily, but the joy in her eyes was still very obvious. Yi Qinghan chuckled and said, it's fine. With me here, nothing will happen. I said that I'll protect you for a lifetime. Chapter 11:24. Yi Qinghan used the specter transformation and turned into Lakri's appearance. At the same time, he helped Pandora dress up. Then, he called the 12 maids in and used his powerful strength to force them to hand over their soul fires and become his soul slaves. In the past, Yi Qinghan did not plan to go out, nor did he want to lay his hands on the 12 maids. But now, because of Pandora, he naturally had to be more careful. Plus, after staying in heaven for so long, nothing had happened, so he decisively made his move. Under Yi Qinghan's instructions, Pandora used the god crystal to make her body a little bloated. Her facial features also changed slightly. A great beauty was forcibly turned into an ordinary woman. Her entire body was covered in a black robe, and she was not eye-catching at all. Yi Qinghan was very low profile. Even if he had conflicts with others, he did not put on the airs of an archangel. He was very humble. He wandered around the city for half a month without any conflicts. However, after accompanying Pandora for half a month, he was still discovered. Annie's maid discovered Yi Qinghan. He wandered around the city with Pandora every day. It would be strange if he did not discover her. In the end, Yi Qinghan could only helplessly go and comfort the lonely heart of that slut every few days. After accompanying Pandora for half a year, Yi Qinghan finally began to prepare to cultivate again. This is the specter of the Dark Knight transformation. You only need to cultivate the first half, and you will be able to change your appearance at will. At that time, you can go out with those maids to play. This time, I might be in seclusion for even longer. Sorry, Pandora, I can't accompany you often. Yi Qinghan threw the first half of the specter of the Dark Knight transformation to Pandora. The first half was easy to comprehend, but the second half required one to cultivate the soul and change the aura of the soul. Pandora definitely could not cultivate it, and there was no need for her to cultivate it. Pandora nodded obediently. Yi Qinghan turned the 12 maids into soul slaves. With them taking care of Pandora, she was relieved and went into seclusion again. This time, she entered the War Imperial Palace. In the largest hall of the War Imperial Palace, Yi Qinghan circulated his spatial force and slowly condensed a silver spear. In the spacious hall, a 2-meter-long spear appeared in the air, emitting a terrifying aura. This wasn't Jida's silent control method, but Lord Devour and Shintu Xiong's materialized long spears. However, as soon as the spear was formed, it immediately broke into pieces, and the terrifying aura also disappeared without a trace. Yi Qinghan's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. He let out a long sigh and sighed in a somewhat dispirited manner. Sigh, it's been 10 years, and this is the first time I've condensed the power of space into a physical form. I didn't expect it to break immediately. Hee, kid, don't be discouraged. This is the first time this Empress condensed the power of space into a physical body, and it took me 50 years. You're already not bad. An encouraging voice arose in Yi Qinghan's head. Yi Qinghan was shaken. He shook his head, rested for a while, and then stood up. His powerful soul consciousness was released. At the same time, both of his hands danced, releasing the eternal space, making the space power around gather in his hands. Then, both of his hands moved. With the help of the soul consciousness, he controlled a small portion of the space power, compressing it according to a special method. After 1 hour, a silver spear appeared in the air one more time. However, after a while, it broke into pieces again. Senior War Emperor, why did it break just like that? Did I use the wrong method to control it? As soon as the spear broke, Yi Qinghan's body softened. He had used up a lot of his soul energy, so he laid on the ground, gasping for air. You should figure it out yourself. I can only tell you that if you can condense it, it's not wrong. How to make it faster, how to preserve it longer, how to condense more spears, and how to control these spears, you have to figure it out yourself. There's no need to rush. You don't need to comprehend the mysteries of space. For the next 2,000 years, you can cultivate this. If you can condense 9 spears in 2,000 years, not to mention controlling them as if they are your own arms, if you can maintain them for 1 hour, you will pass. The Battle Emperor's voice transmission made Yi Qinghan extremely depressed. Although he knew that this was for his own good, he still felt a headache coming on. He weakly replied, how is it so difficult to control the power of space? You still can't fully grasp it after 2,000 years? The Battle Emperor laughed, this Emperor's talent is peerless. In my era, I was number 1. Do you know how long it took me to fully grasp it? 1,000,000 years. You didn't hear wrong. From the time I first tried to control the power of space to the time I mastered it, it took me 1,000,000 years. If you can fully grasp it in 100,000 years, you will be a peerless genius. Only your talent can compare to this Emperor. What? Senior. Are you sure? Why did it take 1,000,000 years for you and 100,000 years for me? That's not fair. Yi Qinghan was baffled. The Battle Emperor coldly said, of course I'm not wrong. Did you forget? That insane soul strength of yours? Back then, this Emperor only had the soul strength of a 5th-grade war god. If you can't fully grasp it in 100,000 years, then you are trash. I will look down on you from the bottom of my heart. Although Yi Qinghan knew that the Battle Emperor was provoking him, his competitive spirit was aroused. He coldly snorted and said, ever since I became famous, no one has called me trash. Senior Battle Emperor, just you wait. Yi Qinghan flipped over and stood up. He swore in his heart and began to train hard. Ha! God Slayer's spear, go! Again and again, the spears condensed and shattered. Yi Qinghan was completely engrossed in it. He forgot about the years, forgot about everything in the outside world, forgot about the mystic realm of reincarnation that was far away, forgot about the divine realm, and immersed himself in the training of martial arts. 200 years later, Yi Qinghan could already control the first spear to fly around the hall easily. He could even keep it for a few hours without shattering. He began to try to condense the second spear. 500 years later, he began to condense the third spear. 800 years later, the 4 spears could already move around in the hall like swimming dragons. 1,000 years later, other than the 100 years, Yi Qinghan would accompany Pandora for a year and occasionally go to Annie's place to appease that slut Annie. The rest of the time, he would enter the War Emperor's palace and diligently cultivate the control of the power of space. Pandora spent 100 years successfully cultivating the spirit of the Evernight transformation. She would often transform into a man and bring Lacri's maidservants out to play. However, she spent most of her time in Lacri's mansion reading, drinking tea, raising small animals, and tending to the flowers and plants. Her life was very ordinary. Her only hope was that every 100 years, Yi Qinghan would come out and meet her. Xiao He was so bored that his balls hurt. However, as a spirit body, he couldn't do anything. He could only enter the slaughter god blade every day and sleep. Occasionally, he would come out to watch Yi Qinghan cultivate. In the city of Athens, as they were preparing for the upcoming planar war, all the archangels and experts in the city were cultivating in seclusion. The city was very peaceful. Ha! In the War Emperor's palace, Yi Qinghan shouted. His body trembled, and all the power of space in the War Emperor's palace gathered around him. After that, his hands danced, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, 9 spears appeared in the sky. These 9 spears were much smaller than the first spear, but the pressure they emitted was much stronger. Go! Yi Qinghan waved his hand, and his eyes shone brightly. His body emitted a powerful aura, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. The 9 spears danced in the hall with great momentum. From time to time, they formed a straight line. From time to time, the 9 spears split up and danced around the hall. Their speed was as fast as lightning, and it felt like the entire hall was filled with white light. Xiao He, who was watching from the side, felt dizzy. Wow, boss is so powerful. From the looks of it, he is much more powerful than that dog *T* star monarch. Xiao He shouted, and his face was filled with pride. Beside Xiao He, there was a phantom image. Today, Yi Qinghan specially asked the War Emperor to condense his body to watch his performance. In the end, the War Emperor was shocked. The War Emperor's old-fashioned and imposing face was filled with shock. He shook his head and sighed. Damn, this brat is not human. He is too sick. In 2,500 years, his control of the power of space is as good as mine for 200,000 years. At this rate, he will achieve great success in less than 10,000 years. 2 hours later, Yi Qinghan's body trembled, and the 9 spears in the air suddenly shattered. He was drenched in sweat, and sat down on the ground to rest for half an hour. After that, he stood up and said with a cold look in his eyes, I have finally achieved some small success in the control of the power of space. The planar war is about to start. This time, if anyone dares to stop me from going home, I will kill them. Chapter 1125. Senior Zhan Huang, did I meet your requirements? Although Yi Qinghan knew that his cultivation speed could be said to be very fast, but he still hoped to obtain the recognition of the Battle Emperor. He had put in a lot of effort and sweat for more than 2,000 years. So, he really hoped to obtain the recognition of others. Not bad, it has greatly exceeded my expectations. It seems that your abnormal soul strength has also made your cultivation speed and comprehension speed abnormal. Boy, you are definitely the strangest genius in the history of the divinity. Zhan Huang was not stingy with his words and gave a very high evaluation. Of course, the Battle Emperor had some reservations about this evaluation. He was a talented genius and rarely admired others, let alone shocked them. But today, Yi Qinghan had truly shocked him. He. After getting the recognition of the former number one big shot in the divinity, Yi Qinghan was in a good mood and let out a long breath. This was the most diligent time he had ever been in cultivation. For more than 2,000 years, besides going out to accompany Pandora once every 100 years, he had been studying the method of controlling the power of space. More than 2,000 years. Yi Qinghan sighed secretly. In fact, he was also a person who could not calm down. If he was in seclusion to comprehend the divine law, his soul would be completely immersed in it and he would forget about time. But this was different. It was equivalent to constantly pondering, practicing, and occasionally going out to slowly pass the long time. But he did not feel the slightest bit irritated. Instead, he felt that more than 2,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Even he himself sighed that his mind cultivation had greatly improved. If your strength before was considered as a fake level 9, now you are a real lower level 9 expert. If you can completely master the power of space, I estimate that your strength will reach the peak of lower level 9, close to upper level 9. Work hard, boy. Don't die in the dimensional battlefield, don't let me down. Zhan Huang turned into a flowing light and disappeared into Yi Qinghan's body, entering the black stone in the divine crystal. Although Yi Qinghan's soul had undergone a mutation, the purple lightning had allowed his remnant soul to recover some energy. However, if he were to stay outside for a long time, this trace of energy would disappear too quickly. Xiaohei, are you bored? There are still a few decades before the dimensional war begins. We will definitely be able to return. Yi Qinghan walked towards Xiaohei. He wanted to touch Xiaohei's head, but he stopped in midair. A bitter smile appeared in his eyes. Xiaohei chuckled and shook his head. It's a little boring, but I'm very open-minded. You've worked hard, boss. Although I'm bored, I'm not suffering as much as you. Yes. His god-slaying spear could be considered to have reached small success. In just a few decades, he wouldn't be able to make any huge improvements. Let's get out. The planar war is about to begin, and I'm afraid that something abnormal will happen outside. Xiaohei nodded his head and entered the slaughter god blade. Yi Qinghan teleported out. Han Dage, are you done cultivating? In Lacri's courtyard, Pandora is teasing a small beast out of boredom. Suddenly, the space around her fluctuated. She turned her head and saw a green figure suddenly appearing in the room. She quickly stood up in joy and pounced towards Yi Qinghan. Pandora, are you bored? Don't worry, I've already reached small success in my cultivation this time. I won't be going into seclusion anymore. There are still 30 years left. I will accompany you outside. Yi Qinghan gently embraced this graceful and delicate body, floating up and down on her silk-like back. His face was buried in her beautiful golden hair. His mind was no longer thinking about cultivation. His heart was at peace. Really? Pandora raised her pretty face and looked at Yi Qinghan with her limpid eyes. Her little face became even more joyful and radiant. She looked at Yi Qinghan and was startled. When has Han Dage ever lied to you? Yi Qinghan reached out and pinched her nose. Although this woman has accompanied him for more than 2,000 years, she's still as white as a sheet of paper and as pure as a young girl. However, she was still like a blank piece of paper, as pure as a young girl. When he was with her, he felt that his mentality had become much younger. Han Dage, you're the best. Pandora suddenly stood on her tiptoes and lightly kissed Yi Qinghan's face. She then blushed and buried her head in Yi Qinghan's chest. Although she and Yi Qinghan have confirmed their relationship, Yi Qinghan has never done anything to her. At most, he would hug and kiss her. Today, she took the initiative to kiss him, which is already a very bold move. Yi Qinghan laughed heartily. He has already made a small accomplishment in the God Slayer's spear's manipulation method named by him. He doesn't plan to cultivate it in the near future, so his mood is completely relaxed. At this moment, he sees Pandora's appearance of wanting to refuse but also welcoming, and he can't help but be greatly moved. He reaches out a hand and gently pinches Pandora's sharp chin, making her lift her face and carefully look at this beautiful face. Han Yith Dage, under Yi Qinghan's fiery gaze, Pandora becomes even more shy. Her snow-white neck reddens, and her two hands that were originally hugging Yi Qinghan's waist are now stretched forward, pressing against his chest. Her eyes are half closed and half open, and her curved eyelashes tremble, making her even more alluring. Yi Qinghan doesn't say anything, only kissing her heavily. Then he hugs her waist and strides into the inner room. The inner room, Pandora's body trembles. She feels that this time, Yi Qinghan doesn't continue to carry her to a seat, but carries her towards the inner bedroom. Her whole person becomes even more ill at ease. She seems to have guessed what will happen next. She has been looking forward to this day for more than 2,000 years, and has also prepared for more than 2,000 years. But when this day comes, she still feels incomparably nervous and afraid. Don't be nervous. After tonight, you're no longer a girl, but my woman. Yi Qinghan continues to softly and moist Pandora, easing the tension in her heart. Then he gently puts her on the bed, but he doesn't overbearingly tear her clothes. He only lightly caresses her, lightly kisses her, letting Pandora feel his love, and also making her body slowly heat up. Only then does he quietly untie her robe. When a perfect and tender body is exposed to the air, Yi Qinghan's heart, which has been sealed for more than 2,000 years, becomes excited for the first time. Even though he has vaguely seen Pandora's body twice before, at that moment, he still feels his mouth go dry. Pandora shut her eyes tightly and let Yi Qinghan kiss her body all over. When she felt a wave of heat fill up the place that had been empty for more than 2,000 years, she used all her strength to hug Yi Qinghan's body tightly. 2 clear tears fell from the corners of her eyes, and they were tears of happiness. There's an ancient saying that women are like fine wine. The more you brew them, the purer they become. This saying seems to make sense. After more than 2,000 years of accumulation, Pandora can actually compare to the Enchantress masterpiece. This feels good. Yi Qinghan originally thought that after more than 2,000 years, Pandora would still be a young girl, and that she would be very dry and difficult to enter. He did not expect that she would be smooth like a pearl and smooth like jade. There was also a strange, indescribable sense of pleasure. He did not know whether it was because of the accumulation of time, or because of Pandora's extraordinary innate talent, but how could this feel good? Chapter 11:26. In the barren lands of the divine world and the demon world, the Soul Emperor Pavilion was still hovering above. Yao Ji was studying the technique of restriction in the 9-tiered hall, while Lord Devour and Jido were cultivating in seclusion. All of a sudden, Yao Ji's eyelashes shivered. She saw a fiery figure appear in the hall from the corner of her eyes. She couldn't help but turn around. Since Lord Devour had asked her to control the Soul Emperor Pavilion for 100,000 years, he hadn't appeared again. Why did he appear here today? It's been more than 3,000 years. Yao Ji. Go back. We don't need to wait anymore. Lord Devour's face was calm. His voice didn't change, but there was a faint disappointment and regret. What? Jia Wu, it's just 3,000 years. 100,000 years is still far away. Perhaps. Yao Ji pursed her lips. Halfway through, her voice became lower and lower until she quieted down. Lord Devour glanced at Yao Ji and said, "It's been more than 3,000 years. I've thought it through. Why can't you? Little Han can't come back. It's good enough that he's alive. If he wants to come back, he has only one way. Through the dimensional war. And it's almost impossible to come back through the dimensional war. Thus, he can't come back." Lord Devour's words were like sharp thorns stabbing Yao Ji's heart. Her face changed completely, turning ashen. She knew it. Lord Devour knew it, and so did Jida. If the three of them wanted to wait here for 3,000 years, they were just deceiving themselves. Go back. Go back. It's lucky that little Han isn't dead. Xiao He was evolving at that time. I think he's done now. He's swallowed most of the Devil Monarch's energy. I think Xiao He will be alright. Lord Devour's face became resolute. His eyes looked at the endless void through the projection on the wall. He lowered his voice and said, as long as they can live well, it's okay. As for us, we should do what we should do. Swoosh. At this moment, the hall had a sudden energy fluctuation. Jida's imposing body appeared, smiling gently. He forced a smile and said, Lord Devour, you're right. After losing little Han, we have to create another one. Otherwise, we will die of old age in the reincarnation's secret domain, never to return to the divine world. It's hard to create little Han. He is unique. Lord Devour sighed deeply, feeling regretful. Pausing for a while, he continued, anyway, we can stealthily visit all the material planes in the divine world to find talented people. Just like what we did to little Han that year, we'll let them endure hardships to make them grow. We'll give them the best resources. If one doesn't work, we'll find 100, 10,000, 1,000,000. If 10,000 years wasn't enough, then he would wait for 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, 10,000,000 years. Shintu Xiong, one day, I will definitely kill you. Gid and Enchantress also nodded their heads heavily. The enmity between them and Shintu Xiong was a blood feud that would not end until one of them was dead. Their biggest hope, Yi Qinghan, was gone. They had no choice but to continue thinking of ways to take revenge. For the Soul Emperor, for Yi Qinghan, or even for themselves. The Soul Emperor Pavilion floated in the wilderness for over 3,000 years. Finally, like a meteor, it changed directions and flew straight towards the reincarnation plane. The immortal world was incomparably calm. The bustling star sea no longer had countless god bandits. The martial artists of the various continents also kept a low profile. The star sovereign still didn't come out of seclusion. The eternal palace that trapped the frigid night sovereign disappeared above the supreme island and didn't appear again. Of course, no one dared to challenge his dignity because they didn't want to become the second Lord Devour and Yi Qinghan. The supreme island became the sacred island. The nearby 9 Guardians Island also became extremely prosperous. The small and big islands in the Star Sea that were almost extinct were occupied by the big and small families that migrated from the 6 continents. After several thousand years, Li Tao had completely controlled the Misty Continent. Although his strength was still at the Venerable Realm, no one dared to go against his orders. After several thousand years, the only things that changed were the soul-devouring manor and the flame dragon city. Among the 108 cities of the soul-devouring manor, only the soul-devouring city was still in Emperor Yu's hands. The rest of the small cities all obeyed Emperor Yu's orders under Li Tao's hint. Many of the small cities even openly expressed their rebellion. The Flame Dragon City originally had millions of citizens. Now, there were only slightly more than 100,000 people in the huge city, and half of them were the Yi family army. 1/3 of the 100,000 Yi family army defected. Even some of the elders in the city had left quietly. Emperor Yu and the Thunder Emperor weren't surprised at all when their subordinates defected. They didn't stop them either. They also knew that it was very likely that after several tens of thousands of years, most of the citizens in the soul-devouring city and the Flame Dragon City would leave. They didn't blame those who defected because they knew that once the Star Sovereign came out of seclusion, the 2 cities would be turned into ruins, and they would all be buried with him. The divine world was very lucky in this planar war. The sky didn't suddenly send down a divine decree bestowed by the laws of heaven and earth to let the divine world participate in this planar war. Otherwise, the Thunder Emperor and Emperor Yu believed that once the planar war started, the Star Sovereign would definitely come out of seclusion. Even if they didn't die, they would be sent to the planar war as cannon fodder. In the void outside the plane of the divine world, a golden 9-story pagoda flew rapidly. It didn't fly towards the divine world. Instead, it flew into a place surrounded by spatial vortexes. Finally, it flew in between 2 spatial vortexes. Whoosh! 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 When the Soul Emperor Pavilion entered the reincarnation mystic realm through a weak spot in the void, countless figures flew out of Reincarnation Island at lightning speed. At the same time, countless experts from the 3 great continents flew towards Reincarnation Island. All the experts in the human plane were alarmed. They're back. They're back. Father and the others are back. Mother, father and uncle are back. I, the demon devourer demon, finally have a father. Dozens of people stood in the sky. Most of them were women. All of them were excited and their eyes were burning. Many of them had tears in their eyes. After more than 3,000 years, they were finally back. Buzz. The sky trembled. Mo Xiaoxiao, who was still in seclusion, came out. She was still dressed in a green robe. Her beautiful eyes were so bright that it made people forget about her appearance. Her divine sense locked onto the Soul Emperor Pavilion. A moment later, a look of disappointment and bitterness flashed in her eyes. She turned her head to look at Yu Qingsheng and the others with burning eyes. She couldn't bear to turn her head away. Yu Qingsheng was the most meticulous. When she felt Mo Xiaoxiao's gaze, her heart sank. Then, she saw 3 familiar figures flash out of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Her entire body swayed and she almost fell from the sky. Mother, that doesn't look like father. Beside Fireworks was a beautiful woman who looked very much like Fireworks. She frowned and looked at the only man among the 3 who came down from the Soul Emperor Pavilion. She didn't feel that he looked like the man that Fireworks had described to her since she was young, so she asked curiously. However, when she turned her head to look at Fireworks, who was still as beautiful as ever, she found that Fireworks's face was covered in tears. Her eyes were filled with grief and she was sobbing. Chapter 11:27. My Lord. The Archangel is summoning all the archangels in the city to gather outside the Temple of Light. In the light plane, Yi Qinghan was sitting with Pandora in the inner courtyard. Yi Qinghan was leisurely reading a book, while Pandora was fiddling with a few strange flowers that she had been raising for a long time. A maid walked in quickly and respectfully to Yi Qinghan. There was a hint of fear in her eyes. Oh. Is the planar war finally about to begin? Yi Qinghan put down his book and stood up happily. His face was full of excitement as he looked outside with a knife-like gaze. He said solemnly, I've been waiting for this day for 3,000 years. Phew, Pandora, wait for me at home. Don't worry, Baraba. As long as I pass through the planar war and return to my plane, I will naturally release your soul fire and restore your freedom. Yi Qinghan looked at the kneeling maid and was in a good mood. He gave her an affirmative answer. Then, his body slowly transformed, and his soul aura also began to change. His originally delicate face became incomparably handsome, and his green hair turned golden. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qinghan had become Lacri. Walking out of the mansion, Yi Qinghan quickly flew out of the Temple of Light, keeping a low profile along the way. Even when he met the archangels he knew along the way, he only nodded at them. The archangels in the city of Athens had obviously received the notice and were all rushing to the Temple of Light. The Temple of Light was the residence of the god of light, Daoist. Outside the temple, countless archangels had already gathered. Yi Qinghan landed and then stood in a corner, keeping a low profile. He did not talk to anyone and pretended to close his eyes to rest, but in fact, his divine sense was quietly probing his surroundings. This was the last hurdle, and this time, the god of light was very likely to appear. He did not want his identity to be exposed at the last moment. That would be, damn it. An hour later, there were no more archangels flying over. Clearly, all of them had arrived. Only then did the archangel fly over leisurely. Yi Qinghan checked and found that there were more than 100 archangels. He thought to himself that heaven was really full of talents. This was only one main city. Heaven had 12 main cities. Also, it was said that a lot of archangels died during the planar war god battle. Lachlan, you've been awesome recently. You actually didn't accompany me? Do you want this lord to talk to Dick and let you go to the vanguard as cannon fodder? A flirtatious voice drifted over. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes a little and looked at the woman who had quietly appeared beside him. He smiled bitterly and transmitted his voice to her. You slut, are you itching again? Do you think I won't beat you to death? Annie twisted her plump buttocks. She didn't forget to throw flirtatious glances at the archangels in the distance with a pair of foxy eyes. She pinched Yi Qinghan's waist with one hand and said, "Hee hee, you're so boring. You're so low-key in front of outsiders, but you're so domineering in front of me. Oh right, Lachlan, how's your strength training going?" Yi Qinghan's expression didn't change. He lowered his head and looked like he was submitting to Annie's despotic power. He transmitted his voice back, "If you don't protect me, I'll definitely die. Do as you see fit. If you continue to pinch me, do you believe I won't *ck you to death tonight? Hee hee, you want this lord to protect you. Let's see if you work hard tonight. If you can *ck me to death, then you're good." Annie laughed, and the two archangels at the side felt their hearts waver. They couldn't help but look at Yi Qinghan with jealousy. In their hearts, they were cursing Yi Qinghan for being such a good-for-nothing who relied on his face and this woman to live off a woman. Yi Qinghan was about to say something, but he was alarmed and quickly retracted his divine sense. At the same time, he replaced all the god power in his body with the power of light. He didn't dare to move or think recklessly. He just stood there obediently. Buzz! An enormous divine power suddenly descended outside the lookout hall. All the archangels quickly became solemn and didn't dare to breathe loudly. Even Annie's expression turned serious. The planar war will begin in half a month. Each of you will lead a team of 10,000 people and gather here. In this planar war, only victory is allowed, no defeat is allowed. A deep voice sounded in everyone's mind, and then the pressure disappeared quietly as if it had never descended. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to move, nor did he dare to use his divine sense to probe. He just stood there respectfully. Even when the pressure disappeared, he still didn't dare to move. Only when Annie poked his waist did he come back to his senses. "Let's go. What are you still standing there for?" Annie looked at Yi Qinghan with some reproach, as if blaming him for acting so well. Yi Qinghan looked around and saw countless archangels flying outside. Only then did he know that the god of light had finished speaking. He heaved a sigh of relief. This round was finally over. It seemed that this ghost transformation could even fool the probing of a level 9 powerhouse. Under the jealous gazes of countless people, Yi Qinghan and Annie flew out together. However, halfway through, Yi Qinghan transmitted his voice. "The Lord wants us to bring 10,000 people. What should we do?" "Idiot, just go to a few lower worlds and find some people to replace them. These are just cannon fodder. The real main force is us." "Wrong, it's the Lord and the others." Annie snorted coldly. She was a little curious. Lackley used to be a very smart person. Why was he so muddle-headed now? However, Yi Qinghan's eyes turned and his expression turned cold. He shouted, "Looking for a beating? How dare you call me an idiot? You stupid woman, don't you understand what I mean? Ask your subordinates to help me find 10,000 people. I don't have time to go to the lower worlds." Once Yi Qinghan's manly aggressiveness was released, Annie immediately softened. She said with some grievance, "Sure, you only know how to bully others. If you don't come tonight, I will help you find 10,000 of the lowest level cannon fodder." We'll talk about it later. It depends on your performance." Yi Qinghan waved his hand and flew away. Annie was so angry that she wanted to smash Yi Qinghan down. She looked at Yi Qinghan with love and hatred, then turned and flew back to her mansion. Half a month later, Yi Qinghan brought Pandora, who was disguised as a man, out of the mansion and flew toward Annie's. Outside Annie's mansion, there were already 20,000 people ready to go. They were all 6th and 7th grade war god level war gods. Yi Qinghan nodded with satisfaction and let Pandora enter one of the groups. He then smiled at Annie and transmitted his voice, "Not bad, much better than what I found." Annie transmitted her voice proudly, "Hee hee, as long as you continue to work hard, I will ensure that you don't die in the dimensional battlefield. Remember, on the battlefield outside, don't wander around. If you die, I will be sad. Get lost. Motherf asterisk cur, are you cursing me to die? Yi Qinghan's face immediately darkened. He then waved at the people Annie had prepared for him and led them to the Shrine of Light. The 20,000 experts from the material plane were extremely excited. They followed Annie and Yi Qinghan and flew toward the Shrine of Light. They were ready to worship their great lord and the upcoming holy war. However, they did not expect that they would all be cannon fodder. Perhaps, after the first round of confrontation, they would turn into ashes and stay in the dimensional battlefield forever. Chapter 1128. This is the planar battlefield? Such a strong killing intent, such a desolate aura. Yi Qinghan looked at the sky and the vast land in front of him and sighed in his heart. Although he had a general understanding of the planar battlefield from Lackley's memories, he still felt a different feeling when he was teleported here. The planar battlefield was also known as the Hell Plane. There were no mountains of corpses or the smell of blood in the air. There was only an omnipresent pressure that made one feel a sense of heaviness and desolation from the depths of one's soul. It was as if this was the end of the world, the final resting place of humans. Why is the space here so stable? My divine sense is so powerful, but it can only reach 10,000 miles? Suddenly, Yi Qinghan's eyes narrowed as he discovered something extremely shocking. His soul was definitely the strongest in the immortal world. Even Monarch Yanran and Mo Xiaoxiao weren't as strong as him. After cultivating the God Slayer spear for over 2,000 years, Xiao Chen's origin energy had doubled. His soul sea had also continued to expand. However, the increase in his soul sea was very slow, as if it had reached a bottleneck. But according to the Battle Emperor's estimation, his current soul level had definitely reached the peak of grade 9. But now, his divine sense could only reach 10,000 miles? Annie. What's the furthest your divine sense can reach? Yi Qinghan turned and asked Annie. Annie, this slut, was very obsessed with his Yi family spear recently. She actually brought him along when they came to the planar battlefield. About 10 miles? Why are you asking this? Annie looked at this man curiously. After being teleported here, she seemed to have a feeling that this man had changed. He wasn't as low profile as usual, nor did he continue to act like a coward. Instead, he was like a treasured sword that had been unsheathed, showing off his abilities. Yi Qinghan nodded slightly. It seemed like it wasn't his problem. Annie's soul strength was not bad, but he didn't expect it to only be able to reach 10 miles. His soul strength was 100 times that of hers, which was already very heaven-defying. The space here was indeed special. It was definitely more stable than the endless void by 100 times. The space in this place is so stable, I wonder if it will affect the use of the power of space. Yi Qinghan thought to himself. The sharpness that had just been released from his body began to retract. He became as low-key and honest as before. He stood beside Annie with a charming smile on his face. He was a typical gigolo who relied on his face to make a living. Xiao. In the empty space on the left, a huge transportation formation started to teleport people continuously. Every time it teleported tens of thousands of people, it was a great angel leading 10,000 cultivators. After these people came out, they immediately lined up neatly in the open space. Yi Qinghan quietly observed and found that the heaven plane was truly powerful. It hadn't been long since the teleportation started, but it had already teleported over 200 archangels. If all of them were teleported, there would be at least 400 to 500 archangels. 4 to 500 venerables. How many venerables did the god world have? Yi Qinghan carefully looked around. This was a very big valley, surrounded by black mountains on 3 sides, and there was only one way out. According to Lackery, there was an inexplicable restriction in the sky. Even if a 9th grade supreme martial artist dared to fly hundreds of miles up in the sky, they would be killed. Yi Qinghan had a rough understanding of the dimensional war from Lackery. There were no rules in the dimensional war. The only way to win was to kill a lot of people. The more you killed, the more you could win. Yi Qinghan thought of the Fire Dragon Continent's prefecture war and found that there were many similar places. It was the same as killing people to get badges and points. It was the same final battle, except that the Fire Dragon Continent's prefecture war paled in comparison to the dimensional war. Moreover, there were more martial artists here, and they were stronger. The time was also longer, a whole 100 years. According to the Archangel, there were a total of 100 big planes participating in the dimensional war this time. The 50 planes that obtained the most points would be the victors, and they would be qualified to attack the losing plane. At the same time, the 9th grade experts of the planes that killed the most people and obtained the most points would also be rewarded by the law of heaven and earth. Yi Qinghan was not interested in the dimensional war. He was only interested in going home, so he did not ask Annie about the treasures that the law of heaven and earth would reward the 9th grade experts. 2 hours later, the white light finally stopped. Yi Qinghan also withdrew his thoughts. He quietly leaned toward Annie and shrank back. At the same time, he restrained his aura and hid his aura with Annie's. In the wide valley, there were already 400 to 500 archangels gathered, and 4 to 5 million Emperor God experts. Of course, among these 4 to 5 million Emperor God experts, there were strong and weak ones. The team led by Yi Qinghan and Annie was considered to be a strong team. However, Yi Qinghan also found out that some of them had brought a group of martial artists at the peak of 7th grade war gods. Swish! The transportation formation paused for a moment, then it lit up again. This time, everyone present knelt on one knee and shouted respectfully in unison, "Greetings, God of Light." 6 figures appeared in the transportation formation. Yi Qinghan did not dare to use his divine sense to examine them, so he could not determine their specific strength. These 6 people did not even look at the millions of people kneeling on the ground. Only one of them shouted, "This dimensional war can only be won. Defeat is not allowed." Everyone, listen to the command of the Archangel leading the team. "Let's go." Before the voice died away, the 6 figures flew toward the only exit in front of them. They did not fly very high, only a height of 100 meters. Their speed was extremely fast. When Yi Qinghan raised his head, he could only see the backs of the 6 dazzling figures. Following that, the 6 archangels commanded the archangels under them to lead their respective armies and fly out of the valley in an orderly manner. Huh? Not leaving some armies to guard the transportation formation? What if someone teleports to the heaven plane through the transportation formation? Yi Qinghan and Annie's team were arranged at the back. Yi Qinghan saw that most of the armies had flown out. It seemed like the archangels had no intention of leaving anyone behind to guard the transportation formation. Idiot, this transportation formation cannot be activated without the cooperation of at least 3 gods of light. Lachri, sometimes you are very smart, but sometimes you are so stupid that it's cute. Annie looked at Yi Qinghan, amused and annoyed at the same time. She covered her mouth and teased him. Then how did the creatures from the other dimension attack heaven? Yi Qinghan asked even more doubtfully. You don't even know this? From the center of the dimensional war, Mount Pan. Annie shot him a disdainful look, as if mocking Yi Qinghan's ignorance. Mount Pan? What a weird name. Yi Qinghan shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly. Lachri did not know about this. Annie was laughing at Lachri. If Annie was stupid, it was Lachri who was stupid. It had nothing to do with him. You said that 3 gods of light are required to work together to activate it. Annie, is it the same for other dimensions? Yi Qinghan suddenly recalled Annie's words and was shocked. His expression changed slightly. 3 gods of light. Didn't that mean that the transportation formation in the divine realm also required 3 rank 9? Of course it's the same. This is the rule of the dimensional war. What's wrong? Why are you acting so strangely today, Lachlan? Annie looked at Yi Qinghan, who was acting strangely, suspiciously. Yi Qinghan saw Annie's suspicious gaze and quickly covered it up. What if all the gods of light die in battle? Won't we not be able to go back? Shoo, do you want to die? How dare you curse the gods of light? Annie quickly covered Yi Qinghan's mouth. Although both of them spoke softly and Annie had activated her god territory, the gods of light were omnipotent. However, the god of light possessed remarkable abilities and had yet to fly far. If she were to be heard, she would be implicated. She did not dare to speak anymore and quickly transmitted her voice. You idiot. If you can't win, you can surrender. Surrendering is equivalent to admitting defeat. For example, if there are only 3 gods of light left in the dimensional war, they will immediately admit defeat. Do you understand? Oh. Yi Qinghan nodded like a chick pecking at grains. He did not dare to speak anymore, but his heart was burning with anxiety. 3 gods of light. Didn't that mean that even if he found the transportation formation in the divine realm, he could not activate it? Then what was the point of him coming to the dimensional war? Chapter 1129. No. Yi Qinghan's heart skipped a beat. He thought of a person, the Battle Emperor. The Battle Emperor had participated in many dimensional wars. He definitely knew that it was impossible to open the teleportation formation without 3 ninth-grade warriors. But he didn't stop him when he said he wanted to come to the dimensional battlefield. Could it be that he had a way? Kid, what are you worrying about? With me here, it will be easy to open the teleportation formation for you. Have you forgotten who I am? The Battle Emperor's message came quickly. His words were full of arrogance and mockery. Yi Qinghan was stunned for a moment, but then he felt relieved. The Battle Emperor was the number 1 person in the divine realm in terms of restrictions. If he said he could open the teleportation formation, then there must be no problem. The teleportation formation of the divine realm is in the southeast, in the lava canyon. There is lava all around, so it will be easy to find. But you must remember to be careful of the restrictions in this dimensional battlefield. If you feel that it is dangerous, don't step into it. Some restrictions can teleport people, some can trap people, and some can kill people directly. There are many restrictions here that I don't understand. Don't send me any more messages. Wait until you reach a safe place. The Battle Emperor reminded him again and didn't send any more messages. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to ask too much. After all, Annie was by his side, and the 6 light gods were not far away. Not long after, it was finally Yi Qinghan's group's turn. Yi Qinghan glanced at Pandora, who was disguised as an ordinary man, and transmitted a message to her, telling her to follow him closely. Pandora was obviously a little nervous. Although she had refined the high-grade divine crystal, she didn't like to study martial arts. Her real strength was probably no match for a god king. The only good thing about her was her flying speed, which could barely reach the speed of a 5th-grade war god. More than 100,000 people flew out of the canyon. Yi Qinghan paid special attention to the inside of the canyon. In the end, only a legion of 10,000 people and a great angel were left behind. The rest of the people left. After flying for half an hour, the field of view in front of them widened. What appeared in front of them was an endless mountain range. These mountain ranges were incomparably tall, and the sight of them was enough to cause one's heart to palpitate. The tallest mountain peak reached the sky above the restrictive spell, and because of the restrictive spell, one couldn't even see the peak. The terrain in front of them was extremely complicated, and one couldn't even see the end of it. The teleportation portal to the plane of heaven was located at the foot of one of the mountains. Currently, the 6 radiant and holy gods hovered there, radiating shocking auras that made them look like 6 dazzling suns. Behind them were powerful experts from the plane of heaven. When the last legion came out of the canyon, the 6 light deities flew straight toward the mountain range. They were as fast as lightning, and their auras were extremely domineering. Under the command of the 6 archangels, millions of people were divided into 6 large legions and followed the 6 light gods into the mountain range in an orderly manner. There were very few ancient trees in the mountain range, and there were even fewer flowers and grasses. There were only black rocks everywhere, and many of the rocks had traces of battles. After Yi Qinghan and the others reached the top of the mountain range, they found that the radiant and holy gods weren't flying. Archangel Dick ordered everyone to descend, and passed down a message that no one was allowed to fly more than 1,000 meters in the air, or else they would die. After landing, Yi Qinghan quietly used his divine sense to scan the area 1,000 meters above the mountain range. There were many places where he sensed danger, and it seemed there were many restrictive spells hidden in the air. My divine sense can't scan far. I can't fly. The terrain is so complicated. It seems this planar war is going to be interesting. Yi Qinghan sighed inwardly. Millions of people walking through the complicated terrain of the mountain range had no idea whether or not they would run into enemies from other planes. It was very likely that danger was hidden everywhere. This kind of battle was much more interesting than tens of millions of people flying in a straight line. Of course, it was also much more dangerous. Yi Qinghan followed the main legion through the mountain range at high speed. He didn't ask anything, nor did he dare to spread out his divine sense. He only secretly observed the surrounding terrain. The legion he led was in the middle of the main legion. Even if there were enemies attacking, there were 6 radiant gods above them. After walking for 10 days and crossing dozens of large mountain ranges, they actually didn't run into any enemies, not even a demonic beast or magical beast. After 10 days, the 6 radiant gods in front stopped. They were at the foot of a huge mountain. The mountain was so huge that Yi Qinghan couldn't see the sides with his naked eye. There were countless caves at the foot of the mountain, and they were extremely huge. This is the Planar War's Demon Mountain. In the next 90 years, you will enter in batches and fight with the experts of the other existential planes. Only by continuously killing the experts of the other existential planes will you be able to survive. Only then will you be able to earn meritorious deeds, generous rewards, and a vast amount of treasures. Finally, you will be qualified to become an archangel or even a disciple of a chief god. Remember, after entering, each legion can only return after obtaining at least 10,000 merit points. Those who return without merit points will be killed without mercy. After earning enough merit points, you can leave. Remember, the passageway leading to our Demon Mountain has white walls on the left and black walls on the right. Don't go the wrong way, or you will never come back. After entering, you must be extremely careful not to step on the teleportation restriction. Otherwise, if you are teleported into the legion of creatures from other planes, only death awaits you. Each legion is divided into 10 smaller legions, and they will support each other from the front and back. Don't move together, and don't stray too far from each other. When fighting, you must listen to the Archangel's commands, or else your entire family will be wiped out. And remember, the 6 Archangels began to disseminate knowledge about Demon Mountain to the warriors in their respective legions. Yi Qinghan listened attentively to Dick's explanation. He had learned some information from Lacri, and now with Dick's explanation, he was completely clear. There were 108 demon mountains, and they were all connected, forming a circle around the city. Within the demon mountains was an incomparably huge open space, and that was the battlefield of the final battle. In the center of the battlefield was Mount Pan, the center of the planar war. Receive the reward and attack the entrance to the other planes. The planar war lasted for 100 years. In the first 90 years, all the participants were not qualified to enter the battlefield of the final battle. They could only fight in the other 100 demon mountains to earn points. Of course, they could also fight outside the demon mountains. However, the people of the major planes preferred to fight inside the demon mountains. Outside the demon mountains, firstly, the terrain was complex, and it was difficult to encounter enemies. Secondly, there were too many restrictions in the sky. When fighting, it was easy to trigger the restrictions and be killed. To Yi Qinghan, the battles inside the demon mountains were actually far more ferocious than the final battle. This was because one could surrender in the final battle, but one couldn't surrender inside the demon mountains. If one didn't earn enough points in the demon mountains, they couldn't return. If they encountered creatures from other planes, they could either kill the other party or die themselves. 6 hours later, all the warriors had firmly memorized the Archangel's explanations. And each Archangel began to command 1/3 of the legion to enter the pitch-black, huge cave in front of them. Of the 6 light gods, 3 took the lead and walked into the cave. The other three light gods suddenly disappeared from the scene. Clearly, they had entered their spatial divine items to rest. Lac Lei, if we are picked to enter, you will follow me. Don't worry about your legion. If those low-level warriors die, so be it. After we enter, listen to me. Otherwise, it will be very easy for people to die inside. Annie transmitted her voice to Yi Qinghan, and Yi Qinghan hurriedly nodded. In his heart, he had a good impression of this slut. Although he was not sure if this slut had taken a fancy to his people, or because his Yi clan spear was fierce enough, but no matter what, she still took care of him. If there was a chance, he would still help her. Yi Qinghan and the others seemed to be very lucky. The first team to enter the Demon Mountains did not draw a two-man legion. Out of the 4 to 5 million people, 1 million people followed the three light gods and countless archangels into the pitch-black cave and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 1130. Looking at the million warriors entering the Demon Mountain, Yi Qinghan felt a little anxious, but he did not dare to move. Dick had said that the second round of armies entering the Demon Mountain would be 10 years later. At this moment, it was as if he could see a path leading home in front of him. He could only watch, but he could not move. Few, thousands of years have passed. 10 years won't make a difference. After a while, Yi Qinghan's emotions calmed down. He forced himself not to look at the cave in the Demon Mountain. Instead, he sat cross-legged like everyone else, preparing to cultivate while waiting for the next round. Lac Yuri. Enter my spatial divine item. 10 years is not a short time. Annie, who was not far away, suddenly sent a voice transmission. Yi Qinghan saw her wave her hand, and then a small teleportation door appeared on the empty ground. Some of the archangels in the distance also released teleportation doors and entered their own spatial divine items. There were 3 gods of light here, and so many archangels. Even if there were experts from other dimensions, they would be killed immediately if they accidentally barged in. As for the main army, they came from outside the Demon Mountain, so they were more imposing and easier to detect. Therefore, the archangels arranged for some spies to walk around, so that everyone could rest in peace and cultivate hard. Pandora, let's go. Yi Qinghan nodded at Pandora, who was behind him, and led her towards Annie's teleportation door. He is? Annie had seen Pandora before, but he was not very powerful and did not look very good. Since Yi Qinghan did not explain, she did not ask. Annie asked curiously when Yi Qinghan actually brought him into his spatial divine item. He's my cousin. I brought him out to see the world. Pandora greets Lady Annie. Yi Qinghan explained casually, and Pandora bowed obediently. Seeing that Yi Qinghan did not want to say more, Annie did not ask. She winked at Yi Qinghan and walked in. That pretty boy only knows how to lick Lady Annie's toes. Hee, Lac Yuri relies on his face. What about Dora? Jealous? Who told your parents to not give you a good look? Get lost. Who knows how many people that slut Annie has slept with? I don't care. After Yi Qinghan and Annie disappeared, countless angels and cultivators nearby revealed envious gazes. Occasionally, people would discuss them, but most of them were curses. Yi Qinghan and Pandora felt a flash of white light, and they arrived at a small palace. The interior of the palace was magnificent. However, it was very small, even smaller than the Carefree Pavilion. Inside the palace, there was a hall and 4 rooms. Yi Qinghan let Pandora enter one of the rooms to rest, while he sat in the hall and dealt with the slut Annie. You are a man that I love and hate at the same time. You are poison. My Lady Annie has probably been poisoned by you. I have not been alone with you for a few days, and I actually feel uncomfortable all over. Lac Yuri, Demon Mountain is so dangerous. If you die, how will Annie live? After Pandora left, Annie immediately twisted her full buttocks and sat on Yi Qinghan's thighs. She kept twisting and moving, rubbing against Yi Qinghan's shaft. 2 snow-white hands wrapped around Yi Qinghan's neck, and half of her chest leaned on him. Her eyes were like silk, and her breath smelled like orchids. She looked extremely slutty. Slut, don't think I don't know how many handsome men you have hooked up with all these years. With your lousy acting skills, you want to fool me? I was known as the young woman killer back then. The number of young women I have played with is no less than the number of men you have played with. Yi Qinghan slapped Annie's full buttocks and snorted coldly, his face filled with displeasure. Annie's face alternated between red and white, feeling extremely embarrassed. A trace of anger flashed in her eyes, but she softened after a moment. She looked at Yi Qinghan with hidden bitterness and said, "You are always cultivating and not accompanying me. I am too lonely. If we can return safely this time, you can stay in my residence. Annie guarantees that I will treat you wholeheartedly." Let's talk about it when we return. Yi Qinghan looked at Annie's seductive face and sighed in his heart. He was afraid that they would never meet again. If he died, would this slut cry for him, or would she immediately turn around and look for a new target? Don't worry. Under normal circumstances, in Demon Mountain, main god level experts will take the initiative to fight with experts of the same level. They will disdain to kill experts of our level. As for experts of our level, even if I am no match for them, I will still have no problem staying alive. Annie said confidently. Back then, the god of light, Daoist, had a one-night stand with her and had given her a sacred weapon. With this weapon, although her strength was not at Dick's level, she would have no problem staying alive. These things. Let's talk about it in the future. Yi Qinghan hugged Annie's waist with both hands and helped her stand up. Then, he tore her robe violently. At the same time, he lifted his own robe and aimed at the cave entrance. Then, he hugged Annie tightly and sat down. He was very clear that if he did not feed this slut, he would not be able to cultivate in peace. This was why Annie had asked him to enter the spatial god tool. So, he could only play along with her helplessly. 6 hours later, Yi Qinghan threw Annie, who had turned into a puddle of water, onto a soft chair and walked confidently towards Pandora's room. After opening the barrier in the room, Pandora stood up with a complicated expression. She was a little happy, a little shy, and most of all, a little jealous. Her body wriggled and she turned back into a fresh and cute little beauty. Her face was flushed red. She had clearly heard the battle between Yi Qinghan and Annie just now. It could not be helped. She did not know how to open the barrier. Most importantly, Annie's wanton moans almost shattered this small palace. Pandora, don't blame me. I had no choice. I will explain these things to you in detail in the future. Yi Qinghan said to Pandora with a little guilt. However, after saying that, he felt a little awkward. He had said it smoothly, and it had become the future again, okay. Pandora did not say much. She only held on to Yi Qinghan's hand and quietly leaned against him. Yi Qinghan pulled Pandora to sit on the bed and let Pandora lie on him. He began to secretly transmit his voice to the Battle Emperor. Senior Battle Emperor, do you know about the Devil Mountain? I am now outside the Devil Mountain, in a spatial artifact. The God of Light should not be able to detect me. I know. If you want to go to the Divine Realm's teleportation portal, you have to go through the Devil Mountain to find it. The Battle Emperor transmitted his voice confidently. But there are 108 Devil Mountains. How do I know which passage leads to the Divine Realm's teleportation portal? Yi Qinghan was very puzzled. Although he did not know what the situation in the Devil Mountain was like, just looking at the size of the mountain, one could imagine the number of passages in it. However, just by looking at the size of the Devil Mountain, one could imagine how many passageways there must be within. With so many passageways and countless teleportation restrictions, how was one going to find the teleportation array that led to the Divine World? The Battle Emperor pondered for a moment and transmitted his voice. I don't know either. I only know that one side of the passage leading to the Divine Realm is light purple and the other side is light blue. What color is the passage on your side? Yi Qinghan hurriedly transmitted his voice. White and black. I've never seen white and black. In fact, I've only entered the Devil Mountain once. It was mostly to participate in the final battle. I can't help you with this. There are countless passages in the Devil Mountain, and many of them lead to teleportation barriers. You can only try your luck. If you can find the light purple and light blue passage, I can help you find the way back to the Divine Realm's teleportation portal. Remember, it's light purple and light blue, not purple and blue. The color is not deep. The Battle Emperor transmitted his voice solemnly. Yi Qinghan's expression turned solemn. The Battle Emperor had said that it would be extremely difficult to return to the Divine Realm. Before entering the Devil Mountain, Yi Qinghan already felt that it would be extremely difficult to ascend to the heavens. Not to mention the countless ninth-grade experts and fatal barriers, it would be extremely difficult to even find the passage to the Divine Realm. Even if he found the teleportation portal and the Battle Emperor helped him enter the Nifa's abyss, he didn't know if Shintu Xiong would immediately discover him. Yi Qinghan sighed deeply and opened his eyes. The light in his eyes became more and more resolute. He murmured, "No matter how difficult it is, I will go back. If I don't go back, I would rather die." Chapter 1131. It was peaceful outside the Demon Mountain. There were no experts from other planes suddenly attacking the army from the Heaven Plane. Only 2 cultivators from the other planes who got lucky accidentally took the wrong path and walked out of the cave. They startled a few archangels and were instantly torn to shreds. Both Yi Qinghan and Annie were alarmed, but it was not their turn to attack. The first one was a creature from another plane that looked like a demon beast. It looked very ugly, with a 12 legs and 8 eyes. Before Yi Qinghan could get a clear look, he was smashed into pieces by 2 archangels wielding light divine power that resembled a scorching sun. The second one was actually a metal man. Its whole body was metal. It was attacked by 3 archangels and torn apart. Then, it turned into countless small metal men and ran away crazily. It was very strange. In the end, it was surrounded by everyone and turned into a puddle of molten iron. Yi Qinghan was very curious about the creatures from other planes. Of course, he wanted to observe their attack methods so that he could fight them in the Demon Mountain in the future. The Emperor of War said that there were thousands of planes in this world. Each plane had countless small planes attached to it. There were all kinds of strange creatures. Yi Qinghan sat in the small palace in Annie's spatial artifact. Suddenly, a very strange thought came to his mind. He thought of his previous life. Earth. Was Earth a plane? Was Earth a small material plane attached to a large plane? And, were there cultivators on Earth? Yi Qinghan thought of the characters in the myths of his previous life. He thought of Pangu splitting heaven and earth, Nuwa mending the sky, the Jade Emperor, and Buddha. He thought of the pyramids in Egypt, Bermuda, the hanging gardens of Babylon, the many miracles, and many things that science could not explain. He couldn't help but feel more suspicious. Since his soul had transmigrated, it meant that the myths and legends were true. Now, he had the ability to flip the sky and the sea. He could easily do many things that science could not explain. Those miracles in his previous life, those things that science could not explain, could be easily explained. The more Yi Qinghan thought about it, the more likely it was. Maybe there were experts and cultivators on Earth in the past. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain so many miracles left behind. That's right. Hadn't there been 2 ice ages in Earth's history? Could it be that the world was destroyed by a powerful expert because of the divine punishment? The previous civilization had been completely destroyed. It should be known that the current civilization on Earth had only been around for a few thousand years. Yi Qinghan carefully deduced and felt that the possibility was very high. It was just that he didn't have the chance to verify it. He thought to himself that if his strength reached the level where he could travel freely in the void, he would definitely search for black holes everywhere in the future. He might even be able to find Earth. Sigh, it's useless to think about this now. It was better to solve the current crisis first. Let's not talk about whether or not I can return to the divine world after reaching that realm. Now that I've been chased out of the divine world, I'd better think of a way to kill my way back. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly and shook his head. There were a lot of things to do at the moment, but he was still thinking about something so far away. He quickly stopped thinking about it. There was only 1 year left before the second round of selection for Demon Mountain would begin. During these years, Yi Qinghan also discovered that many cultivators had come out. However, up until now, only 600,000 people had come out. This time, many people must have died in the Demon Mountain. He looked at Pandora, who was sitting beside him and being forced to comprehend the second volume of the Netherworld transformation. Yi Qinghan sighed deeply and his eyes dimmed. There was a reason why he had always been unwilling to have Pandora. Because if he crawled Pandora into the dimensional battlefield with him, he would die. Now, his worries had become reality. There were countless experts in the Demon Mountain. Even he couldn't guarantee his survival. The possibility of Pandora dying with him was very high. Although the War Imperial Palace was a very powerful spatial divine tool, once he fought with a powerful enemy and caused a strong spatial tremor, Pandora would immediately be shaken out. If the enemy was very strong or there were many of them, he might not be able to take care of Pandora and ultimately die. Thinking of the 1,000,000 people that entered and only a few 100,000 came out, Yi Qinghan's heart sank. The strength of Pandora's soul was too low. It was almost impossible for her to comprehend the second volume of the Netherworld transformation. Hence, if he wanted her to change her appearance and soul aura, it would be extremely difficult. After thinking for a moment, Yi Qinghan still couldn't find a good solution. He had specially asked the Battle Emperor about this. Sadly, the Battle Emperor had no solution. No matter how strong the restrictions of the War Imperial Palace were, it was only a spatial divine tool. If it was the Eternal Palace, there might still be a solution. Shaking his head, Yi Qinghan didn't think too much about it. Now that he had entered the dimensional battlefield, he understood the general situation of the Demon Mountain. Pandora had already followed him in. There was no other solution. They could only deal with whatever came their way. When the time came, they would deal with it as it came. Closing his eyes again, Yi Qinghan started to look into his soul space. This soul space was still expanding. The amount of origin energy was terrifying. Right now, it wouldn't be a problem to wrap his body in tens of layers. His soul sea continued to expand, but the strength of his soul didn't increase. It was stuck at the peak of the 9th grade. With regards to this, Yi Qinghan was already very satisfied. Leaving aside the question of whether there were creatures with such a powerful soul in other planes, there was only one in the divine realm. Origin energy. That's right. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. With so much origin energy, could he wrap Pandora's body in it as well? If he could, Pandora's life would be greatly guaranteed. He could carry Pandora on his back and use the origin energy to cover the two of them. It was definitely feasible. Yi Qinghan rubbed his hands. His entire body was filled with excitement. Why didn't he think of this before? He had so much origin energy. Not to mention Pandora's petite body, even if he was carrying a cow on his back, his origin energy would be enough to cover it. Although the origin force could only be placed on the surface of one's body, it was extremely difficult to place it on one's back and form an encirclement to envelop Pandora, as well as stabilize it. But since the origin energy could be placed outside his body, there must be a way to control it. As soon as he thought of it, Yi Qinghan first sent a voice transmission to the Battle Emperor, asking if he had any secret techniques to control the origin energy. In the end, the Battle Emperor's voice transmission disappointed Yi Qinghan. Countless venerables in the divine realm did not have a way to control the origin energy. Even a peak venerable would not have too much origin energy. Everyone only used the origin energy to protect their body or attach it to their weapons to attack the enemy. In the divine realm, there was no one like Yi Qinghan who had an endless amount of origin energy. Yi Qinghan then walked out of the room to ask Annie. The experts in the heaven plane did not have much origin energy, and no one had researched the method to control it. Yi Qinghan had no choice but to explore it himself. He controlled the origin energy to flow continuously from his soul space to his palm. At first, he let the origin energy condense into a battle knife in his palm, then let the knife continue to grow. But when the origin energy grew to 1/2 meter long, it suddenly became unstable. Even with the strength of Yi Qinghan's soul, it was still very difficult to control it. Yi Qinghan was not discouraged. There was still a year. He did not believe that he could not even find a simple method to control the origin energy. He controlled the origin energy to condense again and again, letting the origin energy condense into all kinds of weapons and shapes. Using the strength of his soul, he forcefully controlled the origin energy to condense all kinds of weapons. Again and again, he simulated and experimented. Pandora, I will not let you come to any harm. I said that I would protect you for life. Looking at Pandora, who was quietly sitting cross-legged on the bed like a fresh lily, Yi Qinghan couldn't care less about the deep exhaustion that came from the depths of his soul. He clenched his teeth and continued to experiment. Chapter 1132. Phew. Han Yit Dage, Pandora is too stupid, she still hasn't comprehended the second half of the ghost transformation. Pandora has been in seclusion for a long time. Estimating that it's about time, she opens her eyes helplessly. Looking at Yi Qinghan, who is standing in the room and doing all kinds of strange movements, she sighs slightly and says with some shame. Yi Qinghan is currently still immersed in studying the method to control the power of origin. Even when Annie came to find him several times, he chased her away. Now that he hears Pandora's voice, he comes to his senses. He promptly turns his head and smiles. Pandora, don't blame yourself, the strength of your soul is too low, this isn't your problem. Come here, come to my side. Pandora walks over in confusion, then under Yi Qinghan's instructions, she climbs onto Yi Qinghan's back. Like an octopus, she tightly hugs Yi Qinghan. Pandora, don't be afraid, don't move. Yi Qinghan laughs mischievously, and two powerful power of origin suddenly emerge from the sides of his body. The two power of origin are like a pair of wings, quickly emerging and forming an arc, wrapping around Pandora's body. Finally, they join together, leaving only Pandora's two slender jade legs and head outside. Pandora, do you feel uncomfortable? Although Yi Qinghan's divine sense can detect that the power of origin isn't oppressing Pandora, he still asks with concern. Pandora twists her body. Although she feels like she's bumping into an iron plate when she comes into contact with the white air, she doesn't feel anything strange. Puzzled, she asks, it's all right, Han Yit Dage, what is this? Hee, this is an armor that can save your life. Unfortunately, it was too late when I thought of it. In 1 year's time, this is the best I could do. But it should be enough to save your life. Yi Qinghan grinned. A year of continuous experimentation had left him mentally exhausted. Although this origin armor could only protect half of Pandora's body, it was still able to protect her. However, as long as the divine crystal did not shatter and Yi Qinghan kept Pandora's head from shattering, her life would be saved. After removing the origin armor, Yi Qinghan lay down on the bed with Pandora in his arms. He closed his eyes and rested. Over the past year, he had not rested for a single minute. Now that he had confirmed that the origin armor could greatly increase Pandora's chances of survival, he relaxed completely. Pandora looked at Yi Qinghan's delicate face and faintly furrowed brows. Her heart ached for him. She leaned half of her soft body against Yi Qinghan's and gently caressed his face, quietly accompanying him. Yi Qinghan did not rest for long. A few hours later, Annie began to summon the army outside to prepare to enter Demon Mountain. Yi Qinghan and Pandora immediately changed their appearances and followed Annie out of the spatial divine item. The moment they appeared outside, Yi Qinghan saw the chief god of Athens, Daoist, and another chief god also come out of the spatial divine item. There were still hundreds of thousands of martial artists who had not come out from Demon Mountain. The three gods of light and countless archangels had come out. This time, Yi Qinghan did not fail. Both he and Annie were selected. This time, the archangels actually led their teams in. The god of light, Daoist, and another god of light entered the cave first. After that, Daoist called out to the dozens of archangels on his side and led their respective armies into the cave. Yi Qinghan and Annie walked in the wide cave. The cave was thousands of meters wide, and the deeper they went, the wider it got. The surrounding walls were made of the same stone as the outside, except that one side of the wall was emitting a white glow. Yi Qinghan secretly circulated his divine energy and stomped on the ground. However, he discovered that the black stone had only sunk into a small pit. He was secretly amazed at the toughness of the stone. Their two armies were divided into 20 smaller armies by Annie, and each small army had 2,000 people. The front and back echoed for tens of miles. The passageway became wider and wider, and finally, Yi Qinghan came to a wide hall. This hall had a circumference of tens of acres, and the other three sides had 7 to 8 large passageways. The hundreds of thousands of martial artists who had entered this time were all gathered here. In the middle of the hall, Daoist and another god of light were flying in the air. The power of light on their bodies slowly flowed like the sun. All of you, remember this hall. Only by returning here can you all leave. Later, each of your armies will randomly choose a passageway to enter. As long as an army obtains 10,000 points, you can return and obtain a generous reward. I wish you all good luck, my children. Daoist, who had an aquiline nose and a head of golden curly hair, opened his mouth. After saying that, Daoist and the other god of light each led a small group of people and randomly chose a passageway and flew in. Xiao. The moment Daoist and the other god of light left, countless archangels quickly led their respective armies and entered the two passageways. If they walked the same path as the god of light, at least if they met with danger, the god of light would see them and help them. However, there were also a few armies that chose the other passageways. They knew that the passageways here extended in all directions and crisscrossed. The god of light's speed was too fast, and many armies would quickly lose track of him. Under Yi Qinghan's strong request, Annie chose the other path. Yi Qinghan was not a fool. If there was a chance to shake off the god of light, he would naturally leave immediately. As long as he understood the general situation in Demon Mountain, he would immediately leave Heaven's army. Annie's origin energy protected her body, and her divine sense constantly spread out, scouting the situation. It was just that this passageway was winding, and the black rocks were able to isolate the detection of divine sense. In the planar battlefield, his divine sense could only extend up to 10 miles. If there was an unexpected situation, he would not be able to scout ahead. He could only arrange for some martial artists to scout ahead and immediately sound the alarm if there was any situation. Annie's divine sense was not strong, but Yi Qinghan was. Annie did not even know that Yi Qinghan had secretly sent out his divine sense. After walking for 2 hours and passing through a few intersections, Annie randomly chose a path and continued forward. Yi Qinghan was having a headache. Because as he walked, the walls on both sides no longer had any indication. The walls that were originally white and black became 2 black sides. After walking for a long time, they did not encounter any colored walls. Annie got people to place special tokens along the path, so that when they returned, they could quickly find the right path. After walking for 3 days, Yi Qinghan was completely confused. He did not know which demon mountain he had walked into, and only knew to cover his head and follow the army. In these 3 days, they did not encounter a single planar battlefield army, but instead encountered Heaven's plane army twice. The more they walked, the more peculiar the terrain became. Some went up, some went down, and sometimes spiraled in circles. The light would be bright and sometimes dim. Sometimes, the passageway would become extremely wide, and sometimes, extremely narrow. Sometimes, a hall would appear, and there were even more intersections. 10 days later, their army did not encounter a single planar battlefield creature. Instead, they walked into a few dead-end passageways, and hundreds of people were killed by the restrictive spells inside, and hundreds more were teleported away. Oh. They're here, we finally found planar battlefield creatures. On the 13th day, Yi Qinghan suddenly raised his eyebrows, and his body quietly emitted invisible killing intent. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Pandora, asking her to follow him closely. Chapter 1133. What's wrong? Lacry. Annie noticed Yi Qinghan's strange behavior and looked at Yi Qinghan with a strange expression. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose and raised his eyebrows. He said in a deep voice, "I sense a trace of danger. There might be creatures from the alternate dimensions nearby." Huh? Annie looked at Lacri doubtfully. She had not sensed anything even though she was much stronger than him. How could Lacri have sensed it? However, it was better to be safe than sorry. Annie immediately scanned the surroundings. A moment later, her expression turned serious and she shouted, "Prepare for battle. There are creatures from the alternate dimensions ahead." At Annie's shout, the warriors in front immediately stopped in their tracks and started to defend themselves according to the spell formation they had practiced beforehand. Annie's origin energy revolved around her body and her divine power of light flourished. A giant battle axe appeared in her hand and she charged forward at lightning speed. At the same time, she transmitted her voice to Yi Qinghan. "Lacri, you command the army. Leave the creatures from the alternate dimensions to me." Although this slut has a lewd lifestyle, she is still a good person. Yi Qinghan was happy to have Annie take the lead, but he continued to use his divine sense to scan the creatures from the other planes. It was a group of creatures that looked like praying mantises. They were a meter tall and had 4 legs. On top of them were 2 giant arms that looked like iron pincers. They had 4 green eyes and walked like the wind. There were at least tens of thousands of them. Yi Qinghan secretly scanned them but did not pay much attention to them. He could roughly sense that these mantis men were not very strong. The strongest one, Yi Qinghan, was probably only a 7th grade war god. Soon, a dense mass of mantis men appeared in the dim tunnel ahead. They were so densely packed that one could not see the end of them. They emitted an aura that made people uncomfortable. The ordinary warriors of the army had obviously never seen such strange and terrifying creatures from the alternate dimensions. They were slightly timid. Annie charged forward alone. Her body bounced off the ground and flew into the air. The giant battle axe in her hand spat out a wave that was several meters tall. Her figure was graceful and her golden hair danced in the wind. She was like a goddess of war descending. Boom! Annie's axe smashed into the group of mantis men in front of her. The fierce and overbearing light divine power exploded, easily tearing apart dozens of mantis men in front of her. Green blood splattered everywhere. Annie didn't stop and charged straight into the group of mantises. She swung her giant axe around vigorously, and no one was a match for her. There's nothing scary about creatures from other planes. Everyone, let's tear them apart. The heaven core behind her saw how mighty Annie was. The mantis people looked terrifying, but they were actually so weak. In the blink of an eye, dozens of mantis people had been killed. Immediately, morale soared. The thousands of martial artists at the front brandished their weapons, radiant divine power bursting forth as they charged towards the mantis men. The mantis men appeared very weak. Although they were very fast and their pincers were as tough as divine artifacts, their attacks were very simple. They only knew how to use 2 pincers to attack in a straight line. When the 2 groups clashed, it was obvious that they were no match for the Heaven Army. The casualty ratio was very different. Often, for every Heaven Realm martial artist that died, more than 10 mantis men would die. Green and red blood flowed in the passageway. The surrounding walls were covered in blood. The smell of the mantis men's blood was very strong. It was strange, making people feel nauseous and nauseous. Yi Qinghan quietly observed the battle in front of him. He had no intention of taking action. His brows were tightly furrowed, as if he was thinking about something. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed and he shouted, "Annie, there's something wrong with the blood of these monsters. Have all the martial artists that have been stained by the blood retreat and break their own legs. The rest of you, listen to my orders. Hold your breath, don't smell the blood." Yi Qinghan's shout was like a clap of thunder, resounding in the passageway. Both sides of the battle jumped. Annie was also stunned, but she didn't give the order. The thousands of martial artists that were fighting were at a loss, not knowing what to do. In the end, because the mantis men beside them had already attacked, they could only continue fighting. The martial artists that weren't fighting were very obedient. All of them held their breath. Chi! 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 Suddenly, the tallest mantis man at the back of the mantis men army screamed. His voice was extremely sharp. Then, all the mantis men screamed. At the same time, the green bodies of the mantis men suddenly emitted a green light. And then, something terrifying happened. The martial artists that were stained by the green blood immediately had their skin rot. Because of the sudden change, they were caught unprepared. All of them fell to the ground. Their bodies were stained by the green blood again, and their bodies began to rot. Ah! Lady Annie, save me! Lady Lockery, save me, save me! Great God of Light, save me! Countless screams rang out. Painful wails echoed throughout the passageway. It was a terrible sight to behold. The remaining 10,000 people instantly paled and began to retreat in fear. Bastards! I'll tear you apart! Annie roared in anger and began to brandish her axe even more madly. She slaughtered her way forward, her eyes fixed on the strongest mantis man. Her power of origin and light divine power revolved around her body. Her insufferably arrogant aura made the nearby mantis men retreat in terror. Yi Qinghan wasn't worried about Annie. She had the power of origin surrounding her body. The blood couldn't touch her body, so it shouldn't hurt her. Pandora, protect yourself. Stand here and don't move. Wait for me to return. The divine power in Yi Qinghan's body turned into light divine power. Similarly, the power of origin revolved around him. The dragon source saber appeared in his hand. Like a flickering shadow, he charged forward. This kind of battle couldn't go on for too long. Otherwise, it would attract nearby enemies, which would be even more troublesome. As soon as Han Yidaran made a move, they would immediately know whether there was one or not. Yi Qinghan did his best to suppress his strength so that Annie wouldn't notice anything amiss. But he himself was a battle-hardened man. Moreover, that domineering aura couldn't be concealed no matter what. Facing this kind of low-level trash, he could kill them all with his eyes closed. Because he had recently studied the power of origin for a year, he could use it with ease. Although Yi Qinghan didn't release the artifact spirit inside the dragon source saber, how could the sharpness of a supreme divine artifact be comparable to that of an ordinary weapon? What's more, with the power of origin covering it. If Annie was said to be domineering and unparalleled, no one could stand up to her. Yi Qinghan was in the midst of thousands of flowers. Not a single leaf touched his body. His body was like a swimming dragon, drifting through the mantis army. Wherever his dragon source saber slid past, patches of green blood would splatter everywhere. It was like a giant holding a mace and fighting with a bunch of old, weak, and disabled people, as if he was playing. Lord Lackery is so mighty. Why do I feel that Lackery is even more powerful than Lord Annie? He kills creatures from other planes so easily. Isn't Lackery the weakest among the archangels? How is that possible? The 10,000 warriors at the back were dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Annie, who was far away, also sensed something amiss. She glanced over and her eyes instantly lit up. However, she rolled her eyes at Yi Qinghan with some hidden bitterness, as if blaming him for hiding his strength. Pandora looked at her man in a daze. She didn't know how strong Yi Qinghan was, but she only knew that with this man around, there was nothing to be afraid of. Yi Qinghan ignored everyone's gazes. He worked hard to suppress his strength so that his attacks wouldn't be so shocking. With Yi Qinghan's participation and his insane killing speed, Annie's competitive spirit was also ignited. Her large axe swung even faster. However, when she knew that the mantis men had been killed so many times that they started to flee, Annie realized that her full strength was still not as fast as Yi Qinghan's killing speed.